Chapter 1 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Hardcase by Luke Short. Chapter 1. Yellow Jacket's post office was a rack of pigeonholes in the front corner of Beatty's Emporium. Around 11 o'clock each morning, after the mail stage from Sabinal got in, the loafers lounged on the dry goods counter while the old man Beatty sorted out the mail. This morning the procedure was no different than usual. In the drift of idle talk and low laughter from beyond the rack of pigeonholes, old Beatty squinted through his bifocals at the topmost letter of a stack he held in his left hand, and with his right hand he deliberately placed it in its correct box. Fred Curtis, the clerk, was taking care of the trade beyond the post office. Nobody saw old Beatty when it happened. He had just read the address of a letter and had his hand halfway to the general delivery cubbyhole when his hand paused, and then as the name he had read sank into his consciousness, he dropped the letter like he would have dropped a hot iron. Gingerly he picked it up again and read, Mr. Dave Coyle, General Delivery, Yellow Jacket, New Mexico Territory. Hold till September 1st and return. Old Beatty's panic was immediate and complete. The first thing he did was natural enough. He poked his head out of the wicket and surveyed the loafers in the store. He knew them all, men, women, and children, and still he was uneasy. The second thing he did was explainable. He looked at the feed mill calendar on the wall behind him, and it said August 31st. The third thing he did was pure instinct. He called up to the clerk. "Finish sorting this mail, Fred," and left the store, taking the letter with him. Across the wide and dusty street, wedged in between two wooden awninged buildings, was the sheriff's office, and old Beatty made for it. He tramped into the small office to find Sheriff Harvey Beale, his feet cocked up on the roll-top desk in conversation with his deputy, Ernie C. Old Beatty put the letter on the desk and said hoarsely, "Take a look, Harv." Beale was a bland-faced, heavy-set man whose wide and innocent blue eyes were trusting and affable. He was also a slow-moving man, but now, because he read the excitement in old Beatty's face, he moved with alacrity. He picked up the letter, read the address, and came out of his chair like he'd been kicked out. "Where'd you get this?" he demanded swiftly. Old Beatty, besides being testy, was scared too, and he said truculently, "It's got a stamp on it, ain't it? I didn't print it. It come in the mail." Ernie C. reached over and took the letter from the sheriff's hand. Ernie was a slow reader, but it didn't take him long to read this name because it was familiar enough to him. He dropped the letter and said, "Wow," and looked blankly at the sheriff, his young face surprised. Beale said, "Did you look at the crowd in the store?" Without waiting for an answer, he went to the door and looked swiftly up and down the tie rails on both sides of the street, then closed the door. Beatty said, "I knowed everyone in the store." "Ernie," Bill said swiftly, "you go camp on Beatty's counter till I get this fixed up." "Not me," Ernie said slowly. I got a 3-day vacation coming, Harv. I'm taking it, starting now." Beale eyed him with deceptive mildness. "You're a deputy of this county." "That's right, a live one," Ernie said. "I aim to stay alive, too." Bill stepped over to the desk and pulled out a lower drawer and rummaged in it. He was a somewhat ridiculous figure to a stranger, a fat and rotund and polite man in outsized pants, half-boots that were run over at the heels, and a buttonless black vest over a too small calico shirt. But a careful man might consider this. Beale's hands were soft and uncalloused, which argued he had done no manual work in a long time. Which argued, since Yellow Jacket was a cattle county with a reasonably high homicide rate, that he and his office managed to take care of any trouble that came up. And since he seemed anything but a scrapper, a careful man might consider the deputy. He would have been right, too, for Ernie C. was the sheriff's office. Beale found what he was looking for and laid it on his desk and looked at his deputy. "Read it," he said. "I read it," Ernie said stubbornly. "Hell, I know it by heart. $7,000 alive or dead for Dave Coyle." Beale wheeled to face old Beatty. "You read it." "I got one in the post office," Beatty said sourly. "Well, divide it by 3 and see what each of us will make," Beale said. Old Beatty looked carefully at him and said, "Harv, I'm going to be sick tomorrow, sick in bed. I'm already sick now." Beale looked from Beatty to Ernie and back to Beatty. "One of you on vacation, one of you sick," he murmured scornfully. "Where's all the men in this town?" "I know where they'll be when you tell them," Ernie said. "They'll be out of town." "He ain't so tough." Bill countered.
If I was you, I'd whisper that,
Ernie said dryly. He's little. He's a runt, Bill said.
Stick of dynamite's only 8 inches high, Beatty said. He's over 5 feet and the same stuff.
But he's a kid. Just a tough kid, Bill insisted. You afraid of a kid? Ernie said dryly.
Don't look at me. I didn't print that reward notice. It's the U.S. Commissioner that's afraid of him. Me, I don't aim to bust up a 3-day fishing trip to meet him,
Bill said grimly. All right, Ernie, but make your trip longer than 3 days. Make it 3 months. Make it 3 years. Why not? Because you don't have to get back to work.
I'll get back to work, Ernie retorted. I've got a date here for September 2nd.
Not here.
No, I'll call at your house.
Bill looked blank. Why?
That's where a funeral usually starts, ain't it?
Ernie said. He waved his hand at Sheriff Bill, grinned, and stepped out onto the walk. Beatty started after him, and Bill said, Wait a minute, Beatty. I'll go with you.
No, you won't, Beatty said. I sleep in a single bed, and that's where I'm going.
Sheriff Bill settled down into his chair and watched Beatty leave. He didn't feel exactly cheerful himself, and he looked around to see if the door was closed. There was a kind of hot and greedy urgency within him, but he knew this would take a little thinking out. As long as the letter, the bait, was in his possession, Dave Coyle couldn't get it. He put the letter in his pocket just to make sure, and then considered. Was it a fake? He didn't know, but it seemed as if Dave Coyle had told somebody he'd drop in at Yellow Jacket before September 1st to get his mail. That was the way Dave Coyle did things, like the time he had gone into the governor's mansion the night of the inaugural ball and picked the blossom from a century plant of the governor's wife to wear in his buttonhole during the dance. He'd do anything that took gall, preferred to do it that way, and somehow this letter business seemed typical. Bill pictured $7,000 in gold. That was a lot of money. For $10 apiece, he could get 20 men to watch Beatty's store day and night, and when Dave Coyle called for his letter, it would be like shooting a clay pigeon. Sheriff Beale thought of something then. He remembered the return notation on the envelope. He pulled it out and looked at the back of it where the return address was given. Return to Box 73, Wagon Mound. Sheriff Beale grinned faintly then. The return was wrong. It should have read, Return the box to Wagon Mound. The box, of course, meaning the coffin. He went out then to start gathering recruits. Just after dark that night, a man rode up to the outskirts of Yellow Jacket and dismounted in the deep shade of a cottonwood tree that overhung the south road. He stretched with the smooth, clean movements of a cat, then set about a job that came easily to him. He knotted the reins, looped them over the horse's neck, slipped a bit, lifted the stirrups, and tied them together with a piece of string over the pommel and let out the cinch an inch or so. Afterward, he walked away, for this wasn't his own horse he'd been riding. He didn't like to own a horse, hadn't owned one for years, and didn't intend to. It was a borrowed horse which he had taken in the last town. When he got ready to leave here, he would borrow a fresh one. He scuffed along silently in the dust of the road, a slight and shadowy figure, and long before he reached the section of town where the stores lighted the street, he paused and studied it. To a man less concerned than himself with appearance of things, the scene looked typical enough. There was usually one store in any town that stayed open at night and whose lamps laid bright squares of light far out into the street. But it went beyond that here. There were, he noticed, lights on only one side of the street, and why weren't there horses at the tie rail in front of the store? And why weren't people moving in the street? Why were they all loafing, sitting around? It all shaped up into the old familiar face of trouble, but he wanted to be sure. He vanished in an alley. Some minutes later he again looked upon the street, this time from a position in the narrow weed and bottle-cluttered space between two buildings. He had already tried 3 similar spaces farther up the alley, and had found men with rifles across their knees, squatting in each of them. He already knew what to expect. All he wanted now was to make sure this brightly lighted store was also the post office. Through Beatty's window he could see the mail racks, and he turned and went back to the dark alley. A man was walking up the alley, coming toward him. The man stopped. He stopped, too. "I'm getting sick of this," Dave Coyle said in the utter darkness. "Why don't he come?" "You and me both," the other said. "What are you using?" "A shotgun. I loaded her with washers." The man laughed. "That ought to take care of him." "I reckon," Dave said. "So long." And he walked down the alley, the man forgotten. There was a letter for him over there in the post office, sure enough. But instead of minding their business and letting him call for it, this bounty-hunting crew wanted trouble. He didn't want trouble, though. He only wanted the letter. He was tramping down the alley when he caught a whiff of something that hauled him up in his tracks. It was the smell of warm ashes, of coal gas, and the faint lingering scent of burned hoofs. He followed the smell and came up to a large door that he knew was the rear of a blacksmith shop. He found the door unlocked, went inside, pulled the door to after him, and struck a match. The flare lighted a face that had graced a triple printing of reward dodgers. It was burned that same deep brown that had blurred the picture on the dodger and had made him look almost black. In shape, it was a tough face, tight-knit, flaring a little at the jaw hinge, and then sweeping in a clean line to a pointed chin that was faintly cleft. The nose, thin and high, had a faint white scar across the bridge, but it was the mouth that people noticed. Maybe that was because, on the reward dodger, it had been grinning crookedly, insolently, so that half the sheriffs who had gazed upon it had felt uncomfortably mad, and had sworn under their breaths. It was that kind of mouth, shaped into a sneer, the upper lip lifted into one corner, the whole tilt of it derisive. The eyes were a perfect foil, wide-spaced, gray without a trace of blue, whose habitual innocence confounded people and was intended to. No reward dodger had ever carried a full-length picture, and for want of a better word he had been described therein as small. It was true only if a man didn't associate the word puny with the description. Right now, a sun-faded blue shirt, worn Levi's, and scuffed half-boots covered his lean, smoothly muscled body, and nobody would have called it stocky. It had that long-legged, lazy grace that carried a hint of explosive possibilities. The gun, rammed carelessly into a wide and heavy shell belt, looked outsized against his small hand. A battered and curl-brimmed Stetson rode carelessly back-tilted on a shock of untidy blue-black hair. Before the match flare died, he had seen what he wanted. He went over to the forge, which was still warm, and tugged at the bellows rope. The small cup of glowing coals in the forge spread out now under the bellows wind, and when it was a cherry red, he reached for the coal shovel. He scattered a thin layer of fine fuel on the coals, blacking them out, and then, swiftly, he shucked up 24 shells from his shell belt and laid them on the black coal. Afterward, he softly opened the double front doors, then retreated through the rear door into the alley. It took him 3 minutes to walk down to the end of the alley, cross the street in the dark, and find the opposite alley that he was sure would lead past the loading platform of Beatty's store. He did not approach close, for he was certain men would be back there, too. He only hunkered down against a woodshed and began rolling a cigarette. When he heard the initial spatter of gunfire, his smoke was licked and pasted in one corner of his mouth. He listened. A man lunged into the light from the rear of Beatty's store and stopped. He called, "Hear that? They got him!" That was all that was needed. 6 men materialized out of the darkness and pounded down the alley, bound for the blacksmith shop, where the forge's heat had finally exploded the cartridges. Dave rose and walked slowly toward the store. He could hear men yelling out front and running on the boardwalk, and there were other shots now, the result of nerves gone edgy in the dark. Dave mounted the steps, paused to light his cigarette, and then went into the store. It was brightly lighted and, of course, deserted. $7,000, he reflected wryly, was too big a sum to keep a clerk on the job tonight. He walked the length of the store, hauled up at the mail rack, found the general delivery cubbyhole, and sorted the mail there. When he found his letter, he pocketed it, put the mail back, and went out the rear door again. This time he headed up the alley, and when it emptied into the side street, he turned left toward the main street. The corner building was the hotel. The clerk, like most of the other men in town, had deserted his post to run down street toward the gunfire that was still racketing. Dave walked in, chose a room key from the board behind the desk, and went upstairs. His room number 8 was a corner one, and he locked the door behind him. After lighting the lamp, yawning, pulling the shades, and removing his hat, he sat down by the lamp and opened the letter. It began, "Dear Mr. Usher." Dave stopped right there and stared at it. Then he leafed over the page and read the signature. It was signed to Carol McPhee. That part was all right. He turned back to the beginning. The greeting still puzzled him and began to read. "Dear Mr. Usher, I am in receipt of your letter asking me to put you in touch with Dave Coyle. Do you think me stupid, or are you insane? Every child in this territory knows that each of you is sworn to kill the other. Do you think I would betray Dave simply because you have a deal you think he'd like to talk over with you? I'm writing Dave tonight, warning him against you, if that's necessary, which it is not. Rather, I should warn you that he'll kill you on sight. I honestly believe that Governor Johns would pardon him if he killed you, so if I were in your shoes, I would take warning. Believe me, with all the ill will in the world, I am not sincerely yours and never will be. Carol McPhee." Dave stared at the note. He knew what had happened. Carol had written him and Will Usher on the same night, and had put the letters in the wrong envelopes. He thought of something then, Suppose Carol had mentioned his presence in Yellow Jacket in her other letter. As soon as he thought of it, Dave lunged for the lamp, wiping out the flame with his hand. The envelope, which had been in his lap, fluttered to the floor and planed under the chair. And in that very instant, there was a knock on the door. Dave waited a moment and said softly, "Who is it?" There was a throaty chuckle from the other side of the door.
"Who'd you think it would be, Davy? It's me, Will Usher."
End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Dave said through the door, "I don't want trouble. Light a shuck."
"Listen a minute, Dave,"
Will said.
"I want to talk to you."
"Drag it."
"Wait a minute."
Usher's voice was urgent.
"I haven't got a gun, and this isn't a trap. Open the door."
Dave said softly, "I'll walk that door down and cut off your ears, Will. Here I come." He went to the door, unlocked it, and opened it with his right hand. His gun was in his left. There was nobody there. He stepped out into the hall and looked down it, and it was empty. He stepped back into the room again, locked the door, and lighted the lamp, a frown on his face. Carol, in her letter to him which Will Usher had received, mentioned Yellow Jacket, and Will was here. Beyond that, Will had the letter that Carol had written him, and he wanted it. He wanted the letter, and he didn't know whether he could trust himself to take it from Will Usher without getting into a fight, but he decided he could if he held his temper. He started across the room toward the door and was almost there when a knock came on the door again. He reached swiftly for the key, twisted it, flung the door open, and reached out and grabbed for Will Usher's coat lapel to yank him inside. His hand was swifter than his recognition, for he already was grasping the silk collar of a basque before he could stop himself, and then his hand fell away and he was confronting a girl who was almost as surprised as he was.
"Why, howdy, Carol," he stammered.
"Hello, Dave," Carol said softly, swiftly. "I'm coming in, and close the door after me." She brushed past him, and Dave shut the door behind her, then turned and leaned his back against it. He saw a girl who was smaller than he was, and whose thick hair was pale as his was dark. Her face, with its almost up-tilted nose and its friendly mouth and deep violet-colored eyes, was too imprudent to be beautiful, and had too much character in it to be called pretty. Right now it was frightened, too, and Dave smiled faintly. "You've grown up," he said. Carol stamped her foot.
"How can you joke now, Dave? Don't you know they're hunting you all over town?"
"Sure."
"You can't stay here.
"Why not?"
"But they'll find you."
"Not till I want them to," Dave said calmly. "Not till I've talked to you." Carol sank down on the bed and put the flat of her palms to her temples. She shivered a little, and Dave looked at her curiously, his face impassive. He liked the blue color of the dress she was wearing, and he thought she looked nice, and he knew it wasn't because she was the first white woman he'd seen for a long time. He said, gently for him, "What's the matter?" Carol looked up.
"I'm just thinking what an awful fool I am. First, I sent Will Usher the wrong letter, and he found out you were here. Second, I addressed your letter in your own name, and so the whole town is hunting you. And now, well, Dad is with me. He's bound to find out you're here, and he'll head a posse for 3 weeks just to hunt you down."
Dave said, "You're flustered, I reckon. You was flustered when you sent me word in Mexico. You still are. Why?"
"Dave," Carol said, "will you please go? Now? Will you please get out of town?"
"No."
I sent word to you in Mexico because I needed help. You see, I didn't forget that stage trip we had together when I came home from school. I couldn't very well forget it, could I, when it was in all the newspapers in the territory that you saved me from that gang of Will Usher's kidnappers?"
"You shouldn't have told him who I was."
"But I thought Dad would plead with Governor Johns for your pardon. I didn't know they'd chase you clear out of the territory into Mexico."
"Neither did I," Dave said carelessly.
"Then when this trouble came up, I sent for you because, well, I guess I thought you could help."
"What trouble?"
"Oh, it doesn't matter now," Carol cried. "You can't help. All you can do is get out while you can."
"What trouble?" Dave insisted.
"Dad's trouble. Haven't you heard that we're losing all our range on a forged deed?"
Dave scowled. "Who forged it?"
"Tate Wallace. He owns the Three Rivers Cattle Company."
The interest in Dave's eyes quickened. "Tate Wallace or Wallace Tate?"
"Tate Wallace. Why?"
"What's he look like?"
"He's a Texan. Tall, slim, over 30, light hair and eyes, and a lazy way.
I know him, Dave said thinly. How'd he do it?
He and his men just rode in and burned our line camps and drove our riders off and shoved the stock back. All we have now is the house. We fought, but there were too many of them. When the sheriff visited them, they showed him the deed of sale from Dad. Now Dad's taking it to court, but it won't do any good.
Why won't it? Dave asked softly.
They've got the fake witness to the deed, a liar named Sholto, under heavy guard. They're bringing him through here tomorrow on the way to Sabinal, where they'll take him by train to Santa Fe for the suit. We're on our way now, too.
What did you want me for? Dave asked. Carol blushed, but she looked him straight in the eye.
You won't like this, Dave, but you told me you were a gunman. Everybody says you were. I wanted you to come up and drive the Three Rivers outfit off our range.
That's all right, Dave said tonelessly. I would have, too.
But it's too late now. The message took so long to reach you. And in between, the deed came to light and Dad filed suit.
She paused.
Now do you see? You can't help.
Dave lounged erect from the door and walked into the middle of the room, his hands on his hips. His face was alert, still curious. You think you told me into a trap and you're sorry, he said quietly. Forget it. They can't take me, and they can't hold me, and they can't kill me. So quit worrying. I want some questions answered.
But...
Will you answer them, or do I have to go down to the hall and ask your dad at the point of a gun? Carol stared at him, and she knew he meant it, and she said quickly,
I'll answer them, only please hurry.
Dave grinned faintly, arrogantly, and said, 1. They must claim they paid your dad something for the land. Did they?
They've got a forged receipt to prove it, and they did.
Dave scowled. I don't get it.
Last month, our foreman quit, walked out. After he'd gone, we found he had deposited $8,000 in the bank in Dad's name. We didn't know why. When we found that the Three Rivers outfit had shown Sheriff Beale a receipt signed by Dad for $10,000, we knew where the money came from. The Three Rivers outfit had bribed Sam, our foreman, to deposit the money in Dad's name and leave, disappear. They claimed naturally that they paid the money over to Dad, and Dad gave it to Sam to deposit. They also claimed Sam kept $2,000 of the $10,000 and jumped the country. Your dad's signature, Dave said. It's on the deed and on the receipt. What about it? Well, Dad had a fall from a horse 2 months ago that crushed his hand. It's still stiff. His writing isn't like it was. It's like a child's. They knew that. They could imitate it, and they did.
And the foreman? Dave said. Is he gone?
Disappeared. He sailed for South America,
Carol said briefly. She hesitated a moment, then said,
You see how hopeless it is. We're losing a range that would be a bargain at $100,000, but we can't win. Not even with the lawyer Dad's got.
Who?
Senator Maitland, Dad's oldest friend. He's the best lawyer in the territory, Dave, but he says we haven't an even chance, and what could you do that he can't?
Dave said, Go to bed. When Carol's face flushed and she came to her feet, indignant at his rudeness, he added, Somebody may poke a gun through that window any minute. I don't want you hurt.
Then you're going, Dave?
No.
But...
Go to bed, Dave repeated. Carol walked to the door and Dave opened it for her. Carol paused and turned to him, a kind of hurt pride fighting with the friendliness in her face.
Dave, you were good to come. I didn't have any claim on your friendship. I was, well, just an acquaintance to you. But, see, you can't help. The time for fighting is over. I'm sorry you came up here. I'm sorrier about the letter. It's just, well, goodbye.
She put out her hand. Dave took it. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night, I said.
But...
Gently, Dave placed his hand in the middle of her back and pushed her out the door and closed it. He leaned against it, listening. Presently, he heard something like a sigh and the sound of footsteps retreated down the hall. He didn't leave the door, only moved to one side of it and waited. The knock he seemed certain was coming finally did. Dave said, Walk in, Will. The door opened and a man walked into the room. He was a moose of a man, dressed in a black broadcloth suit that bulged at the shoulders. He had his hands raised far above his head, and he didn't turn his head, only stopped in the middle of the room. I'll take your word for it, Will, Dave murmured. You smell money. Put him down. Will Usher let his hands sink to his sides and slowly turned around. He had the face of a Roman senator, the high, noble forehead, the wide-spaced and clean-looking blue eyes, the firm, wide jaw, the well-shaped mouth, and a shock of beautiful iron-gray curls which he parted on the side. He was smiling now, and his teeth were white and even and strong. Standing there waiting for Dave to speak, he was every inch the high-born intellectual aristocrat. But there was a flaw to his appearance, a flaw that he couldn't hide. His hands were not the long-fingered white hands of an aristocrat. They were the hands of a butcher, big, red, with thick fingers that were all approximately the same size. They were huge and hideous stranger's hands, and even the soft buckskin gloves he affected could not hide them. Dave said softly, "You don't mind taking a chance, do you, Will?" "You won't shoot me," Will Usher said confidently. "We need each other." "The only thing I need you for is a target." "Don't take that kidnapping so hard, Dave. A man has to make a living." "It drove me to Mexico, Will," Dave purred. "I don't love any man for that." "That wasn't me. That was the—" "Careful," Dave murmured. They eyed each other a moment, and not like two dogs. It was more like two cats. In Dave Coyle's face was wary contempt, a careful, watchful disgust. In Will Usher's face, beneath the handsomeness of it, was the still fear of a man walking on dynamite. Dave said, "Let's hear it." "Can I sit down? This'll take some time." "No." "All right. That McPhee girl has—" Dave held up his hand, and Usher ceased talking. Presently the sound of slow footsteps sounded in the hall. They came up to the door, paused, and there was a loud knock on the door. Dave looked wickedly at Usher. Usher shook his head and shrugged his shoulders, denying any knowledge of who it was. Dave pointed to him, then pointed to the corner of the room against the front wall. Silently, Usher tiptoed over to the corner and hugged the wall. Dave twisted the knob and pulled the door open. He confronted a truculent-looking old man who had his hand raised to knock again. "I heard you," Dave said arrogantly. "Look here, young feller," the old man said. "You didn't register." "You were out hilling around." "I was out." The old man paused and peered closely at Dave. Then he licked his lips and took a step backward. "Ain't you—" he began, and his voice died. He tried again weakly. "Ain't you Dave Coyle?" "Yes." For a moment the old man was confounded. He started to speak and couldn't, and only stared. Then he said sharply, "You can't stay here." "Throw me out," Dave invited. "Get out of here." "No." The old man backed away and then raised a finger and shook it at him. "By gummy, I'll get you out." He turned and almost ran down the hall. Dave closed the door. Usher said dryly, "You better move quick, Dave." Dave walked over to the bed and ripped off the blankets. He pulled off a sheet, and while he was tying it to the bed frame, he said, "Take that other sheet and tie it to this one." Usher moved swiftly, too. When the two sheets were tied together, Dave said, "Open the window." While Usher did, Dave shoved the bed over against it and then unrolled the two sheets out the window. To anyone entering the room, it would be a case of simple escape out the window. Dave said, "Where's your room?" "Down the hall." "Let's go there." Usher led the way to it. Dave went in last and closed the door behind him and put his back to it. There was the sound of voices suddenly welling in the hall and then the heavy tramping of many feet. They pounded past the door and then stopped abruptly. Dave heard a man's voice saying, "I ain't going in there first. It's your job, Sheriff." "Dave Coyle," somebody called. "Come out of there. You're surrounded." No answer. Then there was a long period of silence, and suddenly a man bawled, "He's went out through the window." Somebody shot. Again there was a savage pounding of feet in the hall, and then it died as the crowd hit the stairs. Dave looked at Will Usher, who was standing by the bed. "Make your deal," he said. "That girl must have told you about—" "She told me. What about it?" "Don't get red-headed at this next, Dave. I'm only asking. Do you like her? Do you want to help her?" Dave, his gray eyes a little narrowed, said, "I want to help her, yes." "And earn a 50-50 split on $50,000? Dave said quietly. "Does it stink?" "It's clean," Usher protested. "Cleanest money I ever made." "It could still stink. What is it?" "Look, the Three Rivers outfit is bringing that witness Sholto through here tomorrow and taking him to the railroad in Sabinal. Now—" "How do you know that?" "It's in the papers," Usher protested. "Anybody could read it." "All right, go on." Usher grinned. "Well, don't you know now?" "Sure I do. Kidnap him and let the Three Rivers outfit buy him back for $50,000. Usher nodded, spread his palms, and smiled. "Simple, eh? And clean. They're a bunch of pirates. They're running a pretty cagey Sandy on Bruce McPhee, and it's sewed up tight. But they need that witness. They're getting away with a $125,000 steal. They need Sholto, and they'll pay $50,000 to get him back." Dave nodded and said softly, "Why ring me in on it? $50,000 is more than 25. Why split it?" Usher shook his head and raised both hands, palms out. Not me, Dave. I couldn't swing it.
I'll take a 50-50 chance anytime, and lots of times I'll take a 60-40 chance. But I don't like those 90-10 odds. You do.
Dave didn't say anything, only looked at Usher, and finally Usher said, "Well, got any ideas?"
"I've got a beauty. It's risky. Outside of that horse-faced Wallace and his Three Rivers crew, there'll be a deputy U.S. Marshal and Sheriff Beale and however many deputies he wants guarding Sholto and the train. Now that you're in the country, Bill will probably double the guard. That's the risk. Now here's the plan."
He told him, and Dave listened critically. When Usher was finished, Dave said, "All right, I'll take 30,000. You take 20 when we get the ransom money."
"Wait a—"
"Take it or leave it." Usher glared at him for a moment, then shrugged.
"All right, it's a deal."
"Light a rag, then," Dave said coldly.
"What?"
"Get out. A moose. Drag it. Light a shuck. Hit the grit. Get out of here," Dave murmured.
"But this is my room. I sleep—"
Dave opened the door and stood aside. Usher glanced around the room, his handsome face sullen, picked up 3 cigars off the dresser, and put them in his breast pocket. He said,
"You sure you know what you're going to do, Dave?"
"I'm going to kick you out of this room in about 3 seconds," Dave said coldly. Usher hurried past him and went out, saying good night. Dave didn't answer him. He blew out the lamp, then lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Will Usher's plan was good as far as it went. It would get them money, but as soon as Sholto was back in Wallace's hands, there was the same threat to McPhee. The thing to do, of course, was to keep Sholto away from Wallace for good. But if he did that, Wallace would claim that McPhee and Dave Coyle were in partnership, and McPhee would be prosecuted. No, he must help McPhee and make it look as if he were helping only himself. And this was a start, small as it was. He wondered, suddenly, why he had ridden 600 miles and put a noose around his neck just to help a girl who had once ridden on a stage with him. He guessed it was because she needed him. Other women before had needed him. Honky-tonk girls, outlaws women, little Mexican cantina girls. But never a girl like Carol McPhee. Of course, she had only wanted his gun prowess, but that was something. She was something. Nice, strange, a lady. And some stubborn desire within him made him want to show her that he could be a friend to a lady, too. He went to sleep in Usher's bed, while outside in the night the sheriff's crowd was cautiously beating the alleys, looking for him. End of Chapter 2. Section 3 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sabinal, 10 miles from Yellow Jacket, had an almost festive air today. It wasn't the kind of bright gaiety that is seen during a fiesta when all the country people come in to drink and dance because their crops are in. It was a townsman's festivity, when hot black suits are donned, ties are worn, vest pockets stocked with cigars, and pants pockets are filled with $50 to buy drinks. It was a politician's holiday, for wasn't Sheriff Beale and a posse bringing Sholto, the Three Rivers star witness, to the train? All the arrangements had been made at the Sabinal house to take over the dining room for the noon meal in the front suite afterward while they waited for the train to come in at 3 o'clock. Votes would be swapped, a lot of whiskey drunk, and enough speculation on the coming court fight. McPhee versus the Three Rivers Cattle Company, to fill volumes. This was history-making, for McPhee had come into the country 20 years ago a hard-headed and penniless Scot, and he had succeeded, with a born cattleman's savvy, in building up a tidy empire, making a host of enemies and dumping along the way somewhere a troublesome partner who had first put up the money to start them. Few people liked him, but everyone had respect for him, for his ruthlessness and his success. The Three Rivers outfit, headed by Tate Wallace, had set up shop next to McPhee's range. They had fought in and out of court and in and out of 3 towns that bounded their range, but this was the first time it was ever intimated that it was going to be a fight to the death. Wallace claimed McPhee, seeing he would be beaten, sold out to Three Rivers, and he had a deed to prove it. McPhee claimed he had never signed the deed. One of them was lying. If McPhee won his suit, Tate Wallace would be in jail for many years. Most people hoped and thought Wallace would win it, and in that case McPhee was ruined. It excited people, and they milled around the streets waiting for a sign of Beale's posse. Already 2 extra deputy marshals were lounging in the hotel, ready to swell the number of official guards offering safe conduct to the witness. The crowd was concentrated on the main street, for it was certain that Beale, good politician that he was, would give the townspeople a parade. The back street next to the railroad track was naturally deserted, and it was down this rutted street around noon that a team and wagon appeared. The team was a sorry-looking crowbait pair with their harness patched with rope. The wagon, its wheels atilt, was covered by a rotted canvas on hoops, and was driven by a shabby Mexican in bib overalls. The wagon pulled up beside the railroad station, whose red paint was sun-blistered and peeled, and the Mexican dismounted. He glanced about him with some bewilderment, circled the place once, then walked up to the yawning door of the freight warehouse and took off his hat and stood there. The men were lounging inside, one sitting on the scales and smoking a pipe, the other sitting on a box crate. Presently the man with the pipe caught sight of the Mexican, and he called, "What you want, amigo?" The Mexican smiled and said something in Spanish, and the man with the pipe said to his companion, "Come along, Joe, I don't savvy his gab." The two men walked over to the Mexican, and Joe said, "Como?" The Mexican started to speak then in slow, measured tones. When he finished, Joe said to the freight agent, "His father died last night. He wants us to ship the body to Socorro for him on the train." The freight agent looked skeptical. "He does he? Tell him it costs money for that." Joe told the Mexican. The Mexican answered, and Joe told the agent, "He says he's got money." "I bet he ain't got enough for that. Tell him it will be $24. A sudden pity crossed the agent's face. "Ask him why he doesn't bury him here and save the money." Joe talked again. Presently he told the agent, "He says he's got $25. He says all the Ocoas since De Vargas have been buried in Socorro, and that's their home. I reckon he just wants to do it." "All right," the agent said gently. "I hate to take his money, though." The Mexican spoke again, and Joe translated. "He wants to know if it will go fast." "Tell him express, as fast as we can send it." The three of them went out to the wagon then. A plain pine box, a cross burned in its top, rested in the wagon bed, and when the two men saw it, they removed their hats. The three of them stumbled up the platform with the box and into the freight warehouse, where it was deposited in an empty corner. They went up to the office. The Mexican paid and left. The agent, watching his stooped figure disappear, shook his head and said, "Think of it, Joe. That poor old Jasper has worked 15 years saving this money, and now he spends it all to get the old man back to his burying place." "It's tough," Joe said. A little before noon, Sheriff Beale's posse arrived. At first glance, it seemed a well-equipped army, with everyone carrying rifles and sidearms. Tate Wallace, the Three Rivers foreman, was a shrewd man, and he knew that in putting up a howl for protection of his witness, he was playing to Sheriff Beale's vanity. Beale had been more than glad to demonstrate that no witness in his county could come to harm. Bruce McPhee, from the upper story room of the Sabinal house, which had taken in order to have some place for his daughter to rest after the ride from Yellow Jacket, looked down on Sheriff Beale's entry. Carol, watching him from the bed, saw his face settle into grim lines. It was a rugged, craggy, overproud face, the face of a domineering man just in his prime. There was bigotry and hardness in his eyes, too, and a kind of simmering rage that had been there since this affair. He affected the plain black suit and expensive boots of a prosperous cattleman, but it had been his boast once that he could top any horse or rope any steer that wore his brand. The trouble was, people said, he rode and hog-tied men with the same ruthless manner, and they had seen many instances to back up this belief. There was, for instance, the reward he slapped on Dave Coyle for saving his daughter from Will Usher's wild bunch. Also, there was that business about his old partner, Lacey Thornton. When Thornton and McPhee, after a decade of killing work, had finally begun to make money, Thornton began to drink. Not much for that time and that day, but enough. Bruce McPhee warned him, and when the warning wasn't taken, he kicked him out of the partnership. Thornton claimed in public and out that McPhee got him drunk and had him sign the release, a release which left Thornton very little money. McPhee never bothered to answer him. His stocky body, overlaid now with a little fat, was somehow indomitable looking. His right hand, which he favored since the fall, hung stiffly at the seam of his trousers, and the fingers twitched now with anger as he looked down at the street. His face was stiff with a cold, hating anger. It was this anger that Carol saw now, and she said, "You knew it was going to happen, Dad. Don't get mad again." Her father turned to her and pointed a stubby finger at the street. "But damn it, don't you see what kind of a cheap insult it is? That damn play acting out there. It's telling the whole world I'd kill Sholto if I got a chance." "Wouldn't you?" Carol asked. McPhee's face got red and he started to speak. Then his eyes became reflective for a moment, and presently he smiled. "Why, yes, I reckon I would. The lying, robbing, perjuring tin-horn. I hadn't thought of that." There was a knock on the door, and Carol went over to open it. She stepped aside to let in Senator Maitland, McPhee's lawyer. He smiled at Carol and shook hands with McPhee. He was an almost bald man, stocky as McPhee, with the kindly and benign face of an overworked country doctor. His movements were deliberate, his speech slow, but under his almost bumbling and pompous demeanor was hidden the keenest legal brain in the territory. He wore a claw-hammer coat, white ruffled shirt, and black string tie, the indispensable uniform of the politician. His eyes were almost hidden in their deep sockets behind hooded lids. There was a simple air of honesty about him that won any man, and he had remained poor in the service of the people of the territory. "Well, Sheriff Beale is playing it the politician's way, Bruce," he murmured. "See the parade?" "I'm licked before I start with that kind of stuff," McPhee growled. "Oh, I wouldn't say that," Maitland murmured. He put his arm around Carol and gave her a fatherly hug. "Can't you cheer him up, girl?" Carol smiled sadly. "I'm afraid there's not much to be cheerful about." Maitland shook his head. "That's a fact." He sighed. "Well, we aren't beaten yet. There are a few tricks in court, I know, that will have them guessing." He looked at McPhee's gloomy countenance and smiled. "You might as well get ready for another jolt." McPhee looked puzzled, and Maitland went on. "Lacey Thornton is downstairs waiting for an interview with you. He insists that he doesn't want a quarrel, but only wants an interview with you for that newspaper of his. He says the Clarion will print lies if it doesn't get the truth, so he wants you to give him the truth." "Since when did he ever give me justice in the Clarion?" McPhee growled. "Tell him I'll see him in hell first." Maitland shook his head. "You'll need all the public support you can get, Bruce. You can't keep the habit of a top dog any more. Can't afford it. Go down there and hold your temper and tell him the truth." "Do I have to?" Maitland smiled gently. "Well, it's your lawyer's advice." The three of them went downstairs, but not until after Maitland had taken the precaution of removing McPhee's gun from the holster and putting it on the dresser. The lobby was cleared of people, most of whom had stepped out into the street to watch Beale's parade. Only one man remained, and he rose as he saw the three of them coming down the stairs. Lacey Thornton, editor of the Sabinal Clarion, was a little terrier of a man, small, wiry, nervous, with a face that had a seasoned whiskey flush in its wizened monkey's features. 10 feet from him, his aura of good bourbon whiskey was unmistakable. He had been drinking today, Carol could see, as he came up to them. He touched his hat to her, and McPhee said coldly to his ex-partner, "You wanted to interview me?" "That's right," Thornton said impudently. "How do you feel? Wait until I get my notebook." He drew out a sheaf of notebook paper, licked a pencil, and said again, "How do you feel?" "Confident," McPhee said coldly. "He feels confident," Thornton murmured dryly as he wrote. Then he looked up and said, "Has your blood pressure increased?" Maitland said gently, "There'll be no baiting, Lacey. An interview, yes, but no persecution." Thornton made a mock bow to Maitland and said, "Only doing my duty, Senator." To McPhee, he said, "How's it feel to hold the dirty end of the stick for once, Mr. McPhee?" "Let's go," McPhee said curtly to Maitland. "Oh, but my interview," Lacey protested mockingly. "Think of the 310 readers of the Clarion, Mr. McPhee. All of them hope you'll lose every dollar you've ever made, but they want to know how you're taking it. What'll I tell them?" "Anything you damn well please," McPhee shouted. Lacey murmured as he wrote, "He's taking it like a bear with a trap on each foot." He put his notes away and grinned and said, "Well, that covers it, I reckon, except for an expression of sympathy from the Clarion." Carol said, "Sympathy?" "Yes, miss," Lacey drawled. "Sympathy. The Clarion extends sympathy to Mr. McPhee," he said mockingly. "We are all sorry, terribly sorry, that my esteemed ex-partner is going to lose his money. We all hoped he'd lose his life instead." With a growl of rage, McPhee started for Thornton. Maitland grabbed his arms and held him. Lacey Thornton didn't move. He only stood there, the light of the devil in his eyes. "Man alive," he murmured. "I'd just as soon die next week. I've lived to see everything in this life I wanted to see." He snapped his fingers in McPhee's face.
When you're broke, come round to the Clarion, and I'll give you 2 bits for a drink. And I hope it'll choke you."
He laughed and walked into the dining room, not even looking back. At that moment, the lobby door swung open and Tate Wallace stepped inside. When he saw McPhee, he stopped dead. He was a tall man, pale-haired, bleach-eyed Texan with a long, bony face and the easygoing, long-legged grace and spare movements of a man who had learned to be quick and swift-moving only in emergencies. He paused in mid-stride as he saw the 3 of them, and then he turned and called over his shoulder, "Howd, Sholto, boys, here's McPhee." There was a small commotion outside the door, and Beale stepped through, his gun drawn. He had the air of a courteous watchdog as he gallantly doffed his hat to Carroll and pointed the gun at them with the other hand. McPhee spat contemptuously in Wallace's direction and stalked on through the lobby into the dining room, Maitland with Carroll following. There was a gleam of inner amusement in Wallace's eye as they retreated, and then it vanished, and his face was sober as he turned to Beale. "Much obliged, Sheriff." He looked pretty salty. "Don't you worry none, Tate. We'll take care of you," Bill said in his professionally hearty voice. Once inside the dining room, McPhee, Carroll, and Senator Maitland took a table for 3 by the window and ordered their meal. Before it was served, the posse filed into the dining room and sat at the long table provided for them in the center of the room. Sholto was ostentatiously seated in a chair where he was hidden, save for his head, by the bodies of the posse members. Carroll and McPhee, since this was the first time they had seen the man who was supposed to have witnessed the signing of the famous deed, stared at him. It was this man who held their fate in his hands, for without him to swear he had witnessed the transaction, Maitland could prove that any child could forge McPhee's signature. Carroll's first thought was that he looked angry. He was thin, gaunt-cheeked, burned to a saddle color except for his forehead, which had a band of lighter flesh beneath the hairline where his hat had shaded him. Against her will, she liked his face. It was melancholy, reserved, almost austere, and for one fleeting moment Carroll wondered if her father had signed the deed and forgotten it. This man Sholto didn't look like a professional liar. Sheriff Beale sat on Sholto's right, and he kept his eyes on McPhee. The old boy wouldn't give him any trouble, he knew, but it wouldn't hurt to pretend he would. He was still watching McPhee and Maitland, almost glaring at them, when a man stepped in between his chair and Tate Wallace's, who was seated on his right. It was Ernie C., his plain face preoccupied.
"Harv, I just ran into something funny. You remember old Beatty's horse that was reported stolen out of the feed corral this morning in Yellow Jacket?"
Bill nodded, knowing in his bones what was coming.
"Well, I just seen him in the corral down the street."
He and Beale looked at each other a long quiet moment, and then Tate Wallace, who had overheard Ernie, said, "Here, in Sabinal?" Again, Ernie nodded. Wallace put it into words, drawling angrily. "Well, Sheriff, it only goes to prove what I've been trying to tell you. Box 73 at Wagon Mound is Bruce McPhee's box. McPhee and Dave Coyle was in Yellow Jacket last night. Dave Coyle never owned a horse in his life. He steals them whenever he wants to move. A horse is stolen in Yellow Jacket this morning, and it turns up in Sabinal this noon." Sheriff Beale murmured, "God Almighty," and groaned. Tate Wallace shoved his chair back and stood up and walked around to the table to face McPhee. Sheriff Beale was at his heels, watching him anxiously. "So you've thrown in with an outlaw now, have you, McPhee?" Wallace demanded. McPhee's surprise was greater than his anger as he came to his feet. "What outlaw?" "Dave Coyle. He's in town." "What's that got to do with me?" "You wrote him to meet you in Yellow Jacket," Wallace said hotly. "You talked to him last night." Maitland said sternly, "Watch your language, Wallace, or I'll slap a libel suit on you to boot." McPhee didn't even hear his lawyer. He said angrily to Wallace, "You're a liar on 2 counts." His napkin was balled up in his fist.
Gentlemen, Senator Maitland said, "remember where we are."
"I'm telling you something, McPhee," Wallace said savagely. "You're traveling on the same train as we are this afternoon. We're taking Sholto in the baggage car, and if I lay eyes on you or Coyle in that baggage car, I'll gun you like the damn double-crossing dog you are."
McPhee hit him then. He moved quickly, hotly, and there was a lot of solid weight behind the blow. Wallace walked backwards off balance until he was brought up against a chair, and then he sat down abruptly on the floor. For a half-second he was immobile, and then his hand streaked for his gun. Sheriff Beale dived at him, and so did the man in the chair beside him. They caught him just as the gun was clearing leather, and there was a swift moment of grunting and wrestling, and finally Beale rose with the gun. Wallace came swiftly to his feet. His face was pale with anger, and little lights danced wickedly in his bleach eyes. There was no inner amusement in them this time as he glared at McPhee. His raw hiding had turned on him, and he didn't like it. He said softly, "I'll ruin you for that, McPhee. And if I don't ruin you, I'll kill you." He turned and stalked out of the dining room, and Bill followed him out. The members of the Three Rivers crew closest to their boss got up and followed Beale. McPhee, under the disturbed gaze of Carol and Maitland, who had said nothing during the fight, sat down and picked up his fork. He saw Lacey Thornton writing industriously at another table. He stabbed at some food and then slammed the fork down. He was murdering mad, and there was no use trying to hide it.
"Eat, Papa,"
Carol said weakly.
"Eat hell," McPhee roared. "I'm going up and get a gun and kill that curly wolf."
The whole dining room heard him. He got out of his chair so abruptly that he tipped over the water pitcher and stalked out of the dining room. Carol and Maitland, a worried look on his face, followed him upstairs. Already a pair of deputy marshals stood undecided in the door to the dining room watching them. Lacey Thornton stood beside them, laughing. In the room, Carol grabbed hold of her father's shirt and beat his chest with her small fists. Maitland stood between McPhee and the gun on the dresser.
Dad, they'll murder you," Carol cried. "Think a minute, think."
"I've thought too long," McPhee growled. "I'm going to get it over with."
"And what will happen to Carol, Bruce?" Maitland said gently. "Think of that if you won't about killing a man."
It was that question that hauled McPhee up. He stared at Maitland like a man coming out of a trance, but there was still fight in him.
"Damn it, the gall of that damn pirate!" he roared. "Me throwing in with that cutthroat of a Dave Coyle when I put up $3,000 for his dead or alive reward. And now I'm supposed to be working for him."
I know,"
Maitland said gently. McPhee was shouting now, and Carol knew that when he did that, the worst was over. Now all she had to say was, "Yes, Papa," to everything he said, and he'd calm down eventually. He stalked to the window now and glared out as if he were trying to blacken the fall sun. Senator Maitland looked at her, smiled faintly, and shook his head. Carol smiled back weakly. She was thinking of Wallace's accusation. Did they know she had talked to Dave Coyle last night? If her father found that out, he would disown her. If Dave would only keep out of it. He wouldn't, couldn't, but and now, after what she had told him last night. But behind that thought was a creeping fear that he would. He was in town because just before Wallace had come over to their table, she had seen the expression on Sheriff Beale's face.
"Oh, Lord," she prayed, "get us out of here without Dave Coyle doing anything."
The celebration had died like a wet firecracker. In the hotel and on the street, the word went around that Dave Coyle was in town. Nobody knew where he was, but the straight of it was that he was helping McPhee. And since the best way to help McPhee was to kill Sholto, everybody was uneasy. And Beale, who had counted on passing out cigars and drinks and reminding people what a good sheriff they had, was most uneasy of all. He proclaimed an immediate search of the hotel. He put a guard at McPhee's door and one at Wallace's door. In Sholto's room he put a round dozen of his most trusted men. As for himself, he paced the lobby among the silent members of his posse. They were all recalling stories of Dave Coyle, how the very morning after the night the U.S. Commissioner had raised the reward ante on him from $3,000 to $5,000, Dave Coyle had begged a handout breakfast from the Commissioner's cook. While the Commissioner ate in the dining room with his wife, Dave Coyle had eaten at the kitchen table. Finished, he had thanked the cook, walked into the dining room and thanked the Commissioner and his wife, and had gone out the front door. It was stories like that worried a man and made him jumpy. The hours from 1 till 3 were the tough ones. If he could weather them, Sheriff Beale thought, he would be safe, for Sholto would be on the train then. And nothing short of dynamiting a bridge would keep Sholto from reaching Santa Fe. At 2:30 he sent a man down to see if the train was on time and with orders that it wasn't to leave until his party had boarded it. At 10 minutes to 3, McPhee, Carol, and Maitland came down the stairs, paid their bill in silence, and walked out. At 5 minutes to 3, when he heard the train whistle, Beale sent word up to Wallace and Sholto. The best plan was, he reflected, to put Sholto in the middle of the whole mob of men and walk down to the station, keeping an eye on second-story windows. They left the hotel about 3 and started the block's walk down to the tracks, and every man there had a gun in his hand and every second-story window was suspect. The crowd on the station platform was cleared off ahead of time so that the platform was empty except for the freight agent and his helper and the baggage truck. One truck, the contents of which were to be loaded, stood off to one side, while the other truck was being loaded at the open door of the baggage car. Bill glanced cursorily at the car, then stationed his men at 6-foot intervals along the station platform, facing the crowd of townspeople gaping at the whole business. The unloading was finished, and the loading began. The coffin was the biggest piece of freight on the truck. The black cross burned into its top with a hot iron in the shape of it told the curious what it was, although there were few curious about it now. The crowd was nervous, and there was no talk. If the break came, it would come now. The coffin was taken in and placed on the floor in a corner of the 7th car. The rest of the freight and mail was loaded swiftly, and then Sholto, who had been standing in a group inside the warehouse, was hustled out and into the car. 20 picked men surrounded him and followed him into the baggage car. Sheriff Beale stepped in last. He waved to the train crew, smiled at the crowd outside, and closed the door. The train pulled out, and back in the coach, Carol McPhee drew the first easy breath in 3 hours. Inside the baggage car, Beale sat down on the nearest piece of freight and mopped his face with a handkerchief. Nobody would ever know what a relief it was to get that door closed and the train moving. He said to Tate Wallace, "Are those doors locked?" Tate grinned. "Both the indoors and the side doors. You ain't nervous, are you, Bill?" "I am," Bill said. "I'll be nervous until we get over to Grade and out of Yellow Jacket County." Wallace sneered. "Dave Coyle may take chances, but not them kind of chances. The only way he could stop us now is by blowing up the train." "He won't do that," Ernie C. said dryly. "McPhee's on the train." Bill shook his head doubtfully and looked at Sholto, who was sitting with his back to the mail racks, where the clerks were sorting out the mail. The other men were scattered in the back end of the car, their rifles leaned against the wall. If Bill was scared, they were not, for they were talking and joking among themselves, conversing with the 2 deputy marshals. Bill said to Sholto, "You never come closer to having a bullet in your back." Sholto's face didn't change, didn't show any signs of fear. He said quietly, "I never heard of Dave Coyle shooting a man in the back, and I don't believe it." Tate said meagerly, "Nobody's asking you to believe it, Jim. You just listen." Sholto looked up at Wallace, and for a moment a quiet, wicked hatred crept into his eyes. Then it died, and he said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Wallace." Once out of Sabinal, the train started to pull up the long grade of the high ridges that spread in a series of half-circles around Sabinal to the north. The steady, labored breathing of the locomotive could be heard distinctly, and the grade slowed the train's speed. The whole crew had relaxed now and were lounging about the car. Somebody said, "I got some cards," and immediately a poker game started on the floor of the car. It was only a matter of minutes before a half-dozen of them, seated in a circle on the floor of the car, were playing. The others, with the danger past, relaxed and stood or squatted behind them and watched the progress of the initial hand of stud. Sheriff Beale and Sholto both stood up and watched. The mail clerks, their backs to the game, stuck to their business of sorting out the mail. One of the deputy marshals, with aces back to back, turned over his hole card, grinned, and said, "My pot, boys." At that same instant, Sheriff Beale felt something hard bore into his spine, and a soft voice murmured, "Wrong, boys. It's my pot." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Every man in the baggage car looked up then. Standing behind and to one side of Sheriff Beale and holding a gun in the sheriff's back stood Dave Coyle. There was a cold, jeering light in his eyes. His twisted smile was faint. He looked utterly relaxed and careless, but in his eyes was that unblinking watchfulness that kept every man there immobile. Dave said, "Sholto, step back beside me." As he spoke, he slipped the sheriff's gun out of its holster, cocked it, and took a step backward. Sholto, hands half raised, stepped back beside Dave. Slowly, a deputy marshal put his hands on the floor in readiness to push himself up. "Quit it," Dave said mildly. The man sank down on the floor again. Dave said, "Sheriff, gather up those guns. Don't miss any or I'm liable to get mad. Take an empty mail sack." Beale, his face ashen, took one of the empty mail sacks on the rack and started collecting the guns. The only sound in the car was the clackety-clack of the wheels. Most of these men, for the first time, were beholding Dave Coyle in the flesh, and they did not like what they saw. He stood there, a sneer on his face, cocky, arrogant, his eyes jeering. His glance finally settled on Wallace, who was watching him warily. They observed each other a long moment, and then Dave said, "You've come a long ways since I saw you last." Wallace frowned in puzzlement. "Well, I don't get it," he said carefully. Dave said, "You get it all right. 2 years ago in Dodge, you were a tin horn named Wallace Tate, a big wind from Texas. What's your name now?" Tate Wallace's long face turned a shade darker. He said, "Tate Wallace." "Well, well," Dave sneered. All the men in the car now were watching Dave and Wallace. Dave said gently, "And you boss the Three Rivers outfit?" "That's right." "You come a long ways for a tin horn," Dave said. "Just about as far as you're going to come, too." Ernie C. grunted, and Dave looked at him. "What's your trouble?" "You," Ernie said. Bill stopped shoving guns into the mail sack long enough to look up and say to Ernie, "Be careful, you damn fool." Dave observed Ernie closely. He saw a plain-looking, pleasant-faced young man with outrage in his brown eyes and a stubborn set to his mouth. "Go ahead," he said softly. Ernie said doggedly, "Who do you think you are? You think just because a little killer like you is thrown in with McPhee that the law is going to fold up in this country?" There was a moment's utter silence. Half the men there expected to hear a gun go off, and Ernie C. would have paid for his rashness. Dave only sneered. "You simple jughead. Would I help a stuffed Stetson like McPhee that's put a price on my head?" "Then what are you doing now?" Ernie said hotly. Dave glanced at Wallace and said coldly, "You tell him." "I don't know," Wallace said. "If you want Sholto back, buy him back," Dave sneered. He looked at Ernie. "That suits you?" Ernie didn't say anything. Beale was finished gathering up the guns now. Dave tilted his head toward the door. "Throw 'em out. Leave the door open." Bill pulled the big door back and dumped the sack of guns out the door, then stepped back among the others. Dave waited a moment, his head cocked as if listening to something. The train was gradually picking up speed now, and he knew that they were on top of the grade, soon to start the long coast down the other side. He said curtly to Sholto, "Stand in that door. When you see the horses, jump." There was a moment of waiting, during which Sholto peered out the door up the tracks. Ernie C. suddenly blurted out, "How'd you get in here, Coyle?" "I got mailed in a letter," Dave jeered. There was another moment's wait, and then Sholto said, "I see them. Jump." Sholto did, and then Dave walked over to the door. The sitting men came to their feet then, and Dave knew they were aching to rush him. "Anybody feel froggy?" he taunted. Ernie C. said hotly, "You hurt Sholto, and we'll hang you by your thumbs, Cole." "Boo," Dave sneered. He looked at Tate Wallace. "Get some cash on hand for me." Then he leaped through the open door. He hit soft sand, fell, rolled over and over, and came to his feet about 10 yards from the train. The coach trailed past, and he saw Carol McPhee at the window. She saw him, and for one instant there was surprise and fright on her face. Dave was too wise to wave at her, for other people were watching. He only smiled faintly, and then the coach rattled past. He looked down the right-of-way and saw Sholto trudging toward him. The train ran on down the grade, gathering momentum each 100 yards. It would take a good 5 miles before it reached the bottom of the grade and could stop, and even then the posse would be without guns or horses. Sholto came up to him. Dave stood there, hands on hips, observing the man whose perjury was going to ruin Carol McPhee and her father. His inspection of him on the train had only been cursory, but he had been surprised then. He was even more surprised as he regarded him now. He had expected to find a shifty-eyed rat who would come crawling to him for mercy, but Sholto looked like a leaned-down and broke puncher. His gaze didn't falter as he came to halt in front of Dave. Dave said dryly, "Ain't you gonna thank me?" "No," Sholto said quietly. "That's funny," Dave drawled. "From that coughing back there on the train, you didn't sound like you liked Wallace much." Sholto said nothing, and Dave scowled. "Want to ride off alone?" he asked presently. Sholto shrugged. "Suit yourself." "Where'll you go if I turn you loose?" "Back to Wallace." Dave, frowning faintly, jerked his head toward the horses. "Well, you're not riding off alone." Dave walked a little behind him, frowning faintly, trying to figure out this man. He didn't look like a crook, and a moment ago Dave would have bet that Sholto was glad to be away from Wallace. But there was a spiritless resignation in the man now that had Dave troubled. When they were almost up the 2 horses tied at the edge of the cedar scrub, Will Usher rode into the clearing and waited for them. He was smiling broadly as they came up.
"Have any trouble?"
"No," Dave said. "Did you stay hid?"
Usher laughed and eyed Sholto hungrily. "Trust me, I've got to find Wallace and collect the cash, don't I?"
"Go do it," Dave ordered. Usher pulled his horse around and called over his shoulder.
"I'll be at the lion camp in 2 days."
Dave didn't even answer. He took the nearest horse, stepped into the saddle, and regarded Sholto. "I don't savvy just how slippery you are yet, Sholto. Suppose you go lead off." He nodded toward the near blue bulk of the Corazon Range to the west. "We're going over there. Keep to the rocky country and the streams, and try to cover your sign." Sholto led off without a word, and Dave rode behind, watching him. He had taken Carol McPhee's story of the forged deed in utter good faith, but now he knew a moment of doubt. This man wasn't a crook, yet he seemed eager to testify against McPhee. It almost looked as if Sholto had really witnessed McPhee's signature and was only interested in seeing justice done. Dave put that out of his mind and observed the man's actions, his clothes, his mannerisms. He could tell from the way Sholto took advantage of the country that he had either been a lawman or an outlaw. He was smart at hiding his sign, and fast at it, too. They continued toward the Corazon the rest of the afternoon, and when dusk finally came, when they were crossing a narrow stream, Dave called a halt. They dismounted, unloosed the cinches, and let their horses drink. Then Dave brought out some jerky and cold biscuits that Will Usher had provided in the saddlebags, and they wolfed down their supper, squatting by the narrow stream. Finished, Dave took out a sack of tobacco and handed it to Sholto. "Smoke?" Sholto looked surprised, took the tobacco and rolled a cigarette. Dave waited until he inhaled, and observing the deep, luxurious mouthful of smoke the man dragged into his lungs, Dave said abruptly, "So, Wallace ain't even going to pay you for lying for him." Sholto looked at him coolly, and before he could speak, Dave said, "Don't bother to lie. I know McPhee never signed the deed, but I didn't figure any man was sucker enough to stick his head out for nothing like you're doing." He could see Sholto's face turn darker in the dusk, and he knew that taunt had struck home, but Sholto kept silent. Dave said abruptly, "How's your wife?" Sholto started so that he dropped the cigarette from his fingers. He picked it up and slowly raised his head to look at Dave. "I'm not married." "You're a liar," Dave said flatly. "You like tobacco, but you don't carry it. I know the pants you're wearing are 2 sizes too big for you, so they was given to you. I see your boots are rotten. You're broke. And if you're broke, it's 'cause Wallace ain't paying you to lie. And if he ain't paying you, it's because he's got something on you. And if he had something on you and was holding you a prisoner, you'd have been begging me the last 4 hours to let you loose. You didn't. That's 'cause you're leaving someone. A wife, mother, or a kid, where Wallace can get back at them if you duck out." He added coldly, "How do you like that?" Sholto was trembling a little now, but he said steadily enough, "It's your story." He looked closely at Dave. "Besides, what do you care? You ain't helping McPhee, you said. You're just after money." Dave said, "I don't love Wallace, neither do you." Sholto looked away. "You'll get nothing from me." But Dave had got most of what he wanted. He was sure now that Sholto was being blackmailed by Wallace into perjury. They set out again in the falling dusk, and this time Dave led the way. The Corazons were not really a range, but 2 heavily timbered mountains. With their far-reaching foothills, their rough-timbered slopes, and their rocky shoulders, they bulked as large as many ranges. Their 2 peaks, rounded and regular and matched, would have brought the name Squaw Mountain or Sugarloaf from a Yankee frontiersman seeing them for the first time. But a Spaniard had seen them first, coming on them in late afternoon when the healed-over sun brought out every detail of the canyons. And from the flats far out beyond Sabinal, the twin rounded peaks had seemed to be shaped like the top of a heart. The sun had touched the long slope of the canyons that met at a point in the foothills, and these slopes, taken with the peaks, had carried out the illusion of the heart. So he had named them the Corazon, the heart. It was for the point of this heart that Dave headed in the darkness, keeping to the streams which branched out from it. They climbed hour after hour, the land lifting away from the foothills into the timber and the stream growing smaller. Finally, long after midnight, they came to the mountain meadow that Dave was looking for. It was an old line camp, abandoned these weeks since the herds had been driven down for fall roundup. In a short time the snows would be here, but now it would be empty. Dave knew these things because he had to, because it was knowledge like this that let him live in camps like this that housed him. They crossed the long meadow and dry grass knee-deep to horses and pulled up in front of the line shack. It was dark, the door closed. Sholto off-saddled in silence and staked out their horses while Dave went behind the shack and picked up some lengths of wood. He came around, kicked the door open, and remembering where the stove was from the last visit, headed toward it in the dark. He found it, laid the fire, found a match, and wiped it alight on his trousers. He touched it to the shavings and watched them begin to burn. Sholto came in behind him and stopped, and Sholto said, "Dave." He said it in a way that held a warning. Dave whirled, and then his down-sweeping hand was arrested. There, facing him, gun drawn, 5 other men backing him with drawn guns, was Will Usher.
"Well, Dave, my lad," Usher drawled, "you did the job for me, all right."
End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Hardcase by Luke Short. LibriVox recordings in the public domain. Chapter 5. Dave looked at him one brief second, and then his still face, its lips curled in contempt, settled into anger. "Put that thing down," he said softly. Will Usher laughed.
"I'm no woman, Dave. You move so much as a finger, and we'll blow you through that wall."
He meant it, Dave saw. After lighting a candle on the table by Sholto, Usher skirted Sholto and edged closer to Dave, careful to keep himself out of the line of fire of his men. For one desperate second, Dave was tempted to make his play, but the odds were too great and Will Usher knew it. Usher reached out, slipped Dave's gun from its holster, then backed against the wall. He was smiling, his face handsome.
"So this is the payoff,"
he jibed gently.
"Wild Davy Coyle, the man who couldn't be caught."
He laughed softly.
"A sucker's trap. It was so plain you didn't see it, did you?"
Dave sneered, turning his cold eyes on Usher. "Take Sholto and get out of here before I get mad." Usher only grinned, and Dave didn't like it.
"And get only 50,000 when I could get 57,000?
he asked gently. For a moment, Dave was puzzled, and then it came to him. Usher was going to collect 50,000 ransom for Sholto. The 7,000 would be the reward money on him, Dave Coyle, wanted, dead or alive. Usher saw that thought sink into Dave's awareness, and he smiled again.
"So you were going to cut off my ears last night, Davy," he drawled. "I'll cut off your ears tonight. That's how I'll collect my bounty."
He looked at Dave. Dave said,
"Well, I thought you were smarter than that." "Then what?"
"Than to try and kill me. Better men than you've tried." Usher's face flushed, and his gun, which had been sagging a little, came up again.
"All I gotta do is pull the trigger."
Dave shook his head. His hands were on his hips, his face arrogant, his feet widespread.
"Sure it is.
But you won't do it now."
"Why won't I?"
"Because you'll want to rub it in first. You'll want to see me beg. You'll want to see me sweat and start to shake. That right?" For a split second, he wasn't sure whether Usher would pull the trigger or not. And then Usher said softly,
"That's right, Davy boy. Maybe you better start begging now."
Dave had not had time to put the lid of the stove on, and now the fire was burning brightly, sending clouds of smoke into the room. Before he could answer Usher, Dave began to cough. He turned slowly so that Usher would not be alarmed, and shoved the stove lid over the flames. But he still had a spasm of coughing, for he had been standing almost over the stove. Presently he ceased, and Usher smiled.
"Ready to beg, Davy?"
Dave shook his head and said hoarsely, his eyes watering, "I got a proposition to make to you, Will, but give me a drink of water first." Usher said,
"Get him a drink, Sholto, from that bucket in the corner,"
without looking at Sholto, and then he sneered.
"That's more like it, Davy. Beginning to crawfish, eh?"
Davy didn't answer, only coughed. Sholto got a cup of water, broke through the 5 men blocking the door, and came up to Dave, holding out the cup. Dave's left hand was already extended to receive the cup, his other hand at his mouth smothering the cough. Just as he was about to take the cup, he reached out, yanked Sholto to him, and at the same time whirled him. Usher's gun came up, and then it was too late. Dave had pulled Sholto half around and now had his arms around him and pulled against his body so that Sholto shielded him. Dave jeered. "Don't shoot your $50,000, Will." Usher hesitated, and so did the other men. To kill Dave, they would have to shoot Sholto, too. And in that second, Dave acted. He put his back to the sidewall and started moving along it toward the door, Sholto in front of him. He had traveled perhaps 8 feet when Usher came to his senses.
"Rush him, boys. He hasn't got a gun."
And he followed his own advice. Dave pushed out from the wall with one leg and hurled Sholto toward the advancing men. And in the same movement, he kicked the table which tipped over the bottle with the candle and extinguished it. He let go of Sholto, hearing him collide with Usher, and threw himself at the feet of the others. He mowed one man down in the darkness, and the man shot. He rolled on, came to his feet, and dived for the door, tripping over the sill. But he lit in the grass this time, rolled, came to his feet, and ran in the darkness toward the meadow where he had left his horse. There was tumult in the cabin, and everyone was afraid to shoot. He heard Usher cursing wildly, and then a voice bawled, "There he goes, through the meadow!" There was a scattering of shots around him, and Dave dropped into the high grass and crawled away through it from the spot where he fell, but it was slow and exhausting work. They had him now. He could hear Usher's voice yelling, "Surround him!" In the darkness, a man's figure standing in the yellow grass made a blob of black against a lighter background. He had forgotten that. If he stood up, he'd be a target for the 6 of them. He lay there, breathing softly, wondering what he could do. If they started to move in on him, he might overpower one man and get a gun. But Usher had seen that too, and now he was yelling, "Don't move in on him! Stay where you are!" Dave poked his forehead above the grass. He could see them now. They were in a circle around him, a circle perhaps 40 yards in diameter. Suddenly a match flared in the direction from which Will Usher's voice came. The light died and then flared up again, and it was bigger this time. The flame grew, and suddenly Dave understood. Will was going to burn him out, set the grass on fire. There was just enough of a ground breeze riding off the peaks to fan the dry grass into flames, and Dave knew that once it was started, it would blaze with the heat of a blacksmith's forge. "Shoot anything that moves!" Usher shouted, and then he started out in the wake of the flames. They laid in a long line now that was spreading. It didn't matter to Usher if he set a forest on fire just so he caught Dave. For one panicked moment, Dave wondered what to do. Again he looked up, and now he counted the men. There were 7 of them, spaced at regular intervals around him, the light from the fire picking them out. He sank down again, cursing, and then something struck him. Usher had 6 men, counting himself. He'd counted 7. That meant that Sholto was guarding 2. Dave forced himself to think back to what had happened in the shack. Sholto hadn't struggled when he had been forced to make a shield for Dave, and it seemed to Dave that he had willingly smashed into Usher, upsetting his aim. It was worth a try, and it was his only chance. Again he raised up, studying these men's figures. They had the light in their eyes now and couldn't see him so well. He saw Sholto off to one side toward the middle of the meadow. Dave ducked down and set off in the heavy grass on his hands and knees toward Sholto. A panicked family of field mice ran over his hands, oblivious to anything but the fire that was chasing them. Dave could hear it crackle behind him and knew that it was burning on a wide front and was fanned by the wind. He paused and looked up again presently and saw Sholto 20 feet ahead of him, knee-deep in the grass. The light touched up the man's face, and again Dave was reassured. This wasn't a killer's face. He crawled on, and now he could see Sholto watching the grass that he was disturbing, and then he looked away and Dave's heart leaped. He headed straight for him, and still Sholto was looking out toward the fire. Dave passed within inches of him, and still Sholto didn't look at him. Dave stopped long enough to whisper, "Did they leave a gun in the shack?" "No," Sholto whispered. Dave vanished then. Usher, following the fire, was shouting instructions for them to watch closely, and Dave, traveling as fast as he could, headed for the nearest peninsula of timber that sloped down into the meadow. In another 2 minutes he had achieved it, and he put the point of land between him and the fire, then disappeared into the timber. Panting, he looked back at the scene. The circle of men still held, although the grass fire had eaten more than halfway through it. Those 6 men stood there with their guns drawn, waiting to collect their bounty on him. A sheepishness welled up in Dave as he looked at it. He had been a sucker, just like Will had said. He had forgotten that Will traveled with a wild bunch, headed it, and that this was the sort of gall that needed men to back it. Well, he'd have to kill Will Usher now. He was a nuisance, a dangerous nuisance, but that could wait. In a few minutes, these men would think of their horses, and Dave wanted to be away by that time. He pondered a moment and decided that Will would have tied the horses to the windward of the shack, lest Dave's mounts, when they approached, catch the scent of other horses and give away their presence. Therefore he plunged into the timber, came presently to a ridge, crossed it, dropped down into a gully and walked up it, and found the horses in the dark. They were tied out in a thicket of scrub juniper, which they would tramp. The scent of evergreens would kill any other scent coming to them and keep them from whinnying. Swiftly then Dave searched the saddles, and on one he found a carbine in the rifle scabbard. This was the horse he took, not even bothering to shorten the stirrups until he was clear. Once he was away from the shack, he dismounted, adjusted the stirrups, and considered his situation. Will had Sholto. He would collect ransom on him, just as they had planned together. For one moment, Dave pondered going back and taking Sholto, now that he had the gun, and then another thought occurred to him. Why not let Will Usher have all the grief of lugging Sholto around with him and sending a man for the ransom money? It would be easier to steal the money from Usher than steal Sholto from him. And that meant that he'd have to hunt up Wallace and watch him, and Wallace had probably been out with the posse which would return to Yellow Jacket. He set off in the night then, through the timber, headed for Yellow Jacket. Will Usher would keep. He was going to have a lot of fun with Usher before he killed him, and he wanted to figure out just what shape that fun would take. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Hardcase by Luke Short. LibriVox recordings in the public domain. Chapter 6. Approximately 24 hours after the kidnapping of Sholto, the posse, headed by Sheriff Beale, came home to Yellow Jacket empty-handed. Wallace, who had driven himself and his men until they were ready to drop, dismounted warily at the tie rail in front of the sheriff's office alongside Ernie C. and Beale. The posse members who had borrowed guns from the sheriff's gun rack returned them and scattered to their homes. Wallace, as soon as he was inside the door of the sheriff's office, started the same song that Ernie had been listening to for 24 hours. "I can't get over it," Wallace said bleakly, his voice still savage. "Just because you were so knot-headed you wouldn't look into that coffin, Beale, I'm going to have to pay out a sweet piece of money." And Beale, harried and tired, gave the same exasperated retort he had been giving all night and day. "Damn it, man, you saw the coffin. If I'm a knothead, so are you." Ernie shucked off his shell belt and gun and said to Beale, "I'll be back after a while." He went out, sick of Wallace's grousing, smarting under it because he was included as a knothead too, and tired enough to fall asleep in the street. He cursed Dave Coyle with a bitterness that surprised even himself, and then he headed up street for a drink. Bruce McPhee, per Sheriff Beale's instructions, was in the custody of the 2 deputy U.S. Marshals at the hotel here, but he would go free, Ernie thought bitterly. There was no excuse to hold him now. He had disclaimed all knowledge of Dave Coyle and had pointed to his posting of the reward money for Dave's capture as evidence of innocence. But all that was phony, Ernie thought. Who stood to profit most by Sholto's disappearance? McPhee. And Ernie was willing to bet good money that none of them would ever see Sholto again. And while McPhee was taking his ease in a hotel room, laughing at them, Ernie and the posse had been riding the legs off their horses. And for nothing, the trail had petered out. Ernie tramped down the boardwalk, disgust riding his honest face. He wished fervently that both McPhee and Wallace would drop dead.
"Did you just come from the sheriff's office?"
a woman's voice said. Ernie pulled up and turned. A pretty, dark-haired girl in a rusty black dress stood beside him. Ernie didn't know her, but he liked her looks. He touched his hat. "Yes'm."
"Is Mr. Wallace there?"
"He sure is," Ernie said grimly.
"When will he be ready to ride out to the place?"
"I don't know, miss. Why?"
"Well, I work out there," the girl said. "I was going out with him."
Ernie looked at her closely. Then he saw the wedding ring on her finger. For a moment he wondered if Wallace was married, and then he knew he wasn't. Probably some relative. Ernie said, "I wished you'd take him out and give us a little peace around this place."
"Will you tell him I'm waiting?"
"Sure," Ernie said. "What name?"
"He'll know,"
the girl said. She smiled her thanks and went down the street. Ernie watched her a moment, admiration in his eyes, and then started out for the saloon again. He had taken less than 3 steps when he heard someone call him again.
"Ernie! Oh, Ernie!"
He stopped patiently and saw old Bitterman, the hotel clerk, hobbling toward him. Ernie looked at him with a baleful gaze. Likely there was a towel missing from the hotel, and old Bitterman wanted a blanket warrant sworn out for all the guests until the towel was retrieved. "Well," Ernie said disgustedly when Bitterman faced him,
I found something while you were gone. I didn't know whether to save it or not."
"What is it? A burned match?" Ernie asked sardonically.
Bitterman looked aggrieved, but he pulled a folded envelope from his pocket.
"It's an envelope,"
he said. Ernie took it, unfolded it, glanced at the writing, and then crumpled it up in his fist and threw it savagely in the gutter and said,
"Ah, phooey."
And then his face changed. He stood there a second, his face blank, and then he dived for the envelope. Retrieving it, he smoothed it out and read the address again. It was the envelope of Carol's letter to Dave Coyle.
"Where'd you find this?"
Ernie asked swiftly.
"Why, the chambermaid found it in the room Coyle was in the other night,"
Bitterman said righteously.
"I told you it was—"
Ernie didn't even bother to hear him out. He turned and walked rapidly back to the sheriff's office, a plan already forming in his mind. And then his pace slowed. Wallace would still be there, and Ernie didn't want Wallace writing him on this business. He sauntered into the office. Wallace, his hat shoved on the back of his bony skull, was talking to Sheriff Beale, whose face was getting redder and redder.
"I tell you," Wallace was saying, "either you arrest McPhee, Beale, or this is your last term of office."
Beale spread his hands pleadingly and said,
"On what grounds, in the name of all that's high and mighty and holy, on what grounds can I arrest him?"
Ernie interrupted lazily.
"Did McPhee and that girl of his sign them depositions?"
Beale glared at him.
"How could they? This maniac hasn't even let me have a minute free since I got back."
"I'll take 'em,"
Ernie said. Beale fished around in the desk and got the depositions of McPhee and Carol. They were merely statements that they had no part in Dave Coyle's kidnapping of Sholto. Ernie took them and sauntered out the door, his message from the girl to Wallace forgotten. Wallace was talking again. Once on the street, Ernie almost ran up to the hotel. He stopped at the desk long enough to take old Bitterman's inkpot and pen, and then he went upstairs. A deputy, his chair back tilted against the wall of the corridor by McPhee's room, told Ernie McPhee was in. Ernie knocked and was bid enter. The room was a sitting room of the only suite in the hotel. Bruce McPhee, his hands folded behind his back, was pacing the floor. He whirled at Ernie's entrance and said savagely, "How long am I going to be kept here?"
"Dad," Carol said, "be patient."
She was sitting at a table playing a two-handed game of rummy with Senator Maitland. Ernie took off his hat and said,
"It won't be long, Mr. McPhee. If you and Miss McPhee sign these depositions, I reckon the sheriff won't keep you much longer."
Maitland, always the lawyer, said,
"Let me see them."
Ernie handed him the papers and put the pen and ink on the desk. His heart was beating wildly, and he hoped his face didn't show it. He stood there, hip-shot like a horse, while Maitland read over the depositions.
"I think they're safe to sign," Maitland said. "They absolve you both of any complicity in the kidnapping of Sholto."
Ernie's face didn't change. He only picked up the pen, dipped it in the ink, and handed it to Carol. She signed, and Ernie handed the pen to McPhee, who signed with a stiff hand his childish-looking signature. Ernie picked up the two papers, backed off across the room, dropped McPhee's deposition, and pulled out the envelope. It was Carol's writing on the envelope. He was certain now. He went to the door and said to the guard, "Step in here." When the bewildered deputy came through the door, Ernie said swiftly, "Put your gun on them and don't let them out of this room." He bolted out the door and ran down the stairs. McPhee, his face bewildered as the deputies looked at Maitland.
"What did we sign?"
Maitland looked puzzled too, but neither of them looked at Carol. If they had, they would have noticed that she was as pale as the white lace collar of her dress. McPhee started for the deposition that Ernie had dropped, but the deputy pulled up his gun. "You stay put," he said. In 2 minutes, Sheriff Beale and Ernie, both out of breath, came into the room. There was a look of triumph on Beale's face as he marched over to Carol and shoved the envelope at her.
"Is that your writing?"
he asked, half panting. Carol looked at it and her heart sank. She couldn't lie, not with their box number on the back of the envelope and a sample of her writing in Ernie C.'s hands. She said weakly,
"Yes."
"So you wrote him, did you?"
Beale said. He wheeled to face McPhee.
"Where do you get your mail and wagon mail?" "Why, Box 73 at the post office."
"Ah," Beale said. He held the envelope in both hands for the puzzled McPhee to look at.
"So you didn't arrange to meet Dave Coyle here and plan that kidnapping. There's the evidence in your own daughter's handwriting. She's admitted it. What do you say to that?"
McPhee looked bleakly at Carol, and Carol ran into his arms.
"Oh, Dad, I wrote him. I'm sorry. I hoped you wouldn't find out.
McPhee put his arms around her and stroked her hair while she sobbed on his chest.
"What have you got to say, McPhee?"
Bill drawled. On his rosy, innocent face was the look of a schoolboy who had just found a quarter.
"Nothing,"
McPhee said calmly. He looked bewildered, crushed.
"Then I'll have to jail you,"
Bill said calmly.
"And if Judge Warburton gives you bond on this evidence, you can bet it will be so high that you can't meet it. 'Cause, Mr. McPhee," Sheriff Bill said angrily, "I think Sholto has been murdered by your outlaw friend and you paid him to do it."
End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 7. Carol and Maitland stayed with McPhee until 9 o'clock, and all the while the town buzzed with excitement. Judge Warburton, who could set McPhee's bail if he was to get bail, was out of town for 2 days, but already a messenger had been sent to fetch him back. That was Senator Maitland's work, and he had argued half the evening with Sheriff Beale to effect it. Carol sat in her father's cell listening to the life of the town. Bruce McPhee was still stunned by the news. He had refused to eat or even talk, but now Carol was worried. A week of jail would kill him, she knew, crush his spirit, take all the fight out of him, and whip him for good. But what was even worse, her father was gentle with her. Instead of raving and storming around in his anger, he was quiet and subdued. Ever since childhood, she had been sure of one thing. Her father's anger with her worked in inverse proportion to the gravity of her crime. Let her dirty her dress, and her father roared and threatened until finally they both laughed. But let her lie to him, even a small lie, and he was quiet, like he was now. She sat beside him on the cot in his cell, and she could hear Senator Maitland's patient voice arguing with Sheriff Beale in the office up front. The Yellow Jacket jail was a spacious, 6-cell affair, brand new and built of stone. In the narrow sheriff's office was a door to the right of the desk. This opened onto a dark corridor, off which opened Ernie C.'s tiny sleeping quarters. The door at the other end of the corridor opened onto the cell block, and both these corridor doors were ajar now, so that Maitland's voice, continually harried by Tate Wallace's and Sheriff Beale's, came dimly to them. Carol looked at her father to see if he was listening, and he was not. He had his elbows on his knees and was staring at the floor. Carol wanted to humble herself, to beg his forgiveness, to do anything that would change that look of misery on his face.
"Dad,"
she said suddenly,
"why can't I be arrested? You didn't write the letter, didn't even know I'd written it. I can make them believe it."
"Don't talk nonsense," McPhee said warily. "They'll believe what they want to believe."
Then Carol said humbly,
"Dad, I didn't even know it would do this."
"Of course you didn't,"
McPhee said, in a patient voice.
"You just didn't think."
"But I was desperate," Carol said bitterly. "I would have asked anybody for help."
McPhee turned his head to look at her, pain in his eyes.
"But why, Carol? Why did you choose Dave Coyle to ask for help? That's what I can't understand."
Carol paused. "He isn't as bad as you think."
McPhee laughed bitterly.
"My dear, every sheriff in every county in this territory knows Dave Coyle. So does the U.S. Commissioner. So does the governor. Are you putting your judgment of men up against theirs? Carol, you're a pretty girl. Even the dogs like pretty girls. Coyle was nice to you because you were pretty. But cross him and he'd cut your throat."
He clenched his fists and looked at the floor.
"That's why I helped with that reward for him. I don't want a dog like that even speaking to you."
"But he was trying to help you, Dad."
"Ha!"
McPhee said shortly. His neck was getting red.
"This is the way he helped me. I'm accused of hiring him, when I never saw him and would shoot him on sight if I did."
He shook his head.
"Oh, that little killer saw a chance to make some ransom money. He didn't want to help you, and he didn't want to help me. He wanted to help himself."
Carol didn't speak for a moment. Maybe her father was right. But there was something else. She said quietly,
"Has anyone told you what he said to Wallace in the baggage car?"
"Yes,"
McPhee said indifferently.
"Dad, how much land does the Three Rivers outfit own?"
"Oh, 50,000 acres or so. I don't know,"
McPhee said impatiently.
"And how many cattle?"
10,000 or so. Their range is overstocked. Why?"
Dave Coyle knew Wallace. It couldn't have been more than 3 years ago that Dave met Tate Wallace. or Wallace Tate in Dodge City. She looked at her father. Isn't it strange that a crooked tin-horn gambler who couldn't even pay his debts 3 years ago is running an outfit like the Three Rivers?
Maybe he doesn't own it.
Who does? Has he ever said?
McPhee shook his head and looked at Carol, a flicker of interest in his eyes.
It's nobody's business but his.
It might be ours.
McPhee looked at his daughter. There was an urgency in her deep brown eyes that McPhee didn't miss, but he was puzzled.
How?
3 years ago, Wallace was a tin horn, gambling under a fake name. Today, and for 2 years, he's been the manager of a big cattle company.
What's that got to do with us?
He's not a cowman. He didn't earn his job. He was put here to fight and steal from us. Who put him here?
Why, any damn money-hungry crook could have.
But it was a money-hungry crook who knew your hand was hurt, and that your signature was changed. It was a money-hungry crook who knew Sam could be bribed. It was a money-hungry crook who knew all about us, Dad.
McPhee said bluntly.
Nonsense.
He was interrupted by the entrance of Sheriff Beale and Senator Maitland. Maitland looked tired as he stood aside and let Beale open the cell door.
They've sent for Warburton, Bruce, Maitland said, and he added to Carol, You'll have to go now, Carol.
Carol kissed her father good night and went out with Maitland. On the way back to the hotel, she said,
Senator, what chance is Dad to get out of this?
Maitland shook his head.
They can keep him locked up a long time on suspicion of complicity in murder, Carol, Maitland said. It's bad. And I'm to blame, Carol said bitterly.
The young do foolish things,
Maitland said quietly, smiling gently.
Your foolish thing just happened to take a serious turn, my dear.
Carol didn't say anything, only nodded glumly.
You must promise you won't get in touch with Dave Coyle again, Maitland said gravely. Once more, and they'll probably try to hang your father.
I've learned my lesson,
Carol said bitterly. At the hotel, she and Maitland parted at the head of the stairs, and Carol went into the sitting room of their suite. The lamp wasn't lighted, and she started through the room in the dark. But halfway to the door, she knew she wasn't sleepy, and that she couldn't sleep for hours. She went across to the table, fumbled with a match, struck it, and lighted the lamp. Then she turned and hauled up short, a stifled cry escaping her.
Dave Coyle,
she breathed.
Pull down the shades,
Dave said curtly. He stood there, a dark beard stubble on his face that softened the sharp planes of it. He looked hungry and mad and tired, and he was all of them.
I will not, Carol said hotly. Get out of here.
Where's Wallace?
Get out of here, I said.
I heard you. Where's Wallace?
If you don't get out of here, I'll scream.
Go ahead.
The muscles in Carol's neck grew taut, and she opened her mouth to scream. Dave lunged for her and clapped a hand over her face, stifling the scream. Carol fought and kicked, but Dave held her tightly. When she ceased struggling, he said,
I'll let you loose if you shut up, will you?
Carol was mad. She shook her head in negation. Dave said,
I can wait as long as you can.
He pulled her over to a chair, sat down, pulled her down in his lap, and held her there. They sat that way for a full minute, Carol tugging at his hand and not succeeded in pulling it from her mouth. Presently, Dave said, Changed your mind? This time Carol nodded, and Dave freed her. She came to her feet, her face crimson, her eyes blazing. You!
Pull down the shades,
Dave said coldly. Carol stamped her foot in anger. She would have screamed, but she had given her word she wouldn't. She glared at Dave for a long moment, and he only stared back at her, his gray eyes steady, a sneer on his face. She began to understand now why people hated him. So did she, almost. But if she was to get rid of him, she might as well do what he said. She went to the big front windows and yanked down the shades, then turned defiantly on Dave.
Where's Wallace?
He asked. Carol said passionately,
Haven't you done enough harm already without doing more?
Dave regarded her coldly.
The trial has been postponed, hasn't it? What more do you want?
I want my father out of jail,
Carol cried. Dave said blankly,
Jail?
They've arrested him, Carol said hotly. They found the envelope to my letter that you left in your room. That's all the proof they needed that Dad had thrown in with you and was in on the kidnapping.
Dave rubbed his hand slowly along his jaw, frowning.
What charge?
Complicity in murder. They think you killed Sholto for him.
She paused.
Did you?
Dave's eyes turned hard.
Sure, I ate one of his drumsticks.
Carol flushed, but her gaze was steady.
Now you see what you done. If you'd gone away when I told you to and left us alone, this wouldn't have happened.
Dave walked over to her and faced her and said coldly,
Sit down.
Carol was afraid of him then, afraid of the look in his eyes. She backed up and a chair caught her under the knees and she plopped into it. Dave stood above her, his eyes musing.
Shut up and talk sense. Are they going to set bail?
I don't know,
Carol said, her voice still indignant.
Senator Maitland says if they do, they'll wait a long while to do it. I told you they think Dad paid you to kidnap and kill Sholto.
I heard you too,
Dave said dryly. He kept looking at her, but his mind wasn't on her. He was thinking of Sholto out there with Will Usher, and of what Wallace would do now that McPhee was in jail. He thought he knew. He said,
They won't set any bail, and your dad won't get out.
How do you know?
Carol said. It seemed the truth now that he had said it.
I know.
He stood stock still, staring over Carol's head, then he took a deep breath and started for the door.
Where are you going?
Carol said swiftly.
To jail.
To rescue Dad? But you can't. They'll...
No, I'm going to jail,
Dave said slowly. For a long moment, Carol only stared at him, and then she said weakly,
Oh, you mean give yourself up?
Dave nodded.
But they'll hang you.
What do you care?
I don't,
Carol said, and added weakly,
But it seems so stupid. What will it get you?
I'm going to talk to your dad, Dave said dryly. It's the only place he'll listen to me, I reckon. And that's only because he can't help it. When I've made him see he walked into a frame-up that will let him rot in jail, then I'll take him with me.
Carol's lips formed the words.
Take him with you?
And then she said,
Take him with you where? You'll be in jail.
No, I'll be out.
But how will you do that?
A look of annoyance crossed Dave's face. He said sharply,
Lady, I don't know. I never know what I'm going to do until I have to. And then I do it. I've never stayed in jail yet.
But I don't understand. Do you mean you'll break jail?
That's an idea. Yes, I'll break jail,
Dave said dryly. He started for the door again. Carol closed her mouth, which had been open in surprise, and said,
You can't go out there. They'll kill you.
Dave turned and regarded her with a fast-vanishing patience.
For about 15 years, lady, I've been wiping my own nose. I still can.
He opened the door, stepped out into the corridor, and paused at the head of the stairs. Then a wry smile crossed his face, vanished, and he tramped down the stairs. Old Bitterman at the desk looked up from his newspaper, saw a man's back as he went toward the lobby door, and settled again to his reading. Dave hit the boardwalk, swung under the tie rail, crossed the road, and pulled up in front of the sheriff's office. The door was closed, the shade of the only window pulled down. He regarded the place a moment, letting a pair of punchers walk past him. Then he crossed the boardwalk and tried the door. It was locked. He knocked. A voice called through the door,
We're busy. Come back later.
Dave grinned at that. With a posse just come from hunting him with $7,000 reward on his head, he had to break into the sheriff's office to get himself arrested. He went out to the edge of the boardwalk and searched the road. He saw a rock in the road, swung under the tie rail, picked it up, and threw it through the window of the sheriff's office. The glass jangled to the boardwalk, and there was an uproar inside the office. The door swung open, and Ernie C., with Sheriff Beale just behind him, stepped out.
Who did that?
Ernie asked. Dave stood just beyond the tie rail, his hands on his hips, legs spread a little.
I did, he said. I'm Dave Coyle.
Ernie peered through the half-darkness and then said to Beale,
A drunk.
Listen, son,
Beale said patiently.
Come back and pay for this tomorrow. Now get along home.
Ernie turned, swearing disgustedly, and went back into the office while Sheriff Beale still regarded Dave. Dave walked toward him, swung under the tie rail, and came up to him. He reached out, cuffed Sheriff Beale twice in the face with the flat of his hand, yanked his hat down over his eyes, then put his foot in Beale's soft belly and shoved. Beale went over backward through the office door and sprawled on his back. Dave walked in, stepped over him, and said to Ernie C., who was staring in amazement at the sheriff,
What do you have to do around here to get arrested? Scalp the sheriff on the church steps?
Ernie lunged for him then, wrapping both arms around his body and bawling,
Get his gun, Harv! Get his gun!
2 minutes later, Dave was in the cell next to McPhee, and half of Yellow Jacket was milling into the cell block, waiting for a chance to see him. Ernie was shouting, shoving them out, cursing them, and pushing them with a harried look on his face. Finally, when they were cleared out, Sheriff Beale and Ernie confronted Dave on the other side of the bars. Dave sat on the cot and yawned.
All right, Coyle, Bill said in a businesslike way. Let's have the story.
What story?
Where's Sholto? Did you kill him? Why you giving yourself up?
Dave said mildly. I come in here to take my fee out. Ernie looked blankly at Sheriff Beale, and then color started to crawl up his neck.
You mean you're just going to walk out with him?
He said. That's about it, Dave answered, and yawned. Ernie took a deep breath and said thickly,
Listen, Runt, if we have to, we'll hold your trial in that cell and hang you to the ceiling rafter.
Boo, Dave said, staring blankly at him. Ernie's fists gripped the bars until his knuckles were white.
I'm going to kick that cocky face of yours in someday, he raged. I'm going to load a pair of oversized boots with horseshoes, and I'm going to kick your head till it rings like a church bell.
Ernie, Bill admonished. Ernie, his face white with rage, got a grip on himself, and then Bill turned to Dave.
All right, Coyle, talk.
Tomorrow, Dave said. I need sleep.
Why, damn you,
Ernie began. Dave yawned, lay down on the cot, and turned his back to them. Bill shoved Ernie, who was murmuring inarticulate threats, out into the corridor, and closed the door behind him. He was content to let Dave cool off for a while. The jail was new, built of stone, the bars made of the best steel. When they had gone, Dave raised up on the cot and looked in the next cell. McPhee, his craggy face white with anger, his eyes full of murder, was standing there looking at him.
Save it,
Dave said.
I'm sleepy.
He turned over and went to sleep, while McPhee was still looking at him. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. When Tate Wallace heard of Dave Coyle's arrest, he didn't believe it, but he followed the crowd that stampeded out of the saloon into the cell block. He was shoved out with all the others, but not before he got a glimpse of Dave Coyle, hands on hips, staring insolently and indifferently at the crowd that Ernie C. was trying to break up in the cell block. Wallace went out then and waited on the edge of the boardwalk until Marty Cord, his foreman, drifted out. Wallace nodded his head and Cord came over to him, a puzzled expression on his unshaven face, and together they turned down street. Wallace walked with the stiff and lazy stride of a man who has spent many long hours in the saddle. His brain was fogged with weariness, and he was dead for sleep, but more than sleep he needed to think this over. They shouldered into Tim King's Keno parlor, a big saloon that ran the full half-block to the alley and was 2 stories high. Wallace shoved his way through the crowd and started back through the gaming tables to the stairs that led up to the gallery. A percentage girl threw her arms around Wallace's neck, but he pushed her away and went on. They mounted the steps that led to Wallace's room. Although Wallace was general manager of the Three Rivers Cattle Company and had a certain dignity to maintain, he scorned it. Instead of staying at a hotel, he took a dirty room in a noisy saloon, like any saloon bum or a rider of the chuck line. Old habits were ingrained, and this was one of them. His room fronted the street and contained a paint-peeled iron bed and washstand. He lighted the lamp, waved Marty Cord to a seat, and then sank down on the bed.
What's wrong with it, Marty? He growled. That ain't like Dave Coyle. And where's Sholto?
Marty Cord was of the same stamp as Wallace, a Texan, maybe 45, with a face that contrived to be cunning and brutal and forceful all at the same time. He wore the rough clothes of a puncher, too, although on this night he was wearing a faded and wrinkled coat over a dirty collarless shirt. He shifted a wad of tobacco delicately into his opposite cheek and spat in the corner.
Nothing looks wrong to me. They got that little Healy in at last. But it don't.
Wallace paused as a knock came on the door. He looked at Marty and nodded his head, and Marty came out of his chair, loosening his gun at the same time. Marty opened the door a few inches, and a voice said,
I'm looking for Tate Wallace. What about?
Marty growled. There was a pause, then the voice said,
Sholto.
Marty swung the door open, and a stocky rider tramped in. He was anonymous-looking, with his unshaven face, greasy Stetson, and dusty clothes. He might have been any one of 100 men downstairs in the saloon. Wallace stood up as he entered and said,
What did you say?
Marty closed the door and put his back to it. The man said, Sholto.
Where is he?
You know, don't you? The man asked. Wallace looked at Marty Cord, and Marty stared at him. Something passed between them then, and Wallace shook his head imperceptibly. He said to the man,
Dave Coyle's got him, ain't he?
The man grinned.
You don't catch me on that, Wallace. Coyle's in jail, I just heard. It don't matter who's got Sholto. You want to buy him back?
Wallace stared at him speculatively, his brain working fast. This was what he had been expecting all day. Some word from someone about the ransom money. But the events of the last few minutes had changed that. Changed it enormously. For Bruce McPhee and Dave Coyle were in jail on suspicion of collaborating in the murder of Sholto. And if Sholto were really found dead, then McPhee and Dave Coyle would hang. And McPhee's suit against him then would vanish. Wallace smiled crookedly.
Who said I wanted to buy him back?
He drawled. The man stared at him blankly.
Hell, he's your witness in court. How you going to win the case if you ain't got him?
Did you ever hear of 2 witnesses?
Wallace lied. For a long moment they looked at each other. The disbelief on the man's face turned to blank amazement.
2 witnesses? He grinned suddenly. You're running a Sandy, Wallace. You're trying to beat the price down.
Ask me how much I'll offer you for Sholto,
Wallace asked softly.
Well, how much will you?
Nothing. Not even the price of a drink.
The man laughed.
It won't do you no good to bluff us, Wallace. You need Sholto.
That's my offer, mister,
Wallace said. He smiled crookedly.
Keep him. Stuff him and mount him. See if I care.
The puncher regarded him carefully, then looked at Marty.
He drunk?
Stone sober, Marty drawled. You drunk? If you ain't and you can understand American, get the hell out of here. We can't do business with you. Can't you understand that?
He opened the door and stood aside. The man looked perplexed. Will Usher hadn't made any provision for this kind of retort, and the messenger didn't know what to do. Finally, he shook his head.
I'll be back, he said. I'll be back when you get some sense, Wallace.
Don't bother,
Wallace said. The man went out, and Wallace leaped for the door and closed it. Then he whirled on Marty.
Follow that bird, Marty. Find out where he's going. He'll take you to Sholto. Then come back and let me know.
I don't get it, Marty said.
You damn fool. I don't want Sholto, Wallace said swiftly. McPhee and Coyle are in jail on suspicion of his murder. If we can get to Sholto and murder him and put it on Coyle, then him and McPhee will hang. And I get to take over the whole damn McPhee range. Now get.
He pulled the door open and Marty stepped out. The messenger was just going down the stairs and Marty started after him. Wallace stood there in the doorway watching Marty leave, a smile on his face. He would have been surprised to learn that what he had just done was approximately what Dave Coyle had expected him to do. Dave had guessed everything, except the time and the place. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. When Dave wakened next morning, it was to find Ernie C. and Sheriff Beale waiting with his breakfast. While Ernie held a gun on Dave, Sheriff Beale put the tray in his cell. They did the same to McPhee, who didn't even get up to receive his food. The sheriff and Ernie went out then. Dave wolfed his food down in silence, afterward rolling and lighting a smoke. He looked over at McPhee, who was sitting listlessly on his cot.
You better eat,
Dave said.
You'll need it.
McPhee didn't even answer him, didn't even look at him.
You and me are breaking out of here, so you better eat,
Dave repeated. McPhee slowly turned his head to regard Dave. His eyes were bitter, disillusioned, past anger.
If I could get out of here,
McPhee said,
I'd get a greener and blow a hole a foot wide in your belly.
Dave said,
You'll get the chance 'cause we're leaving.
Are we? McPhee asked with savage sarcasm.
What are you waiting on? There's nobody here to see you. Walk out.
I'm waiting on you to find out for yourself they won't let you out of here in 6 months. McPhee laughed bitterly, getting angry now.
They'd let me out of here if you'd tell them where Sholto is.
Dave shrugged, stood up, and bawled,
Sheriff Beale.
Ernie C. and Beale strolled in a minute later. Dave looked at McPhee and then said to Beale, I kidnapped Sholto for the ransom money. Me and Will Usher throwed in together. Will arranged for me to get on the train in the coffin. He had the horses planted there at the top of the grade. I took Sholto up to the old Lazy K knife line camp, aiming to hold him there until Will Usher got the ransom money from Wallace. But Usher crossed me up. He was waiting at the line camp. He throwed down on me and was going to kill me, collect my bounty and Sholto's ransom. I broke away. Usher's got Sholto. He had been talking easily, insolently. Now he looked back at McPhee. Now, listen to what they say, McPhee. He turned his head to regard them again. Ernie C. sneered. He said mockingly,
And the princess married the young king, and they lived happily ever and ever after."
He made a rude and unprintable noise with his lips. Dave grinned and looked at McPhee. "See?"
"All right, Coyle,"
Sheriff Beale said.
"Now let's have the real story."
"You got it," Dave said. Beale smiled faintly and shook his head.
"What did McPhee pay you to kidnap Sholto and get him out of the way?"
Dave looked at McPhee.
"Are you listening?"
Sheriff Beale said testily.
"We know Miss McPhee wrote you on her dad's orders. We know you came to Yellow Jacket to talk to him. We know you were in Sabinal, and we saw you kidnap Sholto."
He shook his head.
2 and 2 make 4, even in this county, Coyle. We think you killed Sholto for McPhee. Now do you aim to talk?"
McPhee said hotly.
"Anybody that says I've had Coyle a cent and that I even talked to him is a liar."
Ernie C. said sarcastically.
"Man alive, but I'm a liar, and I like it, and I think I'll stay that way."
McPhee looked angry and helpless. He glanced over at Dave, who was leaning against the bars watching him. Dave had a faint smile of cynical amusement on his lips, and McPhee looked even angrier when he saw it. Beale said,
"McPhee, I've already advised your lawyer what to do. I've told him to tell you to plead guilty. Now that we got Coyle, I advise it even more. He'll get off with a couple of years' sentence. Coyle, of course, will be tried on other charges that carry a longer sentence. We can't try you on murder charges, McPhee, because we haven't found Sholto's body. If and when we do find it, you'll be tried for murder, too. So I'd advise you to plead guilty to kidnapping a witness and get a light sentence just as quickly as you can."
McPhee, hands gripping the bars, stared at him as if he were a lunatic. He bawled angrily,
"But you just heard Coyle say Sholto was alive, you dumb jughead."
"McPhee,"
Beale said caustically,
"I'm 50 years old. I've been sheriff of this county for 10-15 years. In that time, I learned to eat without being fed, to read, to write, to talk. In other words, maybe I'm as smart as the average 12-year-old kid. And a 12-year-old kid wouldn't believe Dave Coyle or you. A 6-year-old kid wouldn't. Hell, nobody would."
He glared at McPhee.
"The trouble with you is you've been the big auger in this county too long. And when somebody like Wallace drifts in and settles here, you try and clean him out like a tin horn in a gold camp. You ain't bright, that's all."
McPhee was speechless. He heard Dave's soft laugh, and it maddened him and at the same time impressed him. Dave Coyle was showing him just how useless it was to argue with the law when you got in bad with it. For the first time since his arrest, he was scared. A cold panic gripped his belly, and he thought his knees were going to cave in. He said hoarsely,
"You mean you're going to keep me in jail?" "Look," Ernie C. said harshly, "who the hell do you think you are, McPhee? You may be a 10 saint to your Bib M outfit, but to us you're just another moneybags that's got too big for his pants. Stay in jail. Hell yes, you'll stay in jail till we find Sholto's body. Next time you see open sky after that, we'll be on the way to your trial. Next time after that, we'll be a couple of years away."
McPhee felt sick. He left the bars and walked back to sit on his cot. Dave watched him, his eyes impersonal. Then Beale said to Dave,
"Want to talk to me now, Coyle?"
"I'd as soon poke a skunk with a stick,"
Dave murmured. Beale's face smiled, but his eyes didn't. He said slowly,
"There's a lot of sheriffs would like to be in my shoes right now, Coyle. I know a dozen of them that would give $100 to have you in their jail just to beat it out of you. Me, I'll see you later."
Dave said.
"Better make it fast, Sheriff."
"Why?"
Ernie asked.
"'Cause I'm going to break out of here."
Beale, cursing him, walked out, taking Ernie with him. Dave dropped his cigarette, stepped on it, then looked over at McPhee. He was sitting on the cot, face in hands, utterly still.
"I told the truth,"
Dave said. McPhee's hands fell away. He said,
I know you're dead. I don't know how I know, but I feel you're dead. You're in here till you're right."
"Nonsense,"
McPhee said sharply.
"If you didn't kill Sholto and Will Usher took him from you, then Usher will get the ransom money from Wallace. Wallace will bear him back."
Dave didn't say anything for a moment, then he came over to the connecting bars of their 2 cells and looked pityingly at McPhee.
"Bill was right about you, I reckon,"
he drawled insolently. McPhee looked up.
"Right in what way?"
You ain't got the brains of a 6-year-old.
McPhee looked blankly at him, too surprised to be angry.
Listen, McPhee,
Dave said savagely.
Where are you now?
Where am I?
Why, in jail, of course.
Who stands to gain the most if you stay here on the charge you're being held on?
McPhee thought for a moment, then said,
Wallace?
Dave said jeeringly.
Then don't tell me you think Wallace is going to buy Sholto back so you can go free of a murder charge.
McPhee wasn't slow now. He bounded up off the cot and faced Dave.
What'd you say? I didn't say it, but I will now,
Dave murmured coldly.
Wallace don't want Sholto back. He'll kill him before he'll let him come back.
The two men stood there, staring at each other between the bars. On Dave's face was a look of alert arrogance. On McPhee's face was a look of consternation, of the earth dropping out from under his feet. He said in a sick way,
Leave me alone,
and walked back to his cot. Dave went over to his cot, sat on it, drew up his knees, leaned against the wall, and watched McPhee. For 15 minutes the older man sat there staring at the floor, clasping and unclasping his hands. Then McPhee looked up and his eyes were bleak. He said bitterly, You started this, Coyle. I hope they hang you. Dave said,
When was your lawsuit supposed to begin in Santa Fe?
Today.
It ain't going on, is it?
He said arrogantly, triumphantly.
No, 'cause I'm in jail, 'cause I'll stay here.
Not unless you want to, Dave said. He came off his cot and went up to the bars. McPhee, you ain't a fighter, that's all. Not the kind of a fighter I am, anyways. What's a jail? Jail hasn't been built that will hold me. You think I give myself up last night 'cause I was sorry for you?
Why did you?
To get you out of here, if you got the guts to come. For a moment, neither of them spoke. There was a challenge in Dave's eyes, and in McPhee's was a moment of wild speculation. Dave seized on that and said wickedly, You're an old man. Maybe you can't stand the riding, the sleeping every 2 days, the fighting, the being hunted. McPhee said swiftly,
I can stand anything a runt like you can.
Then maybe you're scared of being named an outlaw, Dave jeered. Nice people won't speak to you.
I can take that too.
Dave shrugged. Then I reckon you just don't give a damn about your spread, what you leave your girl, or what happens to you. McPhee's face looked grim as death. He came off the cot slowly and said, just as slowly,
Coyle, I don't like you. Next to Wallace, I'd rather look at you swinging from a cottonwood tree than anybody I know. But you're shrewd, I'll give you the credit for that. You got gall enough for 100 men, and you've got a queer kind of reckless guts that I don't rightly understand. Someday, when this is over, I hope I get the chance to even up with you for getting me in this. But right now, I need you. I'll go with you.
McPhee, Dave said gently, I don't like you either. You're a hard-headed Scotchman without anything but money and a temper. Somewhere along the line, you wrote your own Bible, and I reckon you live up to it. You're not as shrewd as I am. You're dumb. You're bullheaded and you're tough. But you're the wrong kind of tough, McPhee. You're tough on the little people, the people that can't help themselves, like Lacey Thornton. I'll throw in with you, too. Not 'cause I need you. I'll throw in with you and help you because your girl is human, and she's in trouble, and you're too damn dumb to get her out of it.
If you ever touch that girl of mine, I'll kill you, McPhee said softly.
I wouldn't try, Dave said tonelessly. She's too good for me, and I know it. He looked wickedly at McPhee. She's too good for you, too.
I know it.
They glared at each other a moment, hating each other, and then McPhee said grimly,
If we do get out, and I said if, what can we do outside of hide? It won't help Carol if I live in a cave in the Corazon.
I said you were dumb, Dave jeered.
I'm asking you, McPhee said stubbornly. What can we do?
First thing we can do is get Sholto's wife and hide her, Dave said calmly. Then we take Sholto away from Usher.
But I don't want Sholto,
McPhee burst out. You do. You gotta prove you didn't kill him. And after we got him safe, then we're going to find out who's behind Wallace. McPhee started. He said slowly,
Have you talked to Carol?
Lots of times, Dave said, puzzled.
I mean about who's behind Wallace.
She thinks someone is, too. You think there ain't anyone? Dave said dryly. And him a tin-horn gambler 3 years ago?
I don't know.
I do, Dave said. When we find out who it is, then we'll put Wallace away and him away. He smiled faintly. Then you can go back to your spread and put another 3,000 reward on my head. McPhee smiled, too.
I reckon I will, he said grimly. But right now we might as well shake hands, hadn't we?
No, just keep your mouth shut and let me think. He walked back to his cot and lay down, his hands under his head. Sooner than McPhee expected, Dave said, "Is Carol coming to see you this morning?"
"She's Miss McPhee to a saddle bum like you,"
McPhee said shortly.
"Is she?"
Dave asked, ignoring him.
"Yes, pretty certain. You and me will stage a fist fight through the bars when she gets here,"
Dave said quietly.
"Make it good, but don't bloody my nose. I'll save that till later. You got that?"
"I don't see—"
"Nobody asked you to," Dave said shortly. "I'm bossing this."
He turned over and went to sleep, and McPhee nursed his anger in silence. A little after 9 o'clock, Carol, wearing a dark maroon dress, and Senator Maitland were shown into the cell block. Ernie C. led the way, and he was carrying 2 chairs. He set them down in the corridor, motioned Carol and Maitland toward them, and said,
"Nobody gets in that cell. Also, I'm going to watch you from the end of the corridor."
Carol sat down, glancing swiftly at Dave, who was sleeping. Then she asked her father how he was, and they began to talk. Presently, Dave raised up on his cot, and talk ceased. All 3 of them looked at him. Dave's face was cross.
"You got the whole outdoors to jabber in," he said sourly. "I got a 6x6 cell. I'm trying to sleep. Shut up, will you?"
McPhee said automatically, sternly,
"Nobody talks to my daughter that way." "I did, didn't I?"
Dave said truculently. He sat up and said to Carol,
"Shut up, I said. I want to sleep."
He looked at McPhee.
"How do you like that?"
McPhee was genuinely angry. He had forgotten Dave's instructions, and that made it all the more convincing. He came over to the adjoining bars and said,
"When I get out of here, I'll cook your pants clear up into your throat." "Listen to Grandpa,"
Dave jeered. Carol rose and said indignantly,
"Stop that, Dave Coyle."
Senator Maitland said gently,
"Hear, hear."
Dave said jeeringly to McPhee,
"You couldn't kick a mushroom over Grandpa, don't brag." "Step over here and see if I can,"
McPhee cried. Dave stepped over to him and grabbed his nose and twisted it. McPhee yelled and lashed out at him through the bars. Dave ducked and came up and put his hand through the bars, the flat of his palm against McPhee's face. He pushed McPhee back across the cell and sat down. Carol screamed. McPhee growled in his throat and rushed at Dave, who hit him. McPhee kicked him and then grabbed Dave's shirt and ripped it. Dave slugged him in the stomach, and McPhee clouted Dave alongside the ear. All that happened before Ernie C. arrived. He shoved Carol out of the way, unlocked the door, grabbed McPhee by the collar of his shirt, and yanked him away from Dave.
Boys,
Ernie said mockingly. He was enjoying this, Dave could tell.
"Take him away from me," Dave said coldly. "I'll unscrew his head."
Carol said hotly to Dave,
You bully, you beast."
Dave looked at her.
"Shut up, sister. I'll spank you."
Carol was so mad she couldn't speak. Senator Maitland's kindly face was distressed.
"Please," he pleaded, "let's act like human beings and not dogs."
Ernie C. let go of McPhee's shirt and said,
"Keep away from him." "Take him out of there," Dave repeated. "I don't want him around me." "Well, that's just too bad," Ernie drawled ominously. "We always aim to please our customers, but I'm a little deaf. But I got a nice drafty cell over there by the window that's empty. One more ruckus like this, and you'll go over there, mister."
Dave only sneered at him and went back to his cot. Ernie C. said to Carol,
"You better go, miss. I may have to work him over to show him some sense."
"I hope you do,"
Carol said indignantly, her eyes flashing.
He's insufferable."
She and Senator Maitland went out, and Ernie C. stood there in the cell block, watching Dave.
"Tell me, sonny," he drawled, "you still going to break jail?" "I'll break jail and your head and McPhee's head," Dave said arrogantly.
He turned over on his cot, his back to Ernie. Ernie laughed and went out. When he was gone, Dave sat up. McPhee was rubbing his nose, and his eyes were angry.
"You didn't have to insult Carol," he said. "It looked good, didn't it?"
Dave challenged, grinning.
"Yes,"
McPhee said reluctantly.
"I still don't see what you aim to do, though."
Dave didn't say anything. He turned to his cot, a canvas-colored one, on a wooden frame. He jumped on one side with both feet, and the frame broke. He pulled the canvas away, took the broken frame, and twisted it free of the end. What he held in his hand was a wooden club some 3 feet long and 2 inches thick. He hefted it, judged its weight, and then looked at McPhee.
"I think we better stick together when we get out of here," he said quietly. "You'd get caught if we split up and met."
McPhee looked curiously at him.
"But we aren't out." "When we get out," Dave went on patiently, "I want you to stick with me, understand?"
McPhee, baffled, only nodded. Dave gave him the club in his hand. "When I give the word, we'll start yelling and cussing. I will bring Ernie and maybe Sheriff Beale in here. When they come in, I'll be lying on the floor, my nose bleeding, and I'll be unconscious. They'll ask you what happened. Tell them we got to fighting and I broke the cot, grabbed a club, and started after you through the bars. Tell them you took the club away from me and let me have it alongside the head. Ask them if I'm dead and cuss me out. Make it look good. You got that?" McPhee nodded slowly, a scowl on his face. "But I don't understand." Dave cut in on him. "Hit me in the nose." "What?" "Hit me in the nose." McPhee twisted his hands, looked down at him, then up at Dave and smiled. "Well, I couldn't do that, not when—" Dave drove a blow into McPhee's face. The older man's head snapped back, and for 1 second there was a look of astonishment on his face, and then he lashed out at Dave through the bars. When it was done, Dave had a bloody nose. His eyes were watering with the pain. He stood there a moment, letting the blood drip on his shirt. He said, "Muss your hair, tear your shirt." While McPhee was doing it, Dave went over and jumped on the cot, and it collapsed with a crash. Then Dave began to curse aloud, motioning McPhee to join in. McPhee did, and they yelled a torrent of abuse at each other. In approximately a quarter of a minute, the first corridor doors swung open, and then Dave heard the pounding of feet in the corridor. He lay down on the floor, sprawled on his face, and looked up at McPhee. McPhee nodded grimly, and then Dave closed his eyes. He heard the boots close now, and then Ernie C's hard voice. "Put that thing down, McPhee." Dave heard a clatter of wood on the floor, and McPhee, panting, said, "Damn right I will. I'm through with it." "What happened?" McPhee said grimly. "Take a look at him. He started to argue with me, and then slugged me. And then he broke the cot, hauled out a hunk of wood, and hit me." "But you got it now," Sheriff Beale's voice said. "Damn right I have," McPhee bellowed. "I took it away from him and laid it across his head." "Pull your gun, Ernie. Let's take a look at Coyle." There was the sound of the door unlocking, and then they stood over Dave. Beale rolled him over roughly and looked at him. He shuttered up his eyelid, and Dave lay limp as a rag. "Where'd you hit him?" Beale asked McPhee. "The head, I told you. I hope to hell it killed him." "So do I," Ernie said. He knelt by Dave and felt his skull and said, "Well, he ain't got a cracked head." McPhee was making a good job of it. Dave could hear him still panting. "Get well the next time," McPhee said. Beale said angrily, "There ain't going to be no next time, McPhee. Personally, I wouldn't care if you knocked his head into the next room, but he's going to stand trial, and we're going to separate you two." McPhee didn't say anything. Ernie said with bitter relish, "Well, I got just the place for Coyle, Harv. Let's give him the icebox." "He's liable to get sick," Beale said. "It's cold there in that cell in front of the window." "Maybe it'll take some salt out of him," Ernie said. Dave heard him tramp down the cell block and unlock the door to the in cell, the icebox. He came back, and Bill said dubiously, "Oh, no, it's cold in there." "Hell, Sholto's cold, too, if he bothered to bury him." "All right," Bill said grimly. "Take his arms, I'll take his feet." Dave was picked up. He opened his eyes a little to see how Beale was holding his legs. Beale faced him and grabbed his feet at the ankles and lifted. Ernie held him under the arms so that his hands almost dragged the floor. Beale was too busy to watch him as he maneuvered out through the cell door and into the corridor. This wasn't so good, Dave reflected swiftly. Ernie was the strongest, the fastest thinker, and he had hold of his arms. But he would have to go through with it anyway. They stumbled down the corridor with him, and then Beale backed around into the open door of the cell. Dave did two things at once then. His arms, which were hanging down to the floor, suddenly went stiff as he grabbed Ernie's boots, and with his feet he kicked savagely at Sheriff Beale's belly. Ernie, with his legs pinioned, was driven off balance by the kick, and he fell backward, taking Dave with him. And Beale, kicked in the belly, also fell backward. Ernie let go one hand to break his fall, and Dave twisted. He landed on top of Ernie, squirmed over, and with one vicious bat with his hand, drove Ernie's head into the stone floor. Ernie slacked unconscious under him, and still lying on him, Dave grabbed his gun and rolled over beside him and looked up at Beale. Bill was gagging for breath, sitting up, but he had stubbornly gone for his gun. Dave swiveled his up and said, "Want to shoot out, Bill?" Bill was a courageous man, but right now, coming half erect, he was sick and gagging for breath. It took some swift thinking to do what he did then. He dropped his gun as if it were hot and fell to his knees, his arms around his belly. Dave vaulted into the cell and shoved him over on his back. Beale was making queer sucking sounds like a fish that's out of water, his mouth working spasmodically. Dave ripped off Beale's belt, laid it out on the floor, then rolled Sheriff Beale over it, face down. He yanked the belt up tight, pinning Sheriff Beale's arms to his sides. Leaving him, Dave stepped out into the hall and dragged Ernie in beside Beale. Ernie was limp as a sack so that it was hard to get his shirt off him. Dave succeeded, however, and then put on Ernie's shirt, shedding his own torn and bloody one. Then he trussed up Ernie the same way he had trussed Beale. When he was finished, Beale had quit gagging. He was looking at Dave through sick eyes as if he would like to murder him. Dave ripped his old shirt in half, balled it up in his right hand, straddled Beale, and leveled his gun at him. "I'm going to ask you this just once," Dave said. "Are you going to open your mouth and let me gag you, or am I going to have to clout you over the head?" Beale opened his mouth, and Dave rammed the shirt into it. Afterward, he did the same with Ernie, then he stepped out, shut the door, locked it, and took the keys. He went down the corridor to McPhee's cell, unlocked it, and McPhee stepped out. "Quit shaking," Dave said coldly.
"God almighty,"
McPhee whispered.
"I wouldn't have done that for $1,000.
"Nobody asked you to," Dave sneered. He handed him Sheriff Beale's gun and shell belt. "Put these on. We're going out now. I want you to stand in the door of the sheriff's office and take a look at the horses inside. Pick a fast one. I'll do the same. Get on your horse and walk him. Don't run him out of town. Look like you belong there, understand? Don't get panicked." McPhee licked his lips.
"All right," he said. "But give me time. This is coming pretty fast."
Dave rammed Ernie's gun in his waistband and led the way out into the office. Beale had been in the midst of writing a letter when he was interrupted by the fight. The paper, a broken line of writing across it, was lying beside an open ink bottle and the pen. Dave walked into the open door and stood there, McPhee beside him. "How about that black?" Dave asked, looking down street.
"Good,"
McPhee said shakily. "Take him. I'll take that chestnut down the tie rail a ways." He looked scornfully at McPhee. "Quit shaking."
"I can't help it,"
McPhee said softly.
"Hell, I'm scared."
Dave dropped McPhee off at the black horse and went him. They passed a couple of punchers, and Dave said, "Howdy," and received a pleasant reply. Dave sneered and set off down street, McPhee behind on. The chestnut didn't look so good at close range. He passed him up and took a bay next to him. He mounted, pulled aside for a buckboard and team that was just swinging into the tie rail, and then put his horse into the street to wait for McPhee. McPhee came up. He was glancing from side to side, and his mouth was grim. He was sweating, Dave could see. Dave waited until McPhee was even with him, and then they walked their horses down the street. People looked at them and glanced away, incurious. One or two people looked for quite a long moment, then went about their business, thinking they were mistaken. They rode peacefully out of town. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. For its headquarters, the Three Rivers Cattle Company had taken over an old homesteader's stone house on one of the long benches that jutted out from the foothills of the Corazon's west slope. A log wing had been added to the 3 stone rooms, a porch flanking the whole of the south side, and a bunkhouse had been built. It squatted there on the flats amid a tangle of pole corrals and outbuildings, unlovely, bleak, and treeless. On the east side of the log wing there was a small rectangle of flower garden which was filled with blooms, a chicken wire fence around it. That, however, was the only touch of color or neatness in the whole place. Bottles, tobacco tins, cans, and pieces of worn-out gear littered the yard around the house and bunkhouse. It was as slovenly as an unmade bed. Wallace, because he had got in late the night before, had slept through the early morning hours, and now his crew, numbering 15 men, were loafing around the horse corral, awaiting orders. Marty Cord, who usually gave out the morning's work, had not returned yet. There was no segundo, for Wallace trusted no man other than Cord, and to disturb Wallace for any reason whatsoever was to invite being fired, the men had long since learned. Long after 9 o'clock, Wallace came to the door of the main house in his sock feet, his pale hair rumpled, sleep still heavy in his eyes. He saw the men clotted in the shade of the barn and corral, and he cursed softly. Cord hadn't come home last night either. He went back into the house, got his boots and hat, and started out across the yard. His face was ugly with temper this morning. It was yesterday that Dave Coyle and McPhee had walked out of the county jail, leaving Sheriff Beale and Ernie C. tied and gagged in a locked cell. He had had them both in the palm of his hand, as neatly framed as 2 men could be, and then that blundering Beale had let them slip through his hands. Yesterday Wallace had wanted to kill Beale, He still wanted to today. There was only one cause for cheer in the whole picture, and that was that Beale and Ernie and the whole town and county believed McPhee and Coyle were guilty of Sholto's murder. McPhee had damned himself by this escape. Now all that remained to do was take care of Sholto. And where the hell was Cord? At the corral, Wallace cursed his men out for loafing and sent them about their business away from the ranch. They were a hard-case crew, used to cursing and needing it. Afterward, he came back to the log wing, his face sullen and ugly, and went into the kitchen. 2 women, one an elderly, placid-looking woman, the other young and pretty, were busy in the kitchen. Wallace threw his hat on the table in the center of the room, sank into a chair, and said, "Give me some breakfast." The old woman watched him speak, then began bustling about. The breakfast, or that part of it that would keep, was in the oven. She set about frying eggs while Wallace swilled a cup of hot coffee. The younger woman was kneading bread, and she paid him no attention. Wallace watched her a moment, his pale eyes speculative, and then he said, "They're telling in Yellow Jacket that Coyle killed your husband," he drawled. The girl whirled to face him, dismay and fear in her face. She looked at Wallace, and then her expression changed. She was a pretty woman, with warm dark brown hair and eyes almost the same shade. Relaxed, her face might have been serene and placid, but not now. There was a tension there, and it had been there for a long time, so that her expression was worried and almost sullen. She said levelly, "You lie." Wallace grinned crookedly. "I'm only telling you what they say."
"Let them say it. Dave Coyle never killed a helpless man."
"But Dave Coyle ain't got him," Wallace said, watching her. She seemed puzzled, and he went on. "Dave was in jail in Yellow Jacket. He broke loose yesterday. He claims not to know anything about Sholto at all. Don't that prove to you that he killed him?"
"No."
"Then where is he?"
He escaped,"
the woman said. "Then why ain't he come back here to you?"
"He'll be back,"
the girl said staunchly. "Me? I think he's dead," Wallace said. Sholto's wife didn't. He could see that. And now there was no fun in ragging her, so he ate his breakfast in surly silence. He was almost finished when Sholto's wife said,
"There's a strange rider just come in."
"Alone?" Wallace asked quickly.
"Yes."
Wallace left his breakfast, grabbed his hat, and went out. Lily Sholto watched him through the window, her face twisted with hatred. Then she felt a hand on her arm and turned to face the older woman. Mrs. Babson looked at the girl and shook her head, and Lily sighed, then smiled. Mrs. Babson couldn't talk, for she was mute, and she couldn't hear, for she was deaf. She was just another precaution that Wallace had taken so that nothing went on here would be repeated outside. Wallace glanced around as he walked toward the corral, and the strange rider saw one of the crew shoeing a horse at the blacksmith shop. He whistled, then beckoned the rider and went on his way, feeling more comfortable. He was a little edgy with strangers now that Marty Cord was gone. But it turned out that the man wasn't a stranger. He was the same man who had demanded the ransom for Sholto and Yellow Jacket. Then where was Marty? Wallace felt a cold suspicion mingled with anger as he approached him.
"Don't worry none," the rider said without preliminary. "Your rider that followed me is safe enough for all of me. I shook him."
"What rider?" Wallace asked coldly. The rider shrugged. He glanced at the man walking over to them and said,
"You couldn't be spooky, could you?"
"About what?"
"Dave Coyle, I reckon."
"Listen," Wallace said meagerly. "A lot of shuck out of here. I ain't going to buy Sholto back from you, so that's over." The man grinned.
"Buy him back,"
he echoed. Then he laughed shortly.
"Maybe not, but you know what you're going to do?"
He paused, letting Wallace savor the question, and then he said,
"You're going to pay us $50,000 not to bring him back."
Wallace just stared at him, scowling. "Say that again."
"I said you're going to pay us $50,000 to keep Sholto hid. Is it worth it?"
"You're loco," Wallace said angrily. The man shrugged.
"Suit yourself. Sholto's murder is hung on McPhee and Coyle, and they've escaped. That means a price on their heads, and sooner or later someone will gun them." He grinned. "You'd look damn silly now that you got McPhee outlawed and a murder hung on him if Sholto was to show up. Of course, with Sholto you could likely win your court fight, but with him murdered you already got it won. McPhee will hang or get killed now, do you savvy?"
Savvy," Wallace said slowly. The Three Rivers rider was standing just a little behind him, listening. "If I don't aim to pay you off to keep Sholto hid, what will you do?"
"Turn him over to Sheriff Beale.
Bill'll send a word out that McPhee ain't wanted. Then you'll have to go on with your court fight."
Wallace regarded him with a queer smile playing on the corner of his thin lips.
"And if I pay you, what do you do?"
"Whatever you say. We'll keep Sholto hid if you say the word. We'll turn him over to you to keep hid if you won't."
"Will you get him out of the way for good?"
The man stared at him, understanding him well enough. He said quietly,
"Not for that price. Do your own killing, Wallace."
"Who's got him?"
Wallace said abruptly. The man shook his head.
"Now, I don't aim to tell you that."
"Where is he?"
"Nor that neither."
Wallace's hands had been hanging at his sides. Now he raised his right hand in one fluid motion, and when it came to rest hip high, there was a Colt 44 in it, cocked, leveled at the rider. Wallace said,
"This time I'll find him myself."
The rider didn't even seem surprised.
"I don't reckon you will,"
Wallace said.
"Joe, take his rope and tie him."
The Three Rivers man did Wallace's bidding. Afterward, Wallace led the way over to the blacksmith shop, his rider leading the hog-tied messenger. In the blacksmith shop, Wallace pointed to the big anvil and said,
"Tie him over that, face up."
The messenger was ordered down on his knees, his back to the anvil. He said with just a suggestion of alarm in his voice,
"What are you aiming to do to me?"
Wallace only smiled and told his rider to get on with the job. The messenger was bent over backward and lashed to the anvil, the rope running under his arms. Then Wallace went over to the forge, blew the coals there into a glowing heat, took a branding iron from the rack, and laid it on the coals. The messenger, who was watching him carefully, saw him and said,
"I don't know nothing about it, I tell you. I was only sent here."
Wallace turned to him and only smiled faintly. He picked up the iron by its long handle and came over to the messenger. Smiling crookedly, he held it close to the messenger's cheek. The man shrank away from it as far as he could, the sweat standing out on his forehead.
"Now," Wallace said thinly, "I'm going to shove this square in your face unless you talk. I'm going to give you one chance. One, you understand."
The messenger nodded. Wallace said,
"Who's got Sholto?"
The messenger said earnestly,
"Wallace, I'm only a nester over on Blue Creek. I was paid $50 by Turkey Gordon to come to you with this word. That's all I know, and you can kill me and I can't tell you more, because that's all I know."
"You don't know who's got Sholto?"
"Somebody Turk's working for, and that's God's own truth."
Wallace didn't want to believe him. With the iron still inches from the man's face, Wallace asked savagely,
"Then how in hell was you to deliver the money?"
"I was told to ride up the long grade before you get in Wagon Mound. Beginning at the turnoff to the old mill, I was to start whistling Oh Susanna over and over, and I'd get picked up pretty quick."
Wallace cursed him then, and raised the iron, ready to stamp it in the man's face. The man moaned and turned his head away, and just as the iron reached its peak, ready to descend, a sharp voice said,
"Put that down, Wallace."
Wallace's hand paused. He turned his head. There, standing in the doorway, was Dave Coyle. Wallace saw Dave didn't have a gun in his hand, and in that second he acted. He threw the iron at Dave, and his hand streaked for his gun. Dave ducked the iron, and then from his hip a flash of orange fire blossomed. Wallace's Stetson went sailing off behind him. Wallace's hand quickly fell away from his gun butt. And then the rider, who had been to one side of Dave, unseen, dived at him, and they went down. McPhee suddenly stepped out from behind the door, a gun in his hand. He said swiftly,
"Keep your hands away from that, Wallace."
Wallace, who had started for his gun again, paused once more, then raised his hands. The Three Rivers hand had piled into Dave, and now they were down together. Dave was on the bottom, and the puncher was slugging wildly at him. Dave saw the sizzling iron lying only 3 feet from his head. He raised a leg to brace himself, then suddenly wrapped his arms around the puncher and rolled him over. The puncher's side hit the ground, and Dave rolled him over on his back. The puncher screamed. Dave had rolled him over on the hot iron. Dave got off him. The puncher scrambled away from the iron and lay there moaning. Dave said meagerly to him,
"You come off lucky."
He glanced up at Wallace.
"You hadn't ought to do that to me, fella. It'll get you hurt sometime."
He kicked the puncher to his feet, then said,
"Get in there with your boss."
When the puncher and Wallace were standing together, Dave looked at the messenger still bound to the anvil. He said to Wallace,
"Untie him."
Wallace did. Dave then said,
"Now you 3 Jaspers just sit down on the floor with your backs to that anvil."
They sat down sullenly, the puncher still moaning with pain. Dave bound them to the stump on which the heavy anvil sat. Its weight would hold them there, and if they succeeded in crawling to their knees, it would topple over on one of them. Dave stepped back and said,
I don't figure you'll need a gag, Wallace. Your crew's rode out for the day. I heard you send 'em because we were hiding in the loft. That only leaves 2 women, don't it? Well, one of 'em's deaf, McPhee says, and the other one won't be here. He raised his hand in mock salute. McPhee will keep you quiet, I reckon, while I do a little business. He said to McPhee, Try and hold your temper and don't shoot Wallace unless you have to. He grinned at Wallace and walked around to the side where the messenger was tied. He said, You said, Oh, Susanna, didn't you? The messenger nodded, and Dave went out and up to the house. He knocked on the door through which Wallace had entered that morning. It was opened by a pretty girl who started a little at sight of him. Dave took off his Stetson. Mrs. Sholto, I'm Dave Coyle.
I guessed you were,
she said, bewilderment in her voice. Wallace has likely told you I killed your husband. Do you believe it?
I don't believe anything he says,
Lily Sholto said bitterly. You want to see Jim Sholto again?
Then you've got him?
I haven't, but if you come with me, I will have. She regarded him with puzzlement in her eyes. Dave smiled a little and said, Look, Mrs. Sholto, nobody's told me anything. I've just guessed. Your husband got in a jam of some sort. That's what Wallace held over him to make him witness that fake deed, and to make sure that your husband didn't run out on him, he's holding you here. Is that right? The girl stared at him a long moment, then moved her head slightly in assent. Then once you're out of Wallace's hands, it means your husband can break loose, don't it?
Why, yes.
Then you better come with me, Dave said gently.
But Wallace will turn over the information to the sheriff,
Lily said slowly.
Jim will be outlawed.
That's right, Dave said. You reckon you'd rather have him work for Wallace than be an outlaw, Mrs. Sholto? Sudden decision came to Lily Sholto's eyes. She said quietly,
I know I wouldn't.
She started to turn away, and Dave said, Don't say anything to that woman in there. Just walk out. Lily hesitated, looked long at Dave, then, as if her mind was made up, took her apron off and stepped out the door.
I trust you, you see,
she said quietly. Dave only nodded, and they walked out to the blacksmith's shop. When Lily Sholto saw Wallace tied to the anvil, her eyes widened, and she looked sharply at McPhee and Dave. Then they saddled 3 horses and rode off. Already the messenger and the 3 Rivers rider were yelling for help. Wallace wasn't, because he knew it was no use. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Carol waited 1 miserable day and a half until the last member of the second and larger posse hunting her father and Dave straggled into Yellow Jacket. There was no sign of Dave Coyle and McPhee, the sheriff's office reported. It was believed that they were heading into the desert country to the east, although all sign of them had been lost before they reached Sabinal. Sheriff Beale was raging like a madman. When Carol went to bed that night, Beale had already laid before the county commissioners a suggestion for an emergency appropriation for a permanent 12 deputies, the best trackers and shots in the county. They were to be paid to systematically hunt down and kill Dave Coyle and McPhee. Carol awakened late the next morning, knowing that she couldn't stand this any longer. To sit here almost within sight of the sheriff's office, knowing that over there men were planning to hunt down her father and kill him like they would hunt down a mad dog, was intolerable. She sent word to Senator Maitland, asking him if he would drive her back to Bib M. When she got his answer that he would have the buckboard at the hotel in 15 minutes, she felt a relief that was hard to put into words. What had happened these last few days was bewildering. Her father had turned from a sane man into a maniac. He had hated Dave Coyle enough to put a reward on his head and fistfight him in jail, yet he had escaped with Coyle. And she had started out by liking Dave Coyle, and now she hated him. Everything was changed, so that she didn't know what to believe or whom to believe. When she went down into the lobby, Bitterman carrying her bag, Ernie C. rose from a lobby chair and came over to her.
Mind stopping in at the sheriff's office before you go, Miss McPhee?
How did you know I was going? Carol asked sharply.
Saw the senator hitching up. He's over at the office. Would you like to come?
I wouldn't like to, but I will, Carol said tartly, and added,
What for? So you can show me how you plan to kill my father?
Ernie didn't say anything, only held open the lobby door. He and Carol walked down street to the sheriff's office without exchanging a word. Sheriff Beale rose at her entrance, and Senator Maitland, his face troubled, smiled and spoke to her.
"This'll only take a minute, Miss Fee,"
Beale said coldly.
"I only want to show you some things. They ought to convince you. I reckon you ought to make your dad give himself up."
"How could I?" Carol asked impatiently. "I don't know where he is."
"He'll turn up," Bill said grimly. "A bad penny."
He unfolded a newspaper and laid it on the desk. A story on the front page in bold type was circled with a blue pencil mark.
"I just got this by the Sabinal stage," he said slowly. "You might have heard about me asking the county for money to hunt your dad down."
"I did,"
Carol said angrily.
"Well, I got it. And not from the county. Here, read this."
He shoved the paper at her. Carol saw it was the Sabinal Weekly Clarion. In a boxed message on the front page was this story. "This office has received anonymously the sum of $5,000. The sender specifies that it is to be offered as a reward for the capture, alive or dead, of Bruce McPhee, Yellow Jacket County rancher, guilty of paying for the murder of a witness who was to appear against him in court of law. The money has been forwarded this day to Sheriff Harvey Beale, and with it goes the heartiest approbation of all decent-thinking folks in this county." Carol's face was crimson with anger as she finished. She threw the paper on the desk and said,
"That's a cheap trick of Lacey Thornton's to get even with Dad."
Bill held out a bank draft and said,
"What's cheap about $5,000?
Carol could only glare at him, speechless with anger.
"There's that," Bill said. "And then there's this. It come on the Sabinal stage today, too. Open the envelope."
Carol did, and a shower of crisp new banknotes fell to the desk. Inside was a note. She read,
"This is reward for the capture, dead or alive, of Bruce McPhee, signed a friend of law and order."
Bill looked at her and said gently,
"If there's $10,000 reward for the capture, alive or dead, of your dad, you see, Miss McPhee, what I'm trying to tell you? Your dad will have a bigger price on his head than Dave Coyle. Why, there's hundreds of men in this county and surrounding counties that will give up their jobs, oil up their guns, and spend years hunting for your dad. He can't win."
Carol's face was pale and her lips trembled with indignation.
"Oh, it's rotten," she said passionately. "It's beastly. I can't believe that people feel that way about Dad. It's just that the two men have seen a chance to get Dad murdered, and they're willing to pay cheap bounty hunters like you to do it for him. Can't you see? It's just another way of assassinating an innocent man."
Ernie C. said,
"Innocent of what? He escaped, didn't he?"
"One moment," Senator Maitland said.
"You're overstepping your authority, Bill, and you know it as well as I do. You haven't proof that Sholto is dead. You haven't any right or authority to offer an alive or dead reward for Bruce McPhee. Capture and conviction, yes, but alive or dead, no. And I'll fight you from hell to breakfast to prove it in court."
His kindly face was stern-looking, unrelenting. Carol had never seen him so angry.
"You got ahead of me, Senator," Sheriff Bill said dryly. "I said if there's a $10,000 alive or dead reward. I was trying to show Miss McPhee what's liable to happen."
He looked at Carol now.
"Your dad is running with Dave Coyle. If anybody tries to capture them, there'll be shooting and killing. And the minute anyone's killed trying to capture Miss McPhee, the court will give me permission to add alive or dead to the reward. And I want him to give himself up before that happens. I want you to tell him, too, that traveling with Dave Coyle will get him hanged, and damn quick."
"I'll tell him,"
Carol said angrily. There wasn't any more to say to these two men, so she turned to Maitland and said,
"Come on, Senator,"
and went out. Maitland, his kindly face grim, followed her. Carol didn't say anything while her bags were loaded into the buckboard at the hotel, and she didn't speak until they were out of town. Senator Maitland kept looking at her, and finally he took her hand in his.
"Don't worry, my dear. It'll work out some way,"
he said gruffly.
"But, Uncle Dan, how can it?"
Carol cried. She hadn't called him Uncle Dan since she was a child, and it seemed to touch him. He squeezed her hand and said,
"Wait. Time settles a lot of things."
Carol got a grip on herself and looked around her. They were going across the long sage flats west of town, angling toward Wagon Mound, the third town of the county that lay 20 miles west and near the Corazon. It was a crisp fall day, but out in the sun now it was almost hot. This was the time of year she loved, when the chamizo blossomed a gaudy yellow and laid its sharp and pleasant odor over the country. Now and then, off near the creek bottoms, she saw the yellow banners of the cottonwoods touched by frost, and below them the crimson splendor of the wild plum thickets. The air was limpid, pulling the Corazon to the north miles closer, and the sky was cloudless with the high cold. She said quietly,
"Uncle Dan, who sent that money to Beale?"
Maitland roused himself and said,
"I don't know, child.
It's hard to think.
I think Lacey Thornton sent the first 5,000. He's hated Dad ever since he left the Bib M. He'd pay to see him hang.
Possibly, Maitland said. He's a better hater than he is an editor.
But who sent the other 5,000?
I don't know. One of your father's enemies, perhaps. He smiled and shook his head. When a man rises to the top, he's bound to step on toes. Maybe your father didn't know it, but he probably stepped on many toes. Carol said slowly, looking at the road beyond the horse's ears.
It's the same man who was behind Wallace.
Maitland looked swiftly at her, surprised. Behind Wallace? What are you talking about?
Hasn't it seemed queer to you, Uncle Dan, that Wallace tried this steal when Dad's hand was crippled and his signature didn't mean a thing? Hasn't it seemed queer to you, too, that Wallace was a tin-horn gambler 2 years ago, and that he's boss of one of the biggest cattle companies in the territory today?
I hadn't thought of it, Maitland said slowly. Yes, it does seem queer. What do you deduce from that?
That there's somebody else's money and brains directing Wallace, and that man, whoever he is a friend of Dad's. Look, Dad doesn't sign his name 10 times a year. Who else but a friend would know about Dad's signature being as shaky as it is? Who else would know Sam, our old foreman, well enough to know he'd take a bribe and then bribe him? No, it's a friend of Dad's who's doing it, or somebody that knows him well, and my guess is that man sent the last $5,000 reward money, too.
She finished bitterly. Maitland shook his head. Well, that's an awful thought, my girl. A terrible thought.
Terrible not, it's true.
Maitland was silent a moment. Then he said, You have a logical right to suspect me.
Oh, Uncle Dan, Carol cried. How can you say that?
Senator Maitland smiled. I didn't say you did, my dear. I said you have a right to. There's Doc Mosher and Josh Bitterman, your dad's best and oldest friends, and the governor. Would you say Doc would do it?
No, Carol said quickly. He's been loyal to Dad for years. He's understood his hardness and forgiven him and tried to soften him. No.
Josh Bitterman? Carol smiled.
No, certainly not. He's as cantankerous and hard-headed as Dad. He's independent, and he doesn't envy any man alive. Besides, he hasn't the brains.
That leaves me and the governor. He'd hardly do it.
Don't be ridiculous, Uncle Dan,
Carol said shortly. She looked at him.
I've hurt you.
Nonsense, Maitland said and smiled faintly. But I insist I either get a clean slate or that I'm suspected. He frowned. If it's a friend of Bruce's that's doing it, he would have to have several things. First, brains.
You've got brains,
Carol said, laughing. Second, ambition.
Well, a man doesn't get to be senator without having ambition,
Carol teased him. Third, he'd have to have the money to buy the Three Rivers outfit. Carol sighed mockingly.
And you haven't any money, have you, Uncle Dan?
Maitland laughed gently. Hardly. If I'd stuck to my law business, I might have made some, but I'm too fiddle-footed. I'm a politician.
Well, it lets you out,
Maitland said dryly. At least it lets me out as far as mailing $5,000 in banknotes to Sheriff Beale. Whoever this man is, he must have money. Lots of it.
Of course.
Maitland shook his head. I think you're wrong, Carol. Three Rivers could be backed by a syndicate of gamblers, bent on crooked work. Wallace could have been put in there to run it for him, being one of that kind. And as for getting information about your dad, you've forgotten Sam, your old foreman.
What about him?
If he could be bribed to disappear, certainly he could have been bribed to give Wallace all the information about your dad that was needed. Isn't that right?
Yes,
Carol said slowly.
That's right.
So your case has been picked to pieces by a jackleg lawyer, Maitland drawled and laughed at her.
But I still think I'm right,
Carol said stubbornly. They were silent a long time, each thinking of the matter. Finally, Maitland said, This is an interesting suspicion, Carol. Does your dad share it?
I've told him, but he was too worried.
And young Dave Coyle?
I don't think he does, Carol murmured and added bitterly. I hope not anyway, or he'd interfere again.
Maitland shook his head. A dangerous and disagreeable young man, your Dave Coyle, but his crimes will catch up with him, and soon, I believe. The ride was a long and dreary one. They paused in Wagon Mound, a straggling frontier town of a dozen false front stores and a tangle of stock pens squatting along the railroad. After supper, they headed on out to the Bib M, McPhee's spread. It was 6 miles from town and middle evening before they reached it. McPhee had sent their housekeeper back to her people when they had left for Santa Fe,
and Carol wondered what she would do alone in that big and silent house. But as they rounded the butte that headed the valley where the home ranch lay, they saw lights ahead. Carol said swiftly,
"Could it be Dad?"
"I hope not," Maitland said, concern in his voice. "He'd be a fool to hide out here."
"Hurry up, Uncle Dan."
The road sloped down into a pleasant sheltered valley. Against the north slope, where a stand of cottonwoods pointed down to the grassy valley floor, the house stood. It was a 2-story affair of the stone of the country, with a gallery running along its front. Considering the country, it was an old place, mellowed by a decade of living. The outbuildings were dark, the stone bunkhouse deserted, for Tate Wallace's land steal had left Bruce McPhee a piddling 1,000 acres of desert range without water or grass. The Bib M riders had been paid off with the right to return if the court fight against Wallace was won. Maitland drove into the yard, dismounted, and tied the team to the small tie rail in front of the house. Carol, however, did not wait for him. She ran up the walk under the gallery and tried the front door. It was locked, and she yanked the bell pull impatiently. Maitland was standing beside her when Lily Sholto, in the dark dress and white apron of a servant, opened the door. Carol stood there, surprise making her speechless, when Lily said,
"Miss Carol, I'm the new housekeeper."
Carol walked in, unable to take her eyes off this pretty girl.
"But who hired you?" "Your father,"
Lily said.
"Dad? Has he been here?"
Lily nodded.
"With Dave Coyle. They've left."
She closed the door behind her and took an envelope out of her apron pocket.
"This is for you."
Carol took the envelope and ripped it open, and was ready to draw out the letter when a thundering knock sounded on the door. The 3 of them stood there staring at each other, and then Carol said faintly,
"Answer it, please."
When Carol and Senator Maitland had left the sheriff's office, the corridor door opened and Lacey Thornton stepped out. He had been hiding in the corridor, where he could hear every word that was said. He looked a little less red-faced than he looked that day at Sabinal, but not much. A lifetime of hard drinking had flushed his tight little monkey's face, until it was a uniform brick red and held the stamp of perpetual anger. He scratched his fringe of copper hair and looked at Beale.
"Well, it didn't work. Maitland gummed it up." "She's scared, I think,"
Ernie C. said. He shook his head.
"But I shouldn't have brought Maitland over. If he hadn't been there, we'd have made her believe that reward was dead or alive right now. She'd have led us to McPhee then, all right." "Maybe she will now," Thornton said.
She ain't scared enough,"
Beale said.
"She's just mad."
"You know what I think?"
Lacey Thornton said.
"I think he's at the Bib M."
"How'd it spread? Hell, he'd be a fool to do that,"
Bill said.
"Why?"
"It's the first place we'd look for him."
"Have you looked?"
Thornton asked dryly. Bill looked at Ernie and grinned sheepishly.
"There you are," Thornton said. "McPhee's traveling with Dave Coyle, and I keep remembering that time Coyle ate in the commissioner's kitchen when that reward was put on him. Coyle's that way. He does what you don't figure he'll do and hasn't got the nerve to do. It's like him to convince McPhee the safest place for him is to hide right at the Bib M, the last place you'd think of looking."
Beale said bluntly.
"You're right."
He said to Ernie,
"Let's head for the Bib M. We'll get there about dark and hole up until Carol McPhee and Maitland get there, then bust in on them and search the place."
"It's worth a try,"
Ernie agreed. The 3 of them left the office, locked it, and after Beale had deposited the money in the bank, got their horses and rode out across the flats toward Wagon Mound and the Bib M. Ernie C. seemed preoccupied during the first half hour, and Beale and Thornton did most of the talking. But in one of the silences, Ernie said to Thornton,
"You hear what Miss McPhee had to say about you, Thornton?"
"I heard her," Thornton said grimly.
"She thinks I put up the money."
"Did you?"
"No,"
Thornton yelled.
"I wish I'd thought of it, though."
"Funny," Ernie said mildly.
"Why'd they send it to you instead of us?"
"I don't know. Maybe they wanted it printed in the Clarion."
"We'd have told the Clarion,"
Ernie said stubbornly. Thornton turned on him, his red face glowing.
"Why ask me? I tell you I didn't put up the money. But I think it's a good idea. I thought it was so good that I rode over on the stage to show it to you. But that's all I did."
Sure, Ernie said gently. But he wasn't convinced. Hadn't Thornton, in public and out of it, cursed Bruce McPhee and threatened him and fought him? He had. And now Thornton had appeared with the money and the proposition of trying to scare Carol with the reward threat until she led them to McPhee. No, it was more than coincidence. There was nothing unlawful about it, but why hadn't Thornton come out with it and been above board? Ernie thought he knew. Thornton hated Bruce McPhee so much he was ashamed of it himself. It was hardly within the dignity of a country editor to offer money for, as Carol Fee had put it, the assassination of an enemy, so Thornton had given it anonymously. Ernie didn't like McPhee much better than Thornton did, but somehow that stuck in his craw. He was already ashamed of trying to scare Carol, but he put it down as necessity. Any means justifies the ends if Dave Coyle and McPhee were trapped. It was well after dark when they arrived at the Bib Inn. They left their horses tied to the fence in the horse pasture and quietly made their way up to the buildings. There was a light in the house, but the other buildings were deserted. Ernie first conducted a search of the barns and outbuildings. A couple of horses had come in from pasture to drink at the tank, but that meant nothing. They could be Coyle's and McPhee's, or they could be ranch horses. But one thing he was sure of, there were no horses saddled for a quick getaway. The three of them squatted behind the bunkhouse to await the arrival of Carol and Maitland. They'd waited an hour when they heard the buckboard pull into the place and stop at the tie rail by the house. Guns drawn, they walked softly toward the house, seeing Carol pull the bell rope and Maitland join her. When they were led into the house, Beale said, "Wait a minute. Give McPhee time to find out who it is and come out." They counted 30 seconds, and then Beale got impatient. "Come on," he said. They went up to the door, and Bill kicked it in his anxiety to get inside. It was opened by the maid, and Bill stepped in, gun drawn, followed by Ernie and Thornton. Carol, an envelope in her hand, stood in the hallway, Maitland beside her. Carol had a startled expression on her face as she saw Beale.
"What are you doing here?" she asked angrily.
"We aim to search the house," Bill said grimly. "Don't you scream or raise a fuss, Miss McPhee."
Carol's heart sank. Hadn't this new girl said her father had gone? She was sure she had. She looked at Lily, and Lily's face seemed serene. Assured by it, Carol's panic vanished, and in its place came anger. What right had they to hound her even to her own house, and with Lacey Thornton, too? Maitland said sharply,
"Let's see your warrant, Bill."
Bill's innocent-looking face got a little hard.
"My face is my warrant, Maitland. If it don't suit you, sue me." He looked at Carol. "You take me upstairs, Miss McPhee. Have your girl take Ernie through the lower rooms. And you just walk ahead, please, in case your dad wants to act salty with a gun."
"I won't,"
Carol said.
"You better," Bill said gently. "I've never locked up a woman yet, but there's a first time for everything."
Carol, uncertain and angry and a little afraid, looked to Maitland for help.
"You don't have to do it, Carol, but you'll probably keep them from looting the place if you stay by them."
Bill flushed.
"That's something I'm not liable to forget next election, Senator."
"Which reminds me that you have an election coming up also," Maitland said with gentle irony. "Even Stephen, eh?"
Bill grunted and waved Carol on. She put the letter down on the table, then said to Lily,
"Show them the downstairs, Lily,"
and went ahead of Beale up the stairs. Lily said to Ernie,
"If you'll come this way, I'll show you."
Ernie had been looking at her for a long time, wondering where he had seen her before. Then he said abruptly,
"I know you. You're the girl that asked me in town when Wallace was going out to his place."
Lily's face was impassive.
"Yes, you didn't tell me." "Changed jobs?"
Ernie asked curiously. Lily only nodded and said,
"Do you want to come along?"
Ernie could take a hint. She didn't want to talk about herself. He said, "Sure," and followed her. He liked her looks this time even better than he had last time, but that wedding ring troubled him. He wished vaguely she wasn't wearing it. Maitland and Lacey Thornton tagged behind him as he went into the living room and began to look around. For a half hour after that followed a systematic search of the house from basement to attic, Thornton helping, Maitland watching. There was a confusion of doors slamming, of walls being tapped, of furniture moved, of beds poked under and barrels upended. At the end of the search, they met in the hall again.
"I hope you're satisfied,"
Carol said hotly. Ernie flushed uncomfortably.
"Well, we've got to look at it from the side of the law."
"The next time you come," Maitland said grimly, "you'd better have a warrant, my friends, because even lawmen are fair game for a shotgun if they haven't got a warrant."
Carol looked at Lacey Thornton, and her lip curled in contempt.
"And since when have you been a lawman?"
she asked.
"I deputized him," Bill put in uncomfortably.
"Is that in return for the favor of putting up $5,000 for the capture of my father?"
Carol asked. Bill squirmed.
"All right, we're doing our best."
"Then get out of this house," Carol cried. "If I ever see any of you around here again, I'll take down Dad's shotgun. And you, Lacey Thornton, I'll have Dad horsewhip you in public the next time you see him." "That'll be pretty hard to do if he's in a coffin,"
Ernie said angrily. The three of them stalked out, and Lily Sholto, who had remained silent all through this, closed the door after them. Carol sank into the nearest chair and looked at Maitland for a long moment. Then she said miserably,
"Isn't there any way to stop this, Uncle Dan?"
Maitland smiled his tired smile.
This is just the beginning, Carol. Try and be calm.
Carol did. She leaned back in the chair and closed her eyes and relaxed. Forget them, she thought. Be thankful Dad wasn't here when they came. What had she been doing before they came? Oh, the letter, of course. She opened her eyes and looked at the table where she had put the letter. It wasn't there. For one short second, she stared at the table, then jumped up.
The letter,
she cried. She looked at Lily. Have you got it? Lily looked startled.
You put it on the table, miss.
But it's gone, Carol cried. She looked in consternation at Maitland, who was staring goggle-eyed at the table.
You left it there? He asked blankly.
Yes, and they took it.
She ran for the door, threw it open, and went out into the night. She couldn't see or hear anything. It was too late. She came back in the house and said swiftly to Lily,
Do you know what was in it?
No, miss, Lily said.
Mr. Coyle told me not to tell you anything or talk about myself. The letter would tell you all you should know.
Carol looked bleakly at Maitland.
Oh, Uncle Dan, what if Dad told where he was hiding?
She was near tears. Maitland came over and took her in his arms, and Carol sobbed wildly on his chest. Maitland stroked her hair and said softly, Don't look on the dark side so much, my dear. There, there. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. It lacked an hour of dawn when McPhee and Dave approached the spot where the sawmill road joined the Wagon Mound road. McPhee was dog-tired and sleepy and hungry and saddle-stiff, and he wished Dave would stop that gentle off-key whistling. During that day and night, they had scrapped with Wallace, delivered Lily Sholto at the home ranch, and then had ridden on here. More than anything else, McPhee wanted a bed, some hot food, and some quiet. Dave Coyle seemed to want nothing. All right, Dave said, turning in the saddle. You know, Susanna, right up the road, whistling it.
Me?
McPhee said, and added hastily,
Oh, no, I'm no good at fooling anybody.
Who said you had to? Dave asked coldly.
But if they say it's me and not the messenger, they'll hit for the brush.
Dave said patiently, When they stop you, you tell them you want to ransom Sholto yourself and take him to Sheriff Beale.
But they'll want to know how I found out about this whistling business,
McPhee objected.
Sure they will.
They'll want to know so bad they'll take you to Usher so we can beat it out of you. McPhee didn't say anything for a moment.
What'll you do?
I'll follow you, Dave said, still patiently. McPhee said suddenly,
Coyle, I don't like this. We're walking into a bunch of killers. We can't hope to get out of there alive with Sholto.
Dave said jeeringly, All right, let's ride into Wagon Mound and get a posse up. McPhee said stubbornly,
But this is suicide.
Dave shifted faintly in his saddle, his arrogant gaze on McPhee in the dark. I don't know why I bother with you, he said softly. I don't reckon I will any longer. He pulled his horse around as if to ride away.
Wait a minute,
McPhee said hastily. Dave stopped, watching him. McPhee rubbed his face with the palm of his hand.
I'm tired,
he said quietly.
Sure you are,
Dave jeered.
You got a price on your head by now, I reckon. Nobody'll let you rest.
You eat on the run and sleep on your gun, and you'll wear out a saddle before it's over. But it's what I've been doing for years. Remember that the next time you raise the ante on me by $3,000. McPhee said wearily,
Quit it.
You're yellow, Dave said calmly. Take that bank account and that spread away from you, and you're an ordinary old cowpoke. Only not so good. McPhee's chin came up.
You're a liar.
Then what you waiting for? Dave countered. McPhee picked up the reins off the horn and looked through the darkness at Dave, his eyes savage and harried and beaten.
One more day, he said, and then this'll be over. I told Carol in that note that I left and we'd have Sholto and Yellow Jacket tonight.
He smiled wickedly.
Just picture me tonight, Coyle. I'll sleep in a bed. I'll eat a good dinner. I'll have a cigar and a paper to read. And you'll be hiding out in the brush, jumping every time a rat steps on a leaf. You'll be eating jerky and riding all day and wondering when somebody will cut down on you from the next ridge. And don't you worry. I'll have an extra $3,000 on your head just to keep you moving.
Dave smiled faintly. It scares me to death. Are you going out there, or am I going to ride off?
I'll go,
McPhee jibed warily.
I'm the one that takes all the risks, while you, the brave gunman, stays hid. That's right. Only when we get in the tight spot there at Usher's camp. Remember who gets you out."
McPhee didn't say anything, only pulled his horse out of the trees onto the road and vanished into the darkness. Dave slipped out of the saddle and tied his horse. He set out on foot now in the darkness, listening for the sound of McPhee up ahead. Presently, as McPhee passed the sawmill road, he began to whistle. It was a thin, flat woebegone whistle, but the tune was recognizable. Dave let him get a ways ahead, and then he followed him, walking in the deep noise-muffling dust of the road. Suddenly he heard a man's voice call out, and McPhee's whistling stopped. Dave froze, listening.
"Bart,"
the sleepy voice called.
"It's Bruce McPhee," McPhee answered. "I want to buy Sholto back."
There was a long wait, and then a voice said sharply,
"Stick 'em up, McPhee. There's 3 of us here."
"All right." At least McPhee's voice didn't sound panicky, and Dave thought maybe the older man would carry it through.
"Now, what do you want?"
a rough voice said.
"I told you I want to pay Sholto's ransom and take him back to Beale so I can get out from under this murder charge." "Who told you to whistle that tune?" "What does it matter?" "Plenty, mister. Where's your little playmate?"
"I shook him," McPhee said dryly.
"No, not exactly that. He just rode off and let me get myself out of this jam the best way I could."
There was a long silence, and then a voice said,
"You'll come with us."
There was a sound of horses approaching him, and Dave faded back into the timber, thinking the riders would turn off on the old mill road. But they passed the turnoff, and Dave was suddenly aware that they were coming toward him, heading up into the mountains above Wagon Mound. Remembering his horse across the road and the likelihood of it whickering when it smelled these horses, Dave crouched low in the road and ran across it and moved swiftly toward his horse. He reached it, clapped a hand over its nose, and then listened while the riders passed him. So Will Usher wasn't hiding out close to here, then. Will was too smart and wary to risk holding Sholto close to these pickup men for Wallace to surround with his crew. If Dave knew him, Usher would be hidden many miles from here. He squatted on the ground now, shivering a little in the coming dawn, wondering if McPhee would be tough enough to hold out under Will Usher's questioning until he got there. Dave thought he would because he had so much at stake. He rolled a cigarette, went out to the road, listened, heard nothing, then lighted his cigarette, held the lighted match low, squatted, and studied the tracks in the road. The 20 minutes he had spent at the Bib Inn putting a double cleat on the shoe of McPhee's horse had been worth it, for the print was plain enough to anyone looking for it. McPhee hadn't even known he did it, so there was no chance of his giving it away. When in half an hour or so it became light enough to track, Dave set out after them, heading toward the mountains. In an hour he picked up a road. As the day grew brighter, he looked around him uneasily. He was heading into a narrow canyon whose sides were steep, and he knew this road. It led into a dead-end box canyon in a deep fold of the mountain, where the Southern Bell mine was located. He pulled up and looked ahead, puzzled. There was no turnoff on this road, so Will would have to be at the Southern Bell. It was a small mine with a reduction mill and shack on the valley floor. The mine itself was behind the reduction mill, far up on an almost vertical slope. The ore was sent to the reduction mill below in buckets on a cable. But the Southern Bell was supposed to be working now, yet it couldn't be if Will Usher was hidden out there. He had picked a perfect spot to hide, where nobody except the mine crew went, and the valley was so narrow, its sides so steep, that nobody could get in without being seen. So this was where Sholto was, Dave thought bitterly. He might as well have been locked in a safe. It might have been possible to try the road at night, but in the daytime it was impossible. One lookout could keep an army from coming in. Dave looked at the road again and made certain that the tracks of McPhee's horse led into the canyon. Then he dismounted and looked about him. The rough shoulders of the mountains reared up on either side of the road, bleak and forbidding. The mine lay 2 miles up the road as he remembered it. For a long moment he stood there looking at it, baffled. And then, his mind made up as to what he had to do, he turned to his horse and went through the old ritual. He loosened the cinch, slipped the bit, tied up the stirrups, and then, before he drove the horse off, untied the lariat and looped it over his shoulder. Afterward, he left the road and started toward the mountains. In half-boots, it was cruel punishment to climb these rocks, but he set about it grimly, making his slow way up the face of the mountain. Soon the morning sun started to beat down on the rocks, and the steep slope was an inferno. Sweat soaked his shirt and rolled off his face. And still he climbed, pausing only when he was gagging for breath. His main worry now was that McPhee, seeing how hopeless it was for anyone to follow him, would quit on him and fail to play out his bluff. Time was slipping by, and each minute made it harder for McPhee to string out his story. Dave thought of Will Usher's gunnies, tough, hard, and skeptical. If they doubted McPhee, they would beat him up on suspicion. Dave climbed for another hour and knew he was to the south of the deep canyon. He started working north now, still climbing, and presently to his left he saw the land fall away abruptly. This was the canyon, and he could see the opposite wall close now. He knew that a few 100 yards ahead and upward he would come to the head of the canyon. When he did, he was in the treacherous shale, and he paused. Behind him the country lay flat as a table, baking in the sun. He got his breath and then looked above him. There, far above the strip of shale and the living rock, the bucket cable was anchored. Dave achieved it, and then looked down. He could see nothing except a section of the valley floor far below just being touched by the late morning sun. A giant iron cleat was anchored in the rock, and the single rope of cable ran through it and down the lip of the canyon, where a thick iron roller protected it from the sawing edge of the rock. Gingerly clinging to the cable, Dave inched his way down to the lip and looked over. He drew back almost at once, a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Ahead of him and far, far below lay the reduction mill, its roof looking the size of a postage stamp from this height. He could pick out several things that looked like ants lining one section of the canyon wall. These were the horses, he supposed, and still smaller spots crossing between the two buildings were probably the men. The cable itself swooped sickeningly toward the canyon floor, looking frailer than a spiderweb. At regular intervals, the ore buckets connected by a smaller cable hung immobile by the pulleys on the big cable, showing the mine was not at work. And to get to the canyon floor, hundreds of feet below, he must go down that cable. The thought of it chilled him, and then he thought of McPhee, and thinking of him and hating him, he thought of Carol. If he could get Sholto back, McPhee would go free, and Carol would be happy. At least he would have made up for the blunders he had already committed. Suddenly, decision took hold of him, and he cast about for some way to get down. He couldn't ride the buckets, for they were working, nor climb down hand over hand, for it was too far. And then he thought of his lariat. The cable, of course, would eat into it if he slid down on it. But if he tripled the rope, wouldn't it be possible to reach the first bucket, change the rope to a fresh hold, slide to the second bucket, and so on? He didn't know, but he did know one thing. If the cable bit through the rope too fast, he had a drop that would break every bone in his body. They could bury him in a fry pan. Thoughtfully, he looked at his lariat, shook his head, then set about making 3 equal lengths of it. He twisted this about one of the cables, grabbed it with both hands, then, taking a deep breath, he swung off into space. The cable gave a little with his weight, started to sway, and then he picked up speed with the sickening force of gravity. He was swooping down on the ore bucket with the speed of lightning, it seemed. It was only a matter of seconds, and he slammed into the ore bucket, breaking the force of the blow with his feet. He put a foot over the side of the heavy bucket, pulled himself inside, and rested, his hands shaking. Then he looked at the rope. The slide had eaten almost through the 3 strands, and he shuddered a little when he saw the frayed ends. 3 thicknesses wouldn't do. He'd have to take 6. He looked about him. He was hanging out in space right at the shaft mouth. It seemed solid and safe in there, but the feeling was unfounded. He had to go down now. There was no other way out. This time, with 6 thicknesses of rope, he swung out again, and again he shot down the cable with dizzy speed. He hit the second bucket with the force of a pile driver, knocking the wind out of him. But he crawled inside and again got his breath. He was more than halfway down. There was one more bucket and then the yawning mouth of the ore hopper atop the mill. The cable ran on down to be anchored in the canyon floor in front of the mill. Buildings were closer now, but he was still far above them. Nobody was in sight, and again, after laying 6 thicknesses of rope across the cable, he swung out. When he achieved the 3rd bucket, he looked at his rope and saw that it was used up. The trip from this bucket to the roof would have to be made hand over hand without the rope. He left the rope in the bucket, gripped the cable, and began to lower himself down it. It took an eternity, but finally he was on the lip of the big ore hopper. He rested there listening. One of the horses below had seen him, and now he eyed him with faint interest. Dave swung down from the hopper to the roof and, crouching by it, eyed the shack across the canyon floor. It seemed empty, and yet he couldn't be sure. He waited a full 10 minutes and saw nothing and concluded that Will was in the building beneath him. Dave tiptoed up to the edge of the roof and peered over. 2 men were standing about 30 feet from the door, their backs to him, talking. Dave reached up for the cable over his head, crawled hand over hand down it, and then dropped the 6 feet to the men. He landed astride the shoulders of both men, knocking them to the ground. One man yelled as he fell. Dave whipped out his gun and brought it down on the man's head with a savage force. The other man had been knocked out by the fall. Dave picked up one of their rifles and ran the 30 feet to the door. He flattened against the side of the building just as he heard a table overturn inside and the heavy tramping of feet. The door was yanked open, and at the same time Dave swung the rifle, butt foremost. It caught one of Will Usher's gunnies full in the belly and doubled him over like a jackknife. Dave grabbed him before he fell, held him up with one hand, palmed his gun up with the other, and, using the man as a shield, stepped into the room. He had a fleeting glimpse of the room before it exploded into action. Will Usher, his gun half out, was lunging for shelter behind Sholto, who was sitting motionless in a chair by the overturned table. McPhee was standing against the wall, his hands raised over his head. And in that split second, Dave caught sight of the man flattened against the wall inside the door. He wheeled away and back just as the man's gun exploded. The man Dave was holding jarred with the impact of the slug. Dave stuck his gun in, turned it at right angles, and fired just as a window crashed somewhere. The man fell. Then he lunged inside the room over the two bodies on the floor. A gun boomed from the rear of the room, the slug slapping against the wall behind him. McPhee yelled, "Be careful!" as Dave swung up his gun and sent a shot toward the rear of the place. A door slammed, a body fell heavily, and then it was still. Dave said swiftly, "Where's Usher?" "Out the window," McPhee said. Dave ran for the shattered window, stuck his head out and saw nothing, then turned and lunged out the door. Usher had just dived behind the horses. Dave was out the door running toward him when Usher shot over the rump of a horse. The slug whistled by Dave's ear, and he dived for the protection of the two unconscious men in the yard. Usher shot again, this time over his head. Dave grabbed the rifle of one of the men, propped him on his side, laid the rifle across him, and then called, "Come on out, Will. You can't make the break."
"Damn you, come and get me. I'll kill every horse here if you do."
He sent another shot at Dave that went over his head. There was a long silence. Dave couldn't shoot for fear of hitting the horses, which they needed, and Will Usher knew it. Suddenly, Will bawled,
"I'll make a deal, Dave. Give me a horse and let me out of here, and I won't shoot the horses."
McPhee yelled from the house,
"Take him up on it, Dave. There's a man guarding the canyon below. We can't get out afoot."
Dave said,
"Nothing doing, Will. I wouldn't trust you. You'd ford out up there and send that man for a posse and wagon mount."
He paused.
"I'm coming over, Will." "Wait a minute," Will cried, real terror in his voice. "I'll ride out with you, Dave. I'll pull that man away and take him with me."
"I'm coming after you, Will."
Dave, listen. You need the horses, and I'll kill 'em all if you start over here. Listen to me. I'll give myself up if you'll give me your word you'll turn me loose at the mouth of the canyon. I'll get you by, my man."
McPhee bawled,
"Dave, you fool, take him up."
Dave cursed bitterly. There was McPhee howling like an old woman because he was afraid to be afoot in a country where a posse was likely to ride him down. And now Will Usher, because McPhee was afraid, would go free. For one stubborn moment, Dave told himself McPhee could be damned, but he knew he couldn't let Will kill the horses. What was he doing this for? To get Sholto back and McPhee free of his charges. Will Usher would have to wait. Usher bawled,
"Give me your word, Davy, and I'll take you out of here."
Dave dropped his rifle in disgust. This was twice he'd missed Will Usher. He said shortly, "Come on out. You've got it." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Will Usher walked out from behind the horses, smiling broadly. He had no fear of being killed now, for Dave Coyle's word, to lawman or outlaw, was never broken. He walked over to Dave, his handsome face smiling. Somewhere in the turmoil he had lost his hat, but he was still wearing his dusty frock coat and his soiled gloves.
Well, Davy," he said wryly. "I thought I had a place here that was coil-proof."
"You'll never have one, Will," Dave said. "When I get through with this business, I'm going to spend a little time on you."
They looked at each other a moment, Will Usher's face troubled, his eyes angry. He looked like a gambler who had tried to fill a bobtail straight and was both surprised and angry that he hadn't. Dave Coyle looked disappointed too, and grim. McPhee, now that the shooting was over, tramped out of the mill shed, Sholto behind him. Dave looked at McPhee and, remembering that McPhee, instead of warning him of the man inside the shack waiting for him, had stood there with his hands in the air, said sardonically,
"I don't know what I'd do without a fighting partner like you, McPhee."
McPhee's face was a brick red.
"I'm not a gunfighting man," he said.
Why mention gunfighting? Dave sneered. Here. He handed McPhee his gun. If he says boo, just hold tight and maybe it won't fall out of your hand. Dave went back into the mill shed. The man behind the door had shot his partner, and they were both lying dead across the sill. Dave went on through the office to a smaller one and found what he was looking for. The watchman had been bound and gagged and was lying on the floor. Dave untied him. Afterward, he went out to the horses. Usher and McPhee mounted first, and Dave swung up alongside of Sholto's horse. I've got your wife safe, Dave said to Sholto. You don't have to go back to Wallace now. We're showing you to Beale so he'll free McPhee, and then you can ride out. Sholto's eyes lighted up with a faint hope, and he said, Thanks. You let me get past you that night at the line camp. I pay back my debts. They rode out of the canyon. Will Usher called down his guard, who was forted up on the canyon slope, and Dave disarmed him and gave him the extra horse. At the mouth of the canyon, Will Usher said, I'll leave you here, Davy boy, and grinned at him. Dave shifted in his saddle and regarded Usher with speculation in his eyes. Aim to hightail it, Will? Usher laughed. I don't reckon. You know why, Davy? Because I think they'll nail your hind to the wall before you're through here. I aim to help 'em. Dave nodded agreeably. Stick around. It'll save me trouble hunting you. Usher laughed, waved agreeably, and headed down the road toward Wagon Mound. Dave and McPhee and Sholto cut through the timber, rounding the base of the Corazon, and headed for Yellow Jacket. It was a long ride and a hard one, and Dave hurried. He wanted more than anything else at this moment to get McPhee off his hands. Once that was done, once it was proved to Carol that he was willing to help her father, he would be free to work on what was important. Sholto, after all, was a minor matter, a nuisance, a byproduct of the court fight. What was important was the identity of the man behind Tate Wallace. Darkness caught them far out on the flats west of Yellow Jacket. A chill night wind riding the earth bit into them and gave its warning of winter soon to come. It seemed to Dave, looking over at Sholto and McPhee with their shoulders hunched against the cold, that all of them would be glad to part company. McPhee was sulky, not even cheered by the prospect of his freedom. Sholto was more quiet than any man Dave had seen. He seemed to be considering something, keeping his own counsel. The three of them were like strangers, not even wanting to speak to each other. When they were finally in sight of the lights of Yellow Jacket, Dave said grimly, Well, we'll part company pretty quick. What do you aim to do then, McPhee? Take up the fight where you interrupted it, McPhee said bitterly. That is, if Sholto goes back to Wallace and intends to swear he was witness to the deed. Dave said to Sholto, Will you? I don't know, Sholto said. I gotta think. They picked up the road south of town, and now the lights of the town were distinct up ahead. They passed the first houses on the outskirts of town, and Dave peered through the darkness at Sholto. Would he show himself to Bill, then vanish? Or would he hunt up Wallace again? Dave didn't know and didn't care, but he did know that if he were in McPhee's boots, he would be talking, pleading, threatening, or buying him off. Instead, McPhee was sulkily watching Sholto. They passed into the business section now, and ahead were the lights of the saloons. The sheriff's office was lighted also, Dave saw. When he came to the middle block of the town, where old Beatty's store threw out its light into the street, he reined up. This is as far as I go, he murmured. I'll wait and see if they free you, McPhee. He looked at the tie rail in front of Tim King's Keno parlor. It was jammed with horses. Through the big front window he could see a section of the bar, and there, back to the window, was Tate Wallace. Dave looked at Sholto. Sholto had seen Wallace too, and his face was a little pale. McPhee said impatiently, Let's go, Sholto. Sholto put his horse in motion and rode beside McPhee up the street. He was watching Wallace through the saloon window. They were just angling across the street to the sheriff's office when Sholto reined up. I'm not going in, McPhee, he said stubbornly. Not going? McPhee's voice died, then he said, But damn it, man, you've got to. I'll hang for your murder if you don't. No, said Sholto shortly. It's either you or me that will hang. Might as well be you. What do you mean you... I mean, Wallace is in town now, Sholto said swiftly. He blackmailed me into witnessing that deed. He was holding my wife a prisoner there at the Three Rivers to make sure I didn't run out on him. But Coyle has got my wife hid. Wallace ain't got anything to make me come back, so he'll tell. Tell what? That he saw me kill a man, Sholto said evenly. I killed him, all right. I was drunk and mad, and I shot him. And they can hang me for it. And Wallace has told Bill. How do you know? He didn't come after me when Usher had me, did he? No,
He knows now that if he can't hold Lily anymore, I'll light a shuck the first chance I get. So he'll tell Bill. He told him he's here, and I'll stand trial.
He pulled his horse around.
Sorry, McPhee, but I got my own hide to think of.
Wait a minute,
McPhee ordered. Clumsily then, he pulled out a gun and leveled it at Sholto.
I'm not hanging for any man, not even...
Crash. A 6-gun bellowed from somewhere, and Sholto was driven over the saddle horn and fell into the road on his face, his shirt and back welling crimson blood. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. On the heels of the report, McPhee's horse began to pitch. In the terror, it arched its back and started to buck in a circle. Men began to pour out of King's Keno parlor. Above the tumult, Dave yelled, "Run for it, McPhee!" Then someone opened up with a 6-gun from the opposite sidewalk, someone who had recognized Dave's voice. Another shot hammered out. Dave yanked his horse around, leaned over its neck, and roweled him savagely, heading out of town. What had happened? Somebody planted up on the roof of Beatty's store had shot Sholto. Dave had seen the gun flash, and there was McPhee, a gun in his hand, threatening Sholto, who seemed as if he was aiming to ride off. McPhee was in for it now, and all Dave could do was run to keep from getting the same thing. Already he heard horses pounding down the road behind him. Back in town, Ernie C. and Sheriff Beale had been the first out the door of the sheriff's office. Ernie took the scene in at a glance as he vaulted the tie rail. McPhee's terrified horse went into a savage sunfish, and McPhee flew out of the saddle. He landed on his shoulder, and Ernie dived on top of him. He wrestled the gun out of his hand, and when he stood up, Beale was leaning over Sholto. Men were running toward them from the saloons, and still others were swinging into the saddle and heading out of town. Beale looked up from Sholto and said to Ernie,
"He's dead."
Slowly, McPhee hauled himself to his feet, looking dazed. Beale said wickedly,
"That hangs you, McPhee. Hangs you higher than any kite ever flown."
"But I didn't shoot him,"
McPhee cried. Beale said,
"Give me that gun you took from him, Ernie."
Ernie gave it to him, and Beale spun the cylinder. There was one cartridge shot. Beale smelled the barrel and said evenly,
"One empty, and there's a powder smell. How about that, McPhee?"
There was a murmuring of men surrounding them, and McPhee looked helplessly at them.
"But I didn't do it, I tell you. I only had a gun in my hand. He wouldn't come in."
"By God, we ought to string him up,"
one man in the crowd said. Ernie said to McPhee,
"If you're smart, you'll keep your mouth shut."
"Get him inside,"
Bill ordered. Ernie, his hand on McPhee's arm, broke the crowd and took McPhee into the sheriff's office, through it, and into the cell block in the cell. Beale, with a half-dozen select citizens, followed. McPhee looked dazed. It had all happened too fast. Beale, from the other side of the door, said,
"What happened?"
"I was bringing Sholto in here to prove to you I never killed him. Me and Dave Coyle, that is. Dave stayed down street and left me to bring him in. Sholto balked just in front of the office. I pulled a gun on him and told him to come along. Then come a shot and my horse started to pitch. That's all I know."
Bill said sarcastically,
"Beautiful. A good little Injun spirit aimed the gun and pulled the trigger, I suppose."
"But I didn't kill him."
"Who did? Dave Coyle? Sholto's back was to both of you,"
Bill said slyly. McPhee stared at him, his hard dislike for Dave forming into suspicion and then into certainty. He hadn't shot Sholto himself. There was nobody else on the street except Dave. The shot had come from somewhere down there. Dave had given him that gun, taken from a dead guard at the mine. Dave hated him and said so. Suddenly it came to him clear as crystal. Before, when they were in jail, Dave was accused of killing Sholto at McPhee's orders. But by getting Sholto safe and planting him with McPhee in front of the sheriff's office, and then shooting him, the blame for Sholto's murder would be settled for once and all, on McPhee's head. It was that easy, that cynical, that slick. McPhee's eyes focused on Beale, and he was not even clever enough to dissimulate.
"Yes," he balked. "Coyle shot him. He was the only one who would shoot him,"
Ernie said in angry and withering disgust.
"How I'd love you for a partner, McPhee."
McPhee was excited now. The truth had fully dawned on him, and he set out to spread it with a bull-headed passion.
"But I tell you, Coyle's framing me. He killed Sholto. He put Sholto up to stall in at the last minute, so's I draw a gun. I tell you, Coyle did it."
Ernie C. was really angry. He hated Dave Coyle with a hatred that was all-consuming, but he hated a disloyal man more. But above and beyond that, he was puzzled. This didn't make sense. Why would McPhee bring Sholto, on whose recognition he would go free, up to the very doorstep of the sheriff's office and then shoot him? The answer was he wouldn't. No sane man would. And the story of Dave Coyle shooting him was too far-fetched to be worth any consideration. McPhee had jumped at Beale's bait like the simple fool he was. But that left the question unanswered. Who shot Sholto? Beale was saying heatedly,
"If you ask me, McPhee, it was something you and that damn Hellion planted beforehand. That's his idea of fun, and yours too, I reckon. If your horse hadn't pitched, you'd be riding off with Coyle now and laughing at what you'd done. Damn you," he added with savage anger. "You ain't even fit to stretch a rope."
Bill turned and then said to the others,
"Give me 10 men that'll make good deputies to guard him. I'm going to sleep them right here in the cell block. This time he won't get away."
He named 4 men to watch McPhee, then tramped out into the office, Ernie behind him. Bill yanked down a rifle from the wall rack, and then he looked at Ernie, anger and bewilderment in his face.
"What's this country coming to?"
he asked seriously.
"When that can happen, things is pretty bad."
Ernie said quietly,
"McPhee didn't shoot Sholto."
Beale's movement in taking the gun down was arrested. He was immobile a second. Then he said,
"You think Coyle did?"
"I don't think either of them did," Ernie said bluntly. Bill just stared at him in voiceless amazement.
"Harv, when I took that gun from McPhee, it was cold. It hadn't been shot."
"It was warm when you give it to me," Bill countered angrily.
"I held it by the barrel."
They glared at each other, and Bill said,
"You saying Coyle shot him?"
"No."
"And McPhee didn't either?"
"McPhee didn't shoot him, and Coyle didn't either," Ernie said stubbornly.
Beale's mouth formed a grim line. He went over to the desk and laid the gun on it and put his hands on his hips.
"Ernie,"
he began quietly,
"it ain't no secret to me that you're a bull-headed, open-handed gent. But by God, when you try to tell me that a man dies of spontaneous combustion or something, you're also crazy as hell. You're crazier than hell."
He ran a hand through his hair and made a hopeless, angry gesture.
"God almighty, I think I'm going crazy myself."
One of McPhee's guards opened the corridor door and said,
"McPhee said if you want to catch Coyle, go out to his place. The Bib M. He's sure Coyle will head there."
Bill said crisply,
"Get going, Ernie. He'll have shut that gang by now in the dark. Pick him up and ride hell for leather for the Bib M."
Ernie tramped out, his face sullen and angry and baffled. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 15. It was not hard to shake the posse. Dave cut off to the west once he was out of town, rode a quarter of a mile, cut back toward the town, and rode completely around it, coming up so close to the rear of the posse he could hear them arguing. They were on the ground lighting matches, trying to pick his tracks out of a tangle of others on the flats. Dave made a wide circle of them then and headed west. He didn't know why he was going this way, except that it led to the Corazon and safety. All this had stunned him, and for a moment he reined up, wondering if he should go back to town and hunt down the bushwhacker. But how could he? All he had had to do was climb down off Beatty's roof and mingle with the crowd. He urged his horse on and tried to think. Whoever shot Sholto knew that Sholto was being brought in. The only people who knew that were Will Usher, who could have guessed it, and Carol, who was told it in McPhee's note to her. Whom had Carol told? Until he knew he was at sea, just guessing. Will Usher might have killed Sholto, but what would he gain? Nothing. No money, no prestige, no pardon, nothing. The secret lay with the note to Carol, and whom she had told. Dave put the spurs to his horse then, realizing that McPhee would depend on him to learn this from Carol. He didn't know how long it would take Sheriff Beale to worm this from McPhee and head for the Bib M himself, but he guessed it wouldn't take long. It was a long ride, and he was dog-tired. His horse was tired too, but this was one time he couldn't spare the leather. He took off across country, taking his direction from the high cold stars. He had never felt lonelier, more puzzled, more defeated in his life, and more stubborn. For it was plain to him that this would be a fight to the finish now. Whoever risked that shot was willing to risk his life to win. And what puzzled him more than all else was that Wallace, the man who would be most interested in seeing McPhee saddled with a murder, was visible through the window of King's Keno parlor when the shooting occurred. It didn't make sense, but it did make an airtight, sealed, and delivered frame-up for Bruce McPhee. The Bib M was dark when he rode into the valley before it, and he drew a deep breath of relief. He rode into the yard, was about to tie his horse at the tie rail, and then thought better of it. He led the horse around to the woodshed and back and tied it there, then came around to the front door and knocked and tugged at the bell rope. A lamp was lighted upstairs, and he heard soft footsteps on the gallery above him.
"Who is it?"
Carol asked softly.
"Me."
"Dave Coyle, what do you want?"
There was an undercurrent of hostility and anxiety in her voice already. Dave said,
"Come down here."
Carol went inside and came downstairs and opened the door. She faced him in a gray wrapper bound about her, and her hair was braided in 2 long ropes down her back. Her face was soft and pink, sleep still in it. She said immediately,
"Where's Dad?"
"In jail."
Carol took that without a word, but she was hating him when she looked at him.
"And you're free,"
she said angrily.
"I guess I should have expected that. How'd they catch him?"
Dave told her about the happenings in town. When he told her of Sholto, a look of pain supplanted the anger in her face, but she said nothing. When he was finished, he waited for her to ask questions, but she only said softly,
"Poor Lily."
"Your dad never killed him,"
Dave said.
"He didn't shoot."
Carol said scathingly,
"Do you think I have to be told that? What's more to the point is that did you kill him?"
Dave said patiently,
"No."
"Then I guess that's all I want to know about it," Carol said bitterly. "I'm glad you've come. I have a proposition to make to you."
Dave didn't say anything, only watched her, the lamplight making his cheekbones seem flat and high, his eyes deep.
"I'll sign over half my inheritance to you if you'll leave the country," Carol said warily. "Once upon a time, before you came here, we only had a simple court fight to win. Now Dad has to face a murder trial."
She made a grimace of disgust.
"Oh, can't you see we don't want you, that you can't help us, that we hate you? Leave us alone. Why do we have to suffer, you two? On account of a foolish girl's mistake in writing you?"
2 spots of color burned deeply in Dave's cheekbones. She had a right to say that, only he hated her for saying it. At that moment he hated the whole McPhee family, and only his stubbornness kept him from walking out into the night. He put a hand flat on the hallway wall, leaned on it, cuffed his Stetson back off his black hair. In his eyes were tiny pinpoints of anger. He said with savage anger,
"Listen, I don't want anything out of you McPhees. Not even a kind word. Did you ever hear me say I'd help you?"
"Why, no,"
Carol said truthfully.
"I kidnapped Sholto because I saw a chance to make a piece of money, not to help you. I got your dad out of jail because Bill figured wrong and thought we'd throw it in with each other. All I got out of it was a cussing out from your dad and a cussing out from you. I expect that, I reckon. You're trash, the lot of you."
Carol winced under the slow, measured whiplash of his words, but she kept looking at him.
"Another thing,"
Dave went on, his spare quiet words coming in a level monotone.
"I'd hate to have you think I ever done anything for you. I've known honky-tonk girls I'd sooner help than you. I'd sooner help Lily Sholto than you, and I saw her just once in my life. So don't get any wrong ideas about me."
"I never had,"
Carol said with quiet contempt.
"You're utterly selfish. A cheap little killer."
"That's right," Dave said levelly. "So don't expect me to make a hero out of myself just 'cause you spoke to me once. I want you to get this through your thick McPhee skull. I'm in this because somebody is trying to make a sucker out of me, not to help you."
Carol said presently,
"I don't understand that."
"That's 'cause you've got McPhee blood in you," Dave jibed. "The McPhees don't understand anything. But I'll tell you, when I make plans, I like to see them work. I planned to get Sholto and take him and your dad back to Beale, so your dad would go free. But somebody shot Sholto. My plans were spoiled. I don't like it."
My,
Carol said in vicious mockery.
"Did someone cross our nasty little bad man?"
"They tried to," Dave said arrogantly. "They won't get away with it. Not if you tell me something, that is. Lord knows I don't like to ask you. In the first place, you probably couldn't remember. In the second place, even if it means your dad gets out of jail, you wouldn't tell me. You'd—"
"Will it get him out of jail?"
Carol said swiftly, her anger forgotten.
"Yes."
"Then ask me."
"Who read that note your dad sent you besides you?"
"I didn't even have time to read it myself," Carol said quickly. "It was stolen from that table while they searched the house for you."
"Who's they?"
"Sheriff Beale, Ernie C., and Lacey Thornton. They followed me home and came in right away. Senator Maitland and Lily and I showed them through the house. When we came back to the door here, the note Lily gave me and I'd put on the table was gone." She hesitated. "How will it get him out of jail?"
"Because it told you that we were bringing Sholto in tonight. Whoever stole it killed Sholto.
Then it was Thornton.
If you believe that all lawmen are honest and that all lawyers are nice old men. Carol took a moment to understand this, and then her lip curled in contempt.
That's so typical of you that...
Carol ceased speaking, for she had seen Dave cock his head, as if listening to something.
What is it?
She asked. Dave didn't answer for a long moment, then he backed away from the door.
Lots of riders,
he said tonelessly.
After you?
I reckon.
Carol said slowly, viciously.
I won't hide you.
Then you better get a mop and a bucket, 'cause this'll turn into a pretty messy place,
Carol said wickedly.
Let's see how the bad man gets out of this. I'm going to tell them you're here.
I know you will,
Dave sneered. He turned and ran up the stairs, then looked around him. He could see down the upstairs hall to a glass-paned door that led out onto the gallery. He hurried down the hall, softly opened the door, and listened. Someone was knocking below. He crawled out to the railing of the gallery, and lying on his stomach, he could see a dark tangle of men below. They were splitting up to surround the house. The knock sounded again, and the door opened, and Ernie C.'s voice came plainly.
Where's Dave Coyle, Miss McPhee?
Why, what are you talking about?
Carol asked calmly. So she hadn't given him away after all. Dave didn't know why, but he was glad she hadn't. His anger with her melted away. Ernie was saying patiently,
We found his horse out back. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, Miss McPhee. You got the lamps lit. You're out of bed. You see, it's no use making a bluff, and this time I have a warrant.
Carol said nothing. Ernie went on patiently.
The place is surrounded, so we can't get away.
Suddenly he shot at her.
Your dad's in jail for murder.
He isn't,
Carol cried. It sounded as if she were really surprised.
Yes'm, Ernie said. And Sheriff Beale thinks if we get Coyle, we'll have the man who really did the murder. Your dad will go free. Now, will you let us in?
Carol said quietly.
And you, Mr. C., you believe Coyle is guilty of the murder?
Ernie's answer was a long time in coming, and then it was spoken with an undertone of savage forbearance.
No, I don't think either of them killed this man. But I'm the sheriff's deputy, and he believes it, so I guess I gotta search the house whether you like it or not. Do you aim to let us in?
There's not much I can do to stop you,
Carol said. Dave heard the posse tramping into the house. He inched back from the railing and lay there, his mind working quickly and futilely. He couldn't let them take him. He had to be free to work at this. He stepped back into the hallway and saw the moving light of a lamp somebody was bringing up the stairs. In pure desperation, he ducked into the room at his right, walked through it to the side window, and looked out. He could see the figures of men standing out there, waiting for the posse to flush him out into their guns. Now there was the sound of someone in the next room. He could hear doors being opened, wardrobes being searched. Across the stairway, other men were searching the opposite room. It was a matter of minutes before they reached here. A slow, angry resentment burned within him, and then died. He'd have to fight his way out this time. He went swiftly to the window that opened onto the gallery and softly opened it. He crawled through it and went over the railing. 2 men were in conversation there, below under the big spreading cottonwood whose farthest feathery branches touched the gallery railing. Dave knew he couldn't shin down the pillars, or they would pick him off before he was halfway down. 15 feet was too far to jump, and he couldn't shoot them. And then he heard the door open in the room beyond him and knew he must act at once. He climbed up on the railing, looked out into the tangle of foliage ahead of him, drew a deep breath, and jumped out, his arms spread wide. Crashing into the thin branches, he brought his arms together, hugging everything to him. He didn't get any big branches, but he got one reasonably thick one, and as he fell then, he hugged it tighter. His drop was checking a little, and then he heard the branch snap, followed by the cracking sound of the smaller ones. Then he heard the sharp, dry rip of bark peeling off, and he fell downward and outward in a pendulum swing. But the bark was peeling off more slowly than his fall, and it was checking his fall. When he felt himself at the bottom of the arc, he let go. He sailed out into space, then landed jarringly on his side. He felt his gun slide out of its holster, heard it slide off in the leaves. Then a burst of gunfire from the ground and from the gallery opened up on him. He came to his feet looking for his gun and not finding it and knowing bitterly that he couldn't wait to search. He ran zigzag fashion toward the corrals until he was out of the light, then paused and listened. Men were shouting all around him, and he could hear them pounding down the stairs and out the door. He lay down where he was, hoping against hope that they wouldn't find his gun. Already men were running out toward the corral, passing him in the dark. They were shooting now, shooting at shadows in the night and everything they thought might be the $7,000 that his carcass represented. Carol came to the door with a lamp. Ernie came out after her, took the lamp, and went over to the place Dave had fallen. He stooped, picked up a gun, then turned and yelled, "Get some lamps and lanterns! He lost his gun!" A half-dozen lamps and lanterns were commandeered, and then the posse spread out in a wide half-circle and started toward the corrals. Softly, cursing bitterly, Dave began to crawl toward the corrals, taking advantage of all the cover he could. They knew he was unarmed, and they'd shoot him down in a second now if they saw him. They could afford to be brave. He heard one man on the other side of the horse corral call, "I got this side covered, Ernie." Dave rolled under the bottom rail of the horse corral and then, bending over, crossed it. Beyond, two men were talking. Dave crawled over in the shadow of the big tank and considered his position. They would soon close in on him, joining up with the men on the other side of the corrals who had rushed ahead. If he ever got out of this, he'd need his luck to do it. There was just no way out. In one long, bleak moment, Dave considered this. He was going to have to surrender. He raised his hand to the edge of the trough, ready to hoist himself up and surrender. Bitterness was hard in his throat, and then his hand touched the water. The big round tank was almost full of water. A rim of ice was forming at the edges. Suddenly he paused and knew he was going to do it. He crawled over the edge of the tank and put his feet inside. The water clawed at him like hot iron, but he lowered himself in it clear to his neck. He couldn't breathe, and the cold was like an iron band around his chest, but he remembered to take off his hat and kneel on it so it wouldn't float. He hoped bitterly that nobody would notice that the water level was above the rim of the ice. He found a cleat near the bottom of the tank, and holding on to it in readiness, he looked over the rim and watched. The men with lanterns were coming closer, the first one almost at the corral. They were shouting back and forth now on both sides. Suddenly, Ernie C. stepped into the corral, and Dave heard him say, "If he ain't here, he's in the barn." Dave waited until Ernie was halfway across the corral, and then he took a deep breath and gently pulled himself underwater, using the cleat to hold himself there. He tried to hold still, but he knew he was shivering. How long could he stand it? He was sure that with the light from the lantern reflected in the water, it would look only black and deep to a man investigating. Unless they looked carefully, he would be invisible under the water's surface. He tried to count, but even before he got to 10, his lungs started to ache. Then the pain and the torture came, and he held out doggedly. When he was certain that he couldn't live if he didn't get air right away, he slowly let himself up, careful again not to disturb the water. He came up, his eyes open, to find himself staring at the broad back of Ernie C., not 6 inches away from him. Ernie was sitting on the edge of the trough. With exquisite agony, Dave slowly drew in his breath. Ernie was talking to a man sitting beside him, saying, "We'll work over the barn now. Flush him into the corral here." Dave couldn't smother the chatter of his teeth. He couldn't stand the agony of this ice water another moment. Already his muscles were balled into vicious cramps that ached like a throbbing tooth. With a hand that was numb, he gently reached out for the gun in Ernie's holster. His hand was shaking, so the gun seemed to hammer on the leather of the holster as he slipped it out. When it was free, he rammed it savagely into Ernie's back, came to his feet, and wrapped a wet arm around Ernie's neck. "You there," he said to the man beside Ernie. "Throw your gun away and hurry it." The man did, and then raised his hands to the night sky. Dave shoved Ernie off the trough and clambered out. "You and me are going to walk over to a horse, Ernie," Dave said, his teeth chattering. "You better figure out how and make it quick." Ernie said thickly, "The hell I will." He looked around him for the others, but there was only the dim light of a lamp from behind the barn. "Bueno," Dave said harshly. "I didn't have a gun tonight, but I got one now. Watch me." He cocked the gun, and there was something in his manner that was deadly and final. Ernie backed off and said, "Hold it!" "I can't much longer. I'm cold." "Then follow me." Ernie walked toward the corral gate. When he got there, he yelled to the man with the lantern in front of the barn, "Go help him, Russ. I'll watch this side."
What about the corral?
"Mickey's here and 2 others."
The man went into the barn. Dave prodded the 2 of them out the gate, and they walked swiftly toward the house. They could hear the shouts of the men inside the barn. A horse was tied to one of the cottonwoods near the house. Dave mounted it and without a word galloped out into the valley. Dave smiled at that. He was cold, almost frozen, but he knew he was free. He knew something beyond that, too. One of 5 men, Sheriff Beale, Ernie C., Lacey Thornton, Senator Maitland, and Will Usher, was Sholto's killer and Wallace's backer. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 16. The approach to the Three Rivers spread did not appeal to the aesthetics in Will Usher's nature. He was a man who liked fine things, and although that liking had got him into much trouble through the shortcuts he took to get fine things, it still didn't cure him. He didn't like Three Rivers. There were no trees, and the whole place looked as if a 4th of July picnic had just pulled off the grounds. But Will was in no position to appear critical right now. Or was he? He didn't know what attitude to take with Tate Wallace, the superior or the inferior, and he decided to let events shape his course. Before he had pulled into the yard proper, an unshaven Hardcase strolled out from the shade of the barn, where he left 2 of his companions. "What do you want?" the puncher asked. Will looked at him and decided he was dirty and offensive and needed taking down. "I know one thing I don't want," Will said equably. "And that's any of your lip, my man." He ignored the man's surliness and looked at the buildings with contempt mounting in his eyes. "Wallace around?" "Not to you, he ain't." "Tell him I'm the gent that tried to make him pay for Sholto," Will said. "I want to talk to him." The calm brassiness of Will Usher impressed the puncher. He growled something and set off across the yard to the house. Will followed him and dismounted at the porch. He sat down on its edge and wiped the sweat from his hatband, then looked the place over. No, it wasn't much, he decided. If he owned the place and the money that was behind it, he'd turn this over to rats and mice and build down near the junction of the Three Rivers, off the bench. Will contemplated it for a long time and finally grew impatient. What had happened to that puncher sent to get Wallace? Will reached in his coat for a cigarette making, and his elbow bumped something. He glanced around and saw a pair of boots and, looking higher, saw a man standing there watching him. It was Wallace, all right, he knew, but he didn't know how he had got there. Will very calmly looked away, rolled a cigarette, and lighted it. Wallace said quietly, "So you're the Ranahan that wanted 50,000 from me, are you?" "That's right," Will said, looking off across the flats. "How'd you like to get kicked as far as the drift fence you passed a couple miles back?" Will said calmly, "I wouldn't like it. You won't do it either." "Oh, won't I?" Wallace taunted. He stepped off the porch, heading for the crew by the barn. Will said softly, "Think a minute, mister. You'll see how you can use me." Wallace's step lagged and then paused. He turned around slowly, and now his face was curious, alert. Slowly he walked back to confront Will. "What did you say?" "I say you can use me. Remember, I'm the lad that helped Dave Coyle kidnap Sholto in the first place." "That'll mean you'll get kicked 3 miles, Wallace said. "You're still dumb," Will said pleasantly. "I know Dave." He looked up at Wallace and said, "You want him, don't you?" "Dave Coyle? Hell, he don't worry me." "He's going to." They watched each other carefully a few seconds, and then Wallace came over and sat down beside him. Wallace looked obliquely at him, studying him a moment, then said, "How's Dave Coyle going to worry me?" "He's helping McPhee. I heard him say he was, and I saw him do it." Wallace laughed. "Nobody can help McPhee now." "Except Coyle."
"How?"
"They were both in jail once, weren't they? They both broke out, didn't they? And Sholto, your witness, is dead."
"Sure he is," Wallace agreed. "I don't need him any more, though.
McPhee killed him." "Not McPhee."
Wallace looked at him sharply. "Who says he didn't?"
"I do. I didn't see it, but they told me about it in Yellow Jacket."
"Did they tell you either McPhee or Coyle, both together, didn't do it?"
"They told me they did do it. I say they didn't, and I know."
Wallace smiled thinly, carefully.
"Go on."
McPhee didn't kill him because Sholto was McPhee's only alibi, the alibi he needed to go free. Coyle didn't do it because he was Sholto's friend. Sholto let him escape from me."
"Then who did kill Sholto?"
Wallace asked. Will grinned. It was a flashing smile, wise and disarming.
"You think I'm going to accuse you of it? Far from it, my friend. You had an alibi. So did your men. I took the trouble to learn that."
"Then who did?"
"The man back in this outfit here."
Wallace kept the faint smile on his face. His eyes gave away nothing, not even his temper. Will didn't even bother to look at him, and for some reason that annoyed Wallace more than the accusation.
"Now that's something that you own," Wallace said dryly. "It's news to me, but how'd you figure it out?"
"It's pretty simple,"
Will said calmly. He picked up a handful of dust and sifted it through his fingers, watching it idly. He spoke casually.
"Start with Miss Carol McPhee. She sent me a letter written to Dave Coyle, but mailed it in an envelope addressed to me. She verified something that I'd suspected for a long time. That deed you have for McPhee is phony, of course."
"Court ain't said so."
"Exactly. You were out to sink McPhee, ruin him, grab his land and his property. The whole swindle depended on Sholto, your witness. But Sholto was kidnapped, believed murdered, and McPhee is arrested for that murder. That takes care of McPhee nicer than any lawsuit. First, it makes it seem that he's killed your witness to protect himself. Second, it hangs him and ends the lawsuit. If his daughter brings it up again, there's always the memory of her father killing your witness. No jury in the world would find for her in that case. Am I right so far?"
"It sounds convincing," Wallace admitted dryly.
"Good. To go on, you have McPhee in jail. Presto, he's out. And presto again, he's back with the witness and is in the clear. Almost, for on the door of the sheriff's office, Sholto was killed. McPhee and Coyle are guilty. And there's your lawsuit won again, hands down."
"I did get lucky, didn't I?"
Wallace murmured, watching Will.
"Certainly, especially since you didn't kill him."
"That's right, I didn't. So where are you?"
"So I'm just where it begins to get interesting,"
Will murmured. He looked at Wallace now.
"You're the man who stands to win $100,000 by the hanging of McPhee for the killing of Sholto. You didn't kill him, and your men didn't, but somebody did it for you."
He spread his hands.
"So I'm forced to believe that you aren't alone in this business."
Wallace laughed softly.
"Who's in with me if that's so?"
Will shrugged.
"I don't know. I don't care. All I'm interested in is helping you to keep what you gained. I'll do it for, say, $25,000.
"Do what?"
"Get rid of Dave Coyle for you,"
Will said mildly. Wallace studied his handsome face. He could see the strength in the man and the cunning, but the gall of him made him mad.
"Hell, I can shoot,"
Wallace said irritably.
"So can he,"
casually at first.
"But where is he?"
Wallace said wryly.
"I don't know. He may be in my barn out there for all I know."
"Exactly. You can't find him. And you can't kill him if you do."
"But what should I want to?"
Wallace asked sharply.
"He can't hurt me."
"He can get McPhee out of jail. He has once already, and he can again."
"That makes McPhee all the more guilty."
"It also earns you a slug in the back,"
Will said gently, promptly. Wallace didn't say anything for a long moment, and then he said,
"So you think Coyle will break McPhee out and McPhee will kill me?"
"He'll either kill you or he'll turn up proof of your swindle."
Wallace glanced abruptly at Will, who was smiling faintly, triumphantly. Will got up then, pulled his gloves tight, and said,
"Well, since you're not interested, I'll move on."
"Wait a minute,"
Wallace said slowly.
"Come back here."
Will came back and faced him.
"Just to play safe, suppose I make the deal. You get Coyle out of the way. Can you do it?"
"Don't pay me unless I do," Will said promptly. "I'm a businessman, and I believe in cash on delivery."
"Understand," Will said flatly. "I haven't admitted anything you say is right. I'm just willing to put up the money for you to kill an outlaw."
Naturally, Will said smoothly, and he grinned his disarming smile. "I think you've needed me for a long time, Wallace."
End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. It was afternoon when Ernie, with 5 of his posse, returned to the Bib Inn. The chase after Dave Coyle had been a fruitless one. Just after they had left the valley, riding hell for leather after Coyle, They had flushed a rider and chased him until 2 hours past dawn, finally cornering him in a series of wind-eroded clay dunes southwest of Wagon Mound. The stuff had bogged down his horse, and Ernie's crew had surrounded him, and the man had surrendered. He turned out to be some chuckline rider who had built up a stake in a poker game in Yellow Jacket earlier in the evening. He had run, he said, because he thought he was being held up. Ernie had been too disgusted to swear. Coyle, of course, was free as a bird, miles away, but Ernie kept remembering those wet clothes and the misery of them. Wouldn't Dave want to shuck them and get warm? And what was easier than circling back to the Bib Inn, getting a change, and going to bed? It was something that Coyle would pull, confident that he wouldn't be suspected. This thought kept nagging Ernie until he named off 5 men to ride back with him to the Bib Inn and sent the others home. Approaching the Bib Inn from the north, keeping the barns and outbuildings between them and the house, he searched the outbuildings and especially the barn loft. Afterward, he scattered his men through the stand of cottonwoods and half-heartedly approached the house. He was a little sorry for Carol McPhee, and he felt sheepish about bothering her, but duty was duty. He yanked the bell pull and waited, a stubborn-faced, tired-looking man at the fag end of his patience. The door was opened by Lily Sholto. She was pale, and there were dark circles under her eyes, and her face was so sad that Ernie felt a pity for her without knowing why he did.
"Morning," he said, grinning a little. "I'm back again. Is Miss McPhee home?"
"She's gone to town to be with her father."
Ernie frowned. "And she's left you here all alone?"
"No, she's bringing the body back here, and then I'll go back to town with her, because we'll be moving out."
Ernie looked at her blankly, alarm in his eyes.
"Body? Is McPhee dead?"
"The body of Jim Sholto."
"Oh,"
Ernie said. He was about to add, "I see," but he didn't see at all. He said,
"Miss McPhee is burying him here?"
"Yes."
Is she just doing it?" he said awkwardly and bluntly, finally. "Why is she bringing the body here to bury it?"
Lily said softly.
"Because she's so kind, I think. Is there anything wrong with that?"
No,
Ernie said hastily. Then he said stubbornly,
"Look, did she know Sholto? I mean, why don't his kin bury him?"
"I'm his kin,"
Lily said quietly.
"I'm his wife. Didn't you know?"
Ernie looked as if he had been hit. There was anger and pity and shame in his face as he took off his hat.
I'm plumb sorry, Mrs. Sholto. No, I didn't know."
Lily didn't say anything, only waited courteously for Ernie to go. Ernie understood that she didn't want him around, that she wanted to be alone. But there was something else he could do. He said,
"Where are you burying him, ma'am?"
"Out at the edge of the cottonwoods to the south, there on that rise."
"Good day, ma'am,"
Ernie said then. He rounded up his men, and when they saw him, his eyes had turned bleak and his jaw was set. He said,
"There ought to be shovels out in the shed. We're going to dig a grave."
They worked at it for 2 hours, and Ernie never gave up his shovel. A lot of things were simmering in his mind while he worked in the hot sun. Before today, Sholto had just been a man who had the bad luck to be killed. Today it was different. He had been this girl's husband, and he had been bushwhacked. Ernie wasn't a man of many words or many thoughts, but that afternoon he pledged to himself that he'd see Sholto's murder avenged, or turn in his badge and move out of the country. They finished in late afternoon and set out for Yellow Jacket. The lot of them were tired and hungry, and Ernie the most tired of all. It was late in the evening when they arrived in town. Only the saloons were lighted, and Ernie dropped his crew off at King's Keno Parlor for a nightcap and went on to the sheriff's office. The place was dark, and after putting up his horse down street at the feed corral, Ernie let himself in with the key and went back to the cell block. McPhee's guards were playing poker, and McPhee was asleep. Ernie tramped back to his room off the corridor and let himself in. There was the smell of tobacco smoke in the room, and he supposed these guards had been in bed. He struck a match, lighted the lamp, and then turned around to throw his hat on the cot. Dave Coyle was sitting there watching him. For 2 long seconds, his hand extended with the hat in it. Ernie stared at Dave Coyle. He was so wary that it took that long to be sure that he wasn't lightheaded and just seeing things. Then Dave spoke, and he was sure he wasn't.
"I haven't got a gun. I want to talk to you."
Ernie looked down at his waist. Sure enough, he didn't have a gun in sight, but he could be sitting on one. Some inner caution told Ernie that he'd better keep his mouth shut and not yell and play this cagey. His hat fell to the floor and he licked his lips. He was afraid and ashamed of being so he said dryly, "We've been wanting to talk to you, too. Hadn't you heard?" "You and Bill? Well, I don't want Bill. I want to talk to you alone, private, like we are now. Don't call anyone or you'll be sorry." "You might be sorry, too," Ernie said tonelessly. "There's bars on that window." "I didn't mean that kind of sorry. I meant you'll be sorry afterward if you don't listen." Ernie looked at him carefully, quizzically, his fear slowly fading. Then he shook his head. "Man, I give up," he said softly. "Why in hell didn't you surrender last night and save us the trouble of chasing you instead of coming here and doing it?" "I ain't surrendering," Dave said quietly. "After we talk, you'll know why." Ernie slowly, experimentally drew his gun. Nothing happened. He pulled a chair toward him, locked the door, then sat down, his glance never leaving Dave. Ernie thought, "This is it. I wonder if I'll ever get him when it breaks." Ernie said with a confidence he didn't feel, "It better be good. Start off." "I was lying on that gallery last night when you come to the Bib-Im," Dave said slowly. "I heard you say to Miss McPhee that you didn't reckon I shot Sholto." "I don't," Ernie said. He was interested now. "And you don't reckon McPhee did either." "No, it don't hold water, not a drop." "You're right," Dave said, watching him. "We didn't. I saw the shot. It come from the roof of Beatty's store." Ernie forgot his fear now, forgot who he was talking to. He said, "I knew it. See who it was?" "No. If I had of, I'd have killed him," Dave said quietly. "I left town with a posse on my neck. You know that." "And you want me to work on that?" Ernie said cautiously. "Hell, man, it could be anyone in town." "It could be 5 men," Dave said. "Just 5 men." Ernie came up straight in his chair, suddenly alert. "How do you figure that?" "Remember when you and Thornton and Bill followed Carol McPhee out to the Bib-Im hoping to trap us?" Ernie nodded, and he went on. "Remember she was just opening a letter when you broke in?" Ernie scowled and shook his head. "No?" "She was. She hadn't read it. She laid it on the table and took you around the house. After you'd gone, she looked for the letter. It was gone. Stole." "What was in it?" Ernie asked swiftly. "That letter," Dave said slowly, "was from McPhee. We'd been there earlier and left it with Lily Sholto." He paused, watching Ernie. "It said that we'd bring Sholto into the sheriff's office the night after next. Last night, that was. We did. And Sholto was shot." Ernie was listening carefully, hanging on every word. Dave raised his left hand, spread the fingers, then started ticking off each finger as he said, "There was you, Bill, Lacey Thornton, and Maitland. 4 men. One of you killed Sholto." Ernie said swiftly, "You think I did. That's why you come." "I know you didn't. That's why I'm here." Ernie felt a sudden flush of pleasure, but his face didn't show it. He scowled and rubbed his jaw. "Then it was a grudge killing against Sholto. It had nothing to do with the Three Rivers outfit, because Wallace has an alibi." Dave smiled thinly. "Whoever killed Sholto is the Three Rivers outfit." Ernie stared at him blankly, then shook his head. "No, Wallace is Three Rivers." Dave, talking in a steady voice, told Ernie some things then that was like lighting a lamp in a dark room. He started out with his conversation with Carol, with the supposition that the deed was forged. Then he skipped to Wallace and told of what he knew of him. Then he explained the kidnapping of Sholto and how Wallace refused to buy Sholto back once McPhee was in jail on suspicion of Sholto's murder. Slowly, point by point, he built up the case against Wallace, finally proving that Wallace was the only one who stood to gain by Sholto's death. And then, he said, the night Sholto was killed, Wallace and his crew had an alibi. Someone unknown, the man behind Three Rivers, was the killer. Nobody else could have been. He paused a moment, letting that sink in. Presently, Ernie said, "It holds water. It makes sense. But have you got proof?" "No, but I'll get it." "How?" Dave said quietly, arrogantly. "I'll have your killer, the man behind Wallace, in a week. I'll have him in jail for you." This was too much for Ernie. He sneered openly. "You've made brags in your life, Coyle. Some you backed up. You can't back that one up." "Not alone," Dave said quietly. "I can if you'll help me." "Me?" Ernie said blankly. "But hell, I'm a deputy supposed to be hunting you." "You're also sworn to uphold the law," Dave pointed out.
Or are you scared of me?" "I'm talking to you, ain't I?" Ernie said hotly. Dave nodded. "You are. You're talking to me without shouting, without threatening me, without bragging, and without poking a gun in my face. Maybe it's 'cause we both hate murder that you're listening. But now I'm wondering something." "What?" Ernie asked belligerently. "If you don't love a tin badge more than you hate murder." Ernie felt himself getting mad, but when he looked at Dave Coyle, at that quiet, alert face, not jeering, he paused. And slowly a feeling of shame came over him. Dave Coyle had touched him where it hurt. He told what seemed to be the truth, but it was not the truth. To prove that to himself, Ernie only had to think of Lily Sholto. He'd sell his badge for a drink if he could get Sholto's killer. He said quietly, "I'm going to prove you a liar. You'll help me, even if it means breaking the law?" Ernie's honest face was sober now. "I will. I'll do anything short of murder." "You're passing up $7,000 reward." "I ain't a bounty hunter," Ernie said grimly. "You prove to me you're more than a cheap outlaw, and I'll forget that." They didn't shake hands on it because they didn't need to. Dave's doubt of Ernie was far more binding than a mere handshake, and Ernie's skepticism of Dave was equally binding. Their pride had done that. Ernie put down his gun on the table as a token of his honesty, tilted his chair back, and said, "Since we're partners, let's have it. What do you aim to do first?" Dave leaned back against the wall, his forehead creased in a scowl. "See if I figure right, Ernie. The way I look at it, here's the way it stands. Wallace, and whoever's behind him, don't have to make another move. They're set. All they got to do is let the law take care of McPhee. Isn't that right?" Ernie nodded. "Then it's up to us to make 'em move." Ernie grunted. "How?" "Steal the forged deed." Ernie's head yanked up. His tired eyes opened wide. He didn't say anything for a long moment, and then he murmured, "That'll make 'em move, all right. But how—" His voice died. He was looking at Dave. Dave's head slowly turned toward the window as if he were listening. There was a faint, unnoticeable rustling of brush outside the window, and then Dave exploded. His hand had been near Ernie's hat. He picked it up, and in one fluid motion he threw it at the lamp, at the same time rolling off the cot onto the floor. The lamp winked out. He hit the floor, and on the heel of his fall came the blasting, deafening roar of a shotgun through the window, then a swift pounding of feet toward the alley. Even as the buckshot was still rolling about the room, the plaster above the bed still sifting down, Dave had come over to Ernie, who had reared out of his chair. "You heard, Ernie?" "No." "Listen, make it quick. Leave that gang in the cell block outside before they come in here. Find out which of those 4 men is in town. Meet me at the feed stable." There was the pounding of feet behind the door, and Dave dodged against the wall. Ernie yanked the door open and faced the excited guards. "Outside!" Ernie bawled. "Somebody took a greener to me. Split up and head for the alley." He led the way, pounding out of the sheriff's office. The 5 guards beat their way back between the buildings. Dave followed on their heels and then walked swiftly and unconcernedly down the street toward the darkened feed stable. Back in the alley, both groups met, and then Ernie began to swear blisteringly. It was as black as the bottom of a well, and the bushwhacker was gone. "What happened, Ernie?" one man asked. "Happened?" Ernie raged. "Why, I was lying on the cot, too damn tired to go to bed. I heard something outside, reared up, saw something move behind them bars, threw my hat at the lamp, and ducked. Then this greener cut loose through the window." "Dave Coyle," one of the guards said bitterly. "That sounds like him." Ernie was about to protest, and then he thought he'd better start allaying suspicions right now. "It's likely," he growled. "That damn little whelp." He judged he had given Dave enough time to get out now, so after futilely beating the alley for 5 minutes, he ordered the guards back to the cell block. What few people were still up were collected in front of the jail, but he ordered them home. Beale, he thought, would be down soon, and he didn't want to listen to him anymore. He remembered what Dave had told him, so he dragged his weary bones out in the street again. At the hotel, he found that Senator Maitland was registered. He asked if Lacey Thornton was in town, and Bitterman said he wasn't here. Beale was here, of course, and so was he, the 4th man. But Ernie didn't want to pass up any chances. He started the rounds of the 3 saloons still open, idly inquiring if Lacey Thornton was upstairs anywhere. 2 of them said no. At King's Keno Parlor, the first sight that met his eyes was Wallace standing at the bar drinking with a handsome frocked-coat man who wore buckskin gloves. With a new suspicion simmering inside him, Ernie walked up to the bar and said bluntly, "I'm getting an alibi from everybody in town, Wallace. Where was you when that greener went off? Wallace grinned and looked at the barkeep.
Where was I, Tim?
Right here, Tim King said. Him and his friend both.
Give me a drink,
Ernie said in disgust. Wallace's companion came over to Ernie's other side.
Has it occurred to you that Dave Coyle might be the man you're looking for?
He asked pleasantly. Ernie's face showed only a wary disinterest.
Hell yes, it's occurred to me. I suppose it was.
He let it ride that way, wondering who the man was, and drank his drink. When he was finished, Wallace said,
Well, Ernie, I'm moving in on the Bib-Em tomorrow. You might as well tell Bill.
You are? Ernie asked, surprise in his voice.
I've got the legal right, Wallace said calmly. I've waited 2 weeks longer than the deed called for. McPhee's case against me is finished, I think, since he tried to kill my witness and will hang for it. Any reason I have to wait?
Why, don't reckon,
Ernie admitted.
Well, I want to make it legal. Tell Bill for me. You can tell Miss McPhee, too.
Sure, Ernie said goodnight, went back to the gambling tables and heard other alibis, and then went out, heading for the feed stable. The news from Wallace wasn't so good. He wondered what Dave would say to that. He came up the alley to the corral behind the feed barn and was walking toward the driveway when a voice said beside him,
Well?
It was Dave. Ernie said,
Bill's in town, Maitland's at the hotel, I'm in town, and Wallace was talking with a stranger when it happened.
What stranger?
Good-looking, frock coat, yaller gloves, very fancy. Told me you likely did it.
That would be Will Usher, Dave thought. So Will had thrown in with Wallace now, had he? Dave smiled faintly in the dark. Leave it to Will to smell money and rub elbows with it. Ernie said wearily,
That mean anything to you? 3 of the 4 was here?
I don't know, Dave said.
Then does this mean anything to you?
Ernie asked gloomily.
Wallace is moving into the Bib-Em tomorrow.
For a moment there was silence. Ernie heard what sounded to him like the soft, noiseless laugh of his companion.
What's funny?
He asked.
Why, nothing, Dave said. Only that deed is as good as stole right now. Listen.
And he began to talk, and Ernie listened long and carefully, and was dumbfounded at what he heard. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 18. Sheriff Beale came into the office next morning brisk and beaming, his cherub's face still pink from his morning shave. He found Ernie in the swivel chair, feet cocked on the desk, hands behind his head.
Well, well, Bill said briskly. They tell me you were shot at last night, Ernie.
Yeah,
Ernie said sourly.
It ain't any fun. Where was you?
In bed.
So you don't come down to see about it unless I'm dead, huh?
Bill looked carefully at him.
Boy, you got up on the wrong side of the bed this morning.
Sure I did, and stepped right into a pound of buckshot and plaster,
Ernie said sourly. He had made no move to get out of Beale's chair, in itself a sign of revolt. Bill sensed something and leaned on the desk.
What's the matter with you, Ernie?
I'm fed up,
Ernie said grimly.
I've been chasing that damn Coyle from hell to breakfast, and all I got out of it was dust in my eyes. I get laughed at and cussed at just 'cause I don't believe fairy stories about who killed Sholto. Then I get shot at.
He looked at Beale.
And you ask me what's the matter. Ain't it enough?
Beale laughed and said,
Boy, our job's done. In a week, McPhee's trial will be over, and we'll be rid of this mess.
Ernie grunted sourly.
Wallace says to tell you he's moving on to the Bib-Em today.
Bill frowned a little, and Ernie went on still sourly.
Says it's legal enough, so he's moving in.
Well, I guess it is,
Bill said, nodding. Bill was in a cheerful mood that nothing could destroy this morning, but Ernie was determined. He said,
I just been down to get Sholto's stuff from the coroner. Look at what I found.
He pulled out a drawer. In the bottom of it were some coins, some dirty matches, a stockman's knife, a sack of tobacco, and a worn and dog-eared letter. Bill looked at them without interest and said,
Well, give 'em to Wallace.
I wouldn't,
Ernie said slowly. Something in his voice made Bill look at him.
Why not?
Ernie picked up the envelope, held it in his hand, and said,
Read what's inside.
Bill did. It was a note on a dirty piece of paper. It said,
I'm all right. I'll see you soon. Signed, Jim. Bill read it and said,
He was likely going to send it to his wife before McPhee killed him.
Ernie grunted.
Don't you notice anything funny?
Bill looked at the letter again, turned it over, studied it, then said,
Why, no.
Ernie said with seeming irrelevance,
Remember when you and me rode out to the Three Rivers to take a look at Wallace's deed that McPhee give him?
Of course, why?
Remember Sholto's signature?
Sure, it was on the deed as a witness.
Ernie pulled his feet down, stretched, yawned, cuffed his hat to the back of his head, then said casually,
There was a signature on the deed, all right. It said Jim Sholto, but it wasn't that writing.
Bill came to his feet. His good humor suddenly evaporated. Ernie concluded that his little job of writing the note last night and dirtying it and sleeping on it made it look convincing enough. Bill suddenly groaned softly and stared at Ernie.
You sure?
You saw the deed, Ernie said. Remember that writing of Sholto's was round and kind of shaky like he was drawing a picture. Well, this ain't like that.
But, my God, Bill burst out. Do you realize what this means?
Sure I do,
Ernie said.
It means Wallace has got to prove that the signature on his deed is really Sholto's.
But damn it, he's moving today. He'll fight. Why, we'll be in one hell of a mess. Twice the mess we've been in.
Bill's face was a picture of panic and dismay. He groaned again and said,
What do we do?
Ernie shrugged.
You got me,
he said, immediately cheerful.
Look, Bill said, I gotta be here today when McPhee's arraigned. You go out and take a look at that deed.
Nothing doing,
Ernie said flatly. Bill's face hardened.
You want to keep your job, Ernie?
Not that bad,
Ernie said cheerfully.
Hell, I ain't going to start another damn war in this county. I'll quit first.
He grinned at Bill.
Then where'll you be, Harv? You start getting tough with Wallace and you won't be able to hire a deputy. No man wants to commit suicide.
Bill only glared at him. Ernie scratched his head and went on.
I got a way, I think. I've been studying on it, and I can't see what's wrong with it. It wouldn't make Wallace sore, and you could still find out if Sholto's signature is a phony.
How?
Send a man out with word to Wallace to bring the deed with him when he moves into the BIM today. Tell him it's just protection for the sheriff's office. He takes possession, and you want to be sure it's legal. Tell him you want to look at it just to protect yourself.
What if it ain't legal?
Ernie spread his hands, palms out, and said,
Turn it over to the U.S. Commissioner's office and let them sweat.
Bill thought a moment and said,
Yeah, I'll be all right. We can look at it without making him suspicious.
Sure.
I'll send a man,
Bill said. The office door opened just then, and a mild-looking townsman walked in. After the greetings, he said,
Harv, someone busted in the office last night.
Bill frowned.
What would anybody want in the county recorder's office? Is anything missing?
Not that I can find. Books is all in order. Stamps are all there. But still the lock was busted.
Bill said to Ernie.
Go over and take a look, Ernie.
Ernie hoisted himself to his feet and followed the man out. The county of Yellow Jacket did not have a courthouse. Its business offices were in the front of the second story of Beatty's store. The courtroom was in the rear. Both were approached by wooden stairs on the outside of the store. Ernie followed the county clerk up to the top of the steps, investigated the lock, and scratched his head.
Well, it's busted all right, but since nothing's gone, what's the difference?
The clerk laughed.
I guess there isn't any. I'll get a new lock,
Ernie said. He went down the stairs, and this time there was a smile on his face. Dave had made a neat enough job of breaking in, and he hadn't left a trace of what he was after. Considering that Sheriff Beale had also fallen for the deed fraud and had ordered Wallace to have the deed at the BIM that afternoon, Ernie concluded that he and Dave made a good pair. But he wished, almost wistfully, that his conscience didn't hurt them the little it did. But when he remembered last night, the deafening blast from the shotgun, his conscience evaporated. The only thing left was speculation as to who shot through the window. Beale, Maitland, Lacey Thornton, or somebody Wallace sent. He didn't know, and he wished savagely that he did, for whoever it was knew that he had been talking with Dave. When Dave saw the first pennant of smoke rise from the chimney of the BIM after dawn, he waited long enough to give Lily Sholto time to dress and then knocked at the kitchen door. Lily answered him and let him in. She even smiled a little as she shut the door behind her. Dave said quietly,
It was pretty lonely last night, wasn't it?
I've got over it, Dave, Lily said. I thought all last night about it, and I know something now. Jim was lucky to be killed.
Dave didn't say anything, and Lily went on.
I suppose you guessed that Wallace had something on Jim.
I figured he did.
Well, it was murder, Lily said. Plain, inexcusable murder. Jim killed a man once, a good man, when he was mad. Wallace saw him do it. He held that over Jim for 3 years and brought Jim here from Texas when he came. Every waking hour of Jim's life he thought of that murder. It was never away from him. It rode him and sucked the very life out of him. I tried to help him, but I couldn't. She shrugged. Don't you think he's better off now?
Dave nodded again, admiring this girl's sense. Lily shuddered a little, as if shaking off the memory.
And that's why I'm not very sad about it. I'll miss him, but he's through with all that. Through with it.
She smiled again and said,
You'll want breakfast?
I could use some, Dave said. I'm going to look through the house.
He disappeared in the front part of the house, and Lily set about getting breakfast. She liked Dave Coyle. Carol McPhee could hate him and like him by turns, but there was none of that uncertainty in Lily. For Dave Coyle, outlaw or no outlaw, was the only man she could remember who had tried to help Jim, to be a friend to him. It was Dave Coyle who had taken her from Wallace's place, where every drunken puncher annoyed her, where Wallace taunted her daily, where her life had been lived in constant fear that Wallace, when he couldn't use Sholto, would toss him to the wolves without a quiver of conscience. He had tried to help them. That alone was a passport to Lily's liking. When breakfast was ready, Dave appeared and sat down. He said,
Ernie said the funeral's today.
Lily nodded, a look of puzzlement in her face.
Isn't Ernie C. the deputy sheriff?
Dave grinned faintly.
Why am I talking with him? Well, there's going to be a lot of things you won't understand, Lily. But don't wonder out loud. You'll know soon.
Are you going to get the man that killed Jim?
Dave's gray eyes looked steadily at her.
I am, he said.
Then don't worry about me, Lily said. I won't ask questions.
Dave pointed to the door to the front part of the house.
When I walk through that door, he said, you forget I've been here. Don't think about me. Don't look for me. Do everything like you usually do. Wallace is moving in today. Miss McPhee will tell you when she comes out. I reckon you'll move some furniture and such. Don't act nervous and don't look for me. Forget me.
Then you'll be in the house?
Dave nodded and went on eating. Presently, Lily said quietly,
Dave?
He looked up.
When this is over, what are you going to do?
Dave looked puzzled.
What I always did, I reckon. Just knock around.
And leave Carol here?
Dave looked blank.
Where would I take her?
Where does any man take his wife?
Dave stared at her a long moment, and then he felt his neck begin to get hot, his face too. He looked down at his plate and shook his head.
I'm an outlaw, Lily. It can't happen.
Jim was a murderer, Lily said. It can happen.
She wouldn't have me.
She cried the other night when she thought they were going to get you.
She was crying over Jim's being shot, I reckon.
Not all of it, Dave. She was crying like her heart was going to break.
Dave said miserably.
Quit it, Lily. Quit it.
All right,
Lily said wisely.
But just remember it.
Dave got up, his face bleak, and went into the front of the house. There was a noise somewhere up there, and then it was silent. Lily finished her work, then went through the rooms. She was looking for him like she was told she mustn't, and he was gone, vanished, and yet she knew he was there somewhere. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Just at dusk, Ernie, Beale, and Senator Maitland had helped Lily and Carol load the next to the last trunk into the buckboard. It was then that Lily said,
There's someone coming into the valley.
Ernie looked. A canvas-covered spring wagon had just topped the ridge with flanking riders on each side. It was Wallace, all right, moving in. A dozen more riders trailed out behind the wagon. Ernie looked at Carol, and Carol said,
If you'll bring that last bag, please, we'll go.
Senator Maitland got it from the front door. Bill helped Lily and Carol into the seat, and Ernie loaded the bag while Maitland climbed in and took the reins. Carol handed Maitland something, and Maitland gave it to Beale.
The key,
he said dryly. Miss McPhee has given him everything else. He might as well have that. Bill flushed a little under the jibe and said, All you got to do is give the word, Miss McPhee, and I'll make Wallace wait until the furniture's moved out.
Where would I move it? Carol said dully. No, he might as well have everything, lock, stock, and barrel.
I'll see he takes good care of it,
Bill said. Why shouldn't he? It's his, isn't it? Maitland said grimly. He slapped the reins down on the horses, and the buckboard moved off. Bill came back to the porch and sat on its edge with Ernie. Bill watched the two wagons pass in the middle of the valley, neither Wallace nor Carol giving any sign of recognition. Afterward, he drew out his bandana and wiped his face with it. Ernie looked sleepily at him and said, Cheer up, Harv. It ain't no worse than a toothache. Bill swore.
What if he won't show it?
Tell him you'll kick him off then. You act tough if he does, act plumb pretty if he does.
Bill said frantically,
Let me look at that letter of Sholto's again.
Ernie handed it to him, and Bill studied it as if he was trying to memorize it. Then he handed it back, and they got up to meet Wallace and his crew. A sour-faced cook was in the wagon, Marty Cord driving it. Wallace and Will Usher were riding on either side, and the rest of the Three Rivers crew was strung out in the rear. Bill came out to the tie rail, Ernie loafing behind him. Marty Cord was going to drive the wagon around in the rear, but Wallace stopped him. Wallace was clean-shaven today, wearing a black suit, and his boots were polished. Ernie studied him covertly, trying to get a hint of his temper. Wallace swung down, grinned, and said, Didn't have any trouble moving them out, did you, Sheriff? Bill saw that Wallace was agreeable, and he breathed a deep sigh of relief. This didn't look as if there was going to be any argument.
No trouble. They left a house full of furniture for you.
He cleared his throat and said confidently,
All you got to do to take possession is give me a look at that deed.
Yeah, Wallace said carelessly.
I got your message. Seems kind of queer, but then you're welcome to look at it again. I'm playing it safe, Bill said with what he hoped was a grim tone. I don't want McPhee claiming I took your word for the deed. I want to see it. Sure. Hand down that iron box, Marty.
Marty Cord reached into the load and lifted down a heavy metal box. Wallace put it on the ground, separated a key from the others he carried in his pocket on the end of a chain, then knelt and unlocked the box. Will Usher watched him with apparent indifference as he handed Beale the deed. Beale unfolded it, and Ernie came over and looked over his shoulder. Beale read the deed, turned it over, and looked at the signatures. Ernie said suddenly, "That's funny." "What is?" Wallace asked, suspicion in his voice. Beale rammed his elbow in Ernie's stomach, but Ernie went on blandly. "I seen Sholto's writing once. It didn't look like that." Beale turned on him, his eyes imploring, but Ernie didn't even look at him. He watched Wallace, whose face had settled into hard, deep lines. He kept his hot gaze on Ernie and said, "You saying Sholto's signature is a forgery?" "I'm telling you what I saw," Ernie said easily. Beale was too scared to say anything. Wallace suddenly turned and said, "Marty, reach in the barrel where the dishes are. There's a pack of letters on top." He turned to Ernie. "Lily Sholto quit my place so sudden she didn't take her stuff with her. Mrs. Babson sent those letters along." Marty handed Ernie down a package of letters. "These are from Jim Sholto to his wife," he said meagerly. "Look at the signature." Beale untied the package, took a letter out, turned it over, and compared its signature with the one on the deed. They matched absolutely. He said viciously to Ernie, "Take a look, hardhead." Ernie did. Then he said innocently, "Why, sure, they're the same." "Satisfied, Sheriff?" Wallace asked dryly. "I always was," Bill said bitterly. "It's him that wasn't." "Oh, I'm satisfied," Ernie said. "Much obliged." "And I can move in?" Wallace asked Bill. "Go ahead, the place is yours. Come on, Ernie." He and Ernie walked over to their horses. Ernie suddenly stopped, snapped his fingers, and said, "Oh, I forgot my shell belt." He had taken it off and draped it over a chair back when they were helping load trunks. Whistling, he went back into the house. They heard his whistle fading, then growing stronger. He came out again, strapping on his shell belt. He and Bill got on their horses, waved to the crew, and rode out. As soon as they were out of earshot, Bill said bitterly, "What you got to say for yourself?" "Nothing," Ernie said blandly. "What if those signatures hadn't matched?" Bill said, anger in his voice. "We'd have gotten one hell of an argument." "That's a fact," Ernie agreed.
They did, though. I can't figure it out.
Bill looked at him a long time, and then he shook his head.
Sometimes I don't know, he murmured glumly. Sometimes I think I'll put a gun in my mouth and pull the trigger. It's a hell of a lot quicker than letting a dumb deputy do it, and it ain't half to worry.
Outwardly, Ernie looked injured and remained silent. Inwardly, he was laughing. He had given Sheriff Beale one of the most uncomfortable 10 minutes of his life. That was just for fun. The other wasn't. Because that deed was at the Bib Inn now, and somewhere inside the house, Dave Coyle said he would be hidden. Ernie didn't know for sure, but he was willing to bet that Dave was in there. When Beale and Ernie had ridden away, Wallace picked the box up, instructed a rider to drive the wagon around to the rear, told Marty Cord and Usher to follow him, and they went into the house. The cook walked straight through to the kitchen, but the others paused at the door of the living room and looked around them. Wallace, whose idea of elegance was a saloon with a tile floor, looked at the rugs, the furniture, the piano from St. Louis, the heavy pink glass lamps, and the curtains. He whistled in awe, and then made a wry face. Marty Cord wasn't impressed. Will Usher was, although his face didn't show it. The three of them looked at all the downstairs rooms, then went upstairs to the bedrooms. When they came to Carol's room, Wallace stepped on the threshold and goggled. There was a fluffy counterpane on the bed. The white curtains were starched stiffly, and there was a lingering scent of lavender in the room.
Well, well,
Wallace drawled. He walked over to the bed, picked up the counterpane, looked at it, then ripped it in half and dropped it on the floor. Next, he went to the ornate marble-topped dresser. He raised the iron box and crashed it down on the marble, cracking it. Then he threw the box into the big mirror above the dresser. Methodically, he went around the room, yanking down the pictures and putting his foot through them. Then he looked up at Will and Marty grinned.
Get this muck out of here, Wallace said. It looks like a honky-tonk.
I wish it was,
Marty said. He grinned slyly.
You got all the fixings, boss. Why don't we move some gals out here?
Wallace laughed.
You like the smell so good, Marty. You can have the place. Me, I'll take something without the perfume. Tell the boys to take over.
He looked again at the room.
Anything they don't like they can throw out the window.
He caught Will Usher looking at him with something like dismay in his face. Wallace grinned wolfishly.
You don't like it, dude?
Will caught himself in time.
I was just wondering,
Will drawled, grinning,
how we get that bed out the window.
Wallace laughed again. This was his hour, and he was in a rare good mood. The Bib Inn was his, and he set about immediately to pull it down to the level of a cheap hotel lobby. He took McPhee's room for himself, the room on a rear corner. It was small, barren of rugs, and a rickety old bed, a heavy dresser, and a chair made up the furniture. He sent Will and Marty up to look over the attic and search the rest of the house, and then he remembered he still carried the iron box. Suddenly aware that it was heavy, he walked over to the dresser and grabbed the handle of a drawer and pulled. It didn't budge. He set the box on top and tried both hands. Still the drawer wouldn't budge. He kicked it savagely, strode out into the hall, and bawled,
Get that chest up here!
There was no answer. Marty and Will were on the roof. Swearing, Wallace picked up the box and went downstairs. The attic, which Marty and Will had searched, was small and empty. A short ladder rose to the trapdoor in the roof. Will went up, lifted the door, looked at the roof, then stepped down. Marty was watching him, chewing deliberately and delicately on a cud of tobacco. When Will stepped down off the ladder, Marty said,
I ain't had a chance to talk with you alone since you joined up. That's right,
Will said, wondering what was coming. He didn't like the tough set to Marty's jaw.
What are you doing here?
Marty asked. Will said blandly,
Didn't Tate tell you? So it's Tate now,
Marty mocked.
No, he didn't tell me. You better ask him. I'm asking you,
Marty said slowly, quiet menace in his voice.
I pay off this crew, and so far I ain't had any instructions to pay you off. You look like a joker to me, mister.
Will smiled contemptuously and hooked his thumbs in his belt.
Cord,
he drawled out.
You're dirty and you're dumb. Maybe Wallace hired me so he'd have someone to talk to besides an ape like you.
Marty flushed and straightened up.
Did he hire you, though?
Will grinned faintly.
I told you to ask him. Or are you afraid you'll get your teeth kicked down your throat?
He paused, amusement in his eyes as he watched Marty. Then he said,
Before you decide to put a slug in my back, though, you better make sure what it'll get you.
Marty spat without turning his head. The tobacco plopped on Will's boots, but he pretended not to notice it.
Just remember one thing, Marty drawled. I'm rodding this spread. Both spreads. Tomorrow I aim to have Wallace tell you that."
"Afraid of your job?" Will taunted.
"No, but I reckon you better be afraid of it,"
Marty said. He turned and went down to the second floor. It was a warning and plain enough, and Will smiled faintly at Marty's back. It was apparent that he wasn't liked here, only tolerated because Wallace had passed out the word. That was all he wanted, all he needed. Before the cook called supper, the house was overrun with the crew. At first they approached it gingerly, but after supper a poker game started in the living room. Soon there were cigarette butts burning the rugs. Someone had tipped his chair back into a glass-covered bookcase. A vase served as a spittoon, but soon it was abandoned altogether. Bedrolls were thrown down on the bedroom floor. Riders rested on the beds with their spurs on. Rifles were stacked on the hall hat rack, and there was a familiar smell of unwashed bodies, horse, leather, whiskey, and tobacco smoke. Wallace took over the dining room for his office, and Bib M had changed hands. Along toward midnight, the crew broke up, and some of the riders drifted off to bed. The droning voices of the two men on watch-out by the front tie rail were interrupted by the curses of the men playing poker. Wallace still held a hand in the game, and Will Usher was playing too. The upper story had settled into quiet. It was then that the heavy dresser in Wallace's room moved out from the wall, and Dave crawled stiffly from where he had been hiding all day. The noise Lily Sholto had heard that morning had been Dave carefully kicking out the bottoms of the dresser drawers and the back of the dresser. One stick, nailed to the back of the front panel of all the drawers, ensured their being kept closed. Its weight and size ensured against it being moved. And in that space Dave had waited, listening, trying to pick up something of what was happening since morning. He stretched, flexing his muscles, and then went to the open door and looked out into the hall. All the other doors were closed so the crew could sleep. Softly then, Dave started down the stairs, wondering if Ernie had failed him. The stairs were carpeted, and he made no noise. The card game went on, with desultory talk interrupting the silence. Dave listened until he distinguished Will Usher's voice and Tate Wallace's. Afterward, he moved softly down the dark hall to the door that led on to the kitchen. The door was shut. Dave opened it, then softly struck a match and looked down the hall. The game was going on without interruption. Then Dave set about his business. When the door was closed, there was a space on the jamb to which the hinges were fastened that was hidden. When it was opened, this space was suddenly revealed, as when a book is opened. And in this space, just below the hinge, was firmly written in pencil in Ernie's handwriting, "It's in a locked iron box, 6x9. Will." Dave blew out the match and pondered. An iron box, 6 inches by 9 inches, contained the deed. That box could be anywhere, buried or hidden, but it was Dave's guess that it was not. He had heard Wallace come into the room where he was hidden, try the dresser drawer, then bawl, "Get that chest up here." It seemed reasonable enough that the iron box was in the chest. Anyway, he was sure of one thing. 2 men, directed by Wallace, had delivered something heavy into Wallace's room that evening. Wallace had ordered them out, then had deposited something in the chest. Dave softly made his way back to the stairs. Still, from the door into the living room, the talk of the card players drifted out. He went back into Wallace's room, closed the door softly, and struck a match. There was Wallace's saddle thrown on the floor against the wall, and beside it a stout chest. The match died, and Dave struck another and went over to look at the chest. It was made of oak, iron-bound, and its lock was a heavy padlock. Dave's heart sank as he saw it. When the match died, he tried to lift one end of the chest. He could move it, but it was heavy. He sat down on it and thought a moment. If he got the chest to the window and dropped it, the noise it would make would wake the dead. Even then, the chest wouldn't break and open. That was out. He couldn't burn it because it would take half the night and he would be discovered. That was out too. There was only one thing left, and that was to shoot the padlock off. That would bring the whole swarm of them down on his neck. Wallace's crew, Ernie had said, numbered over a dozen. They would cut him to doll rags before he got to the stairs. For the stairs were the only way out. For if he went out the window, he would leave unfinished a little piece of business that he was determined to carry out. A piece of business that, if it went right, would straighten accounts with Will Usher for good and all. For a long moment he sat there in the dark, his face bleak and bitter. For the first time in his life he took into account the possibility of being killed. He wasn't afraid, he just wanted to live to see this thing settled. And then the bitterness passed, and he knew what he was going to do. His chances would improve a dozenfold if he could keep some of Wallace's men out of the fight, and he thought he could. Remembering Wallace's saddle thrown on the floor, he knelt down and fumbled around. Yes, there was his rope. Dave untied it and took it with him to the door again and glanced out into the hallway. Everything was quiet. A raw snore from one of the rooms across the hall melted in with the slow talk from the card game below. Dave went into the hall and passed the closed door across the way from Wallace's room. The other 2 bedroom doors faced each other across the hall. Dave looked at them and noticed that they were swung in. The remaining door was the half-glassed one that opened onto the galley. It swung into the hall, he noticed. That was a weakness, but he'd have to count on the sleepy thickness of these men and their unfamiliarity with the house. He bolted the gallery door, making a wry face as he did so. All they would have to do would be to climb out of their bedroom windows onto the gallery, break the glass, reach in and unbolt the door, and be on top of him. But he had to take the chance. Next, he took the rope and ran it through the grip on the thumb latch of one bedroom window, then threaded it through the grip on the opposite door. He pulled the rope tight, stretching it across the corridor. Each would be pulling against the other when he tried to open the door. It was a far more effective lock than a bar and bolt. He came back down the hall then and put his ear to the remaining door. The snores were coming from there, a pair of them. He hoped gloomily that there were only 2 men there. Afterward, he went back into Wallace's room, lighted the lamp and set it on the floor beside the chest, and drew out one gun. The other was wedged in his Levi waistband above his shell belt. For a moment, he just stared at the chest, gauging his chances. He would have to shoot twice. One shot would take care of the outside lock. The second shot would have to be spent on blowing open the small iron chest, for he wouldn't be free to lug that around with him on this night. A second doubt assailed him. He wasn't even sure the iron box was in there. He was trying the impossible. His glance raised to the dresser, and along the face of it was the scar of Wallace's spur, where he had kicked it. To Dave, that scar was a symbol. It stood for everything that Wallace believed in. Violence and destruction and respect for nothing. And beyond that, it was a symbol of what Wallace and his crew were doing to Carol and her father. Dave looked down again at the lock. Then coolly, calmly, he raised his gun and shot at the lock. The big padlock spread but did not break. Dave shot again, and this time the lock skittered off across the floor. Quietly, swiftly, he raised the lid. A litter of papers confronted him, and he threw them aside. Then on the bottom he saw the iron box and lifted it out. He tried not to listen to the other noises from the rooms beyond. He put his gun barrel to the small padlock, and one shot blew it clear across the room. Opening the lid, he saw the deed there. One long piece of paper resting inside the box like a jewel in velvet. Inside it was the receipt. Dave blew the light, folded the papers, buttoned these in his shirt pocket, then came to his feet and moved swiftly toward the door and opened it a crack. There was turmoil in the 2 end rooms, but Dave ignored them. It was the room opposite this that he was watching. The door suddenly pulled open, and a tousle-headed, barefoot puncher holding his pants up with one hand, a gun in the other, ran out. He leaped for the stairhead and ran down, shouting, "Who the hell shot?" Dave let him pass. He had counted 2 in that room. Then suddenly, from the open doorway, Marty Cord, with only one boot on, a gun in his hand, lunged for the stairs. Dave swung the door open, reached out, and wound his arm around Cord's neck, slamming the gun out of his hand with a vicious kick of his boot. There was turmoil below now, and Dave shoved Cord ahead of him down the stairs, keeping the stranglehold on him. Cord clawed futilely at Dave's arm around his throat, but he was helpless. Dave rounded the turn in the stairs, took 3 steps down, and then stopped just as Usher bawled, "Look out!" Wallace, 3 punchers, Will Usher, and the barefoot man, all standing in the hall below, swiveled their heads and looked at the stairs. For one utterly silent moment, save for the pounding on the bedroom doors above, nobody moved, nobody spoke. And then Dave said jeeringly, "Well, I reckon it's time to tell Wallace a few things, don't you?" Will, standing just ahead of Wallace, didn't answer. Wallace had a gun in his hand. He stared at Dave, and with his thumb he cocked his 6-gun. "Wallace, me and Will aimed to steal your deed. I got it in my shirt now. I also broke into the county clerk's office and got the record of it, so you ain't even got a claim to the bib-em." He had relaxed his grip on Marty's throat now, and Marty was silent. "There's just one thing I want you to know, Wallace, before I walk out of here behind your ramrod. That is, that Will was double-crossing you all along." "You're a liar!" Will Usher shouted. He started to turn around to face Wallace, but Wallace was faster. He swung his gun into Will Usher's back, and his face was white with rage. "You want proof, Wallace?" Dave jeered. "I've been hiding in the house all day. Go look below the top hinge on that door that goes into the kitchen, and you'll see what Will wrote there for me to see while he kept you playing cards." Nobody moved. There was a pounding on the doors up above, and Dave heard a muted shout. Marty gasped out, "He's a crook, Tate. Usher is." "Prince,
Go look, Wallace said thickly. Drop your gun first, Dave said swiftly. The tousle-headed puncher dropped his gun, went down the corridor, opened the door, peered into the darkness, fumbled a match out, struck it, and then read aloud. Wallace could hear. "It's in a locked iron box, 6x9. It's signed Will." He came back down the corridor, and then Usher found his voice.
"Damn you, Dave, you lie. I never—"
A muffled shot sounded in the hall. Will Usher's back arched. A surprised expression crossed his handsome face. He tried to scream, took a step forward, fought to raise his gun to shoot Dave, and then every muscle in him collapsed. He fell on his face, his gun kiting across the rug and hitting the bottom step. Dave said, "Line up against the south wall and make it quick. I'm going out of here." On the hill of his speech, he heard glass shatter up above, and he knew that he would have to move fast. The crew had discovered the gallery door. He took a step down the stairs, and then Wallace dodged into the living room. His gun poked around the corner, and Marty Cord, seeing it leveled at him, yelled, "Don't shoot, Tate, don't!" Crash! Dave felt Marty Cord's body jar as if it had been hit with a sledge. For one instant, as Marty's muscles tautened to the breaking point, Dave couldn't believe it. Wallace had shot Cord, his own man, to get at him. And then Marty sagged. Dave shoved him, vaulted the rail, fell to 6 feet to the floor, and lunged for the door into the kitchen just as Wallace bawled, "After him!" A shot slapped into the door frame, and then Dave was in pitch dark. He lunged for the kitchen door, yanked, but the door didn't give. It was locked. Another shot came down the corridor and slapped into the door ahead of him. He ducked, turned left, and raced for the end of the dark kitchen. A man pounded into the kitchen from the corridor, and Dave snapped a shot at him. The man tripped and sprawled, and then Dave, remembering from breakfast, lunged through the door from the kitchen into the dining room. It was dark in here, and he flattened against the wall, peering about him in the darkness. He made out a window and ran for it. Halfway there, he heard a door slam open, and a shaft of light from the corridor was laid swiftly across the floor. Dave fell and lined his gun at the man in the door and shot. The man, still holding the door handle, fell backward, pulling the door shut. Dave picked up a chair and threw it through the window, and then 3 separate shots slammed through the window from outside and bedded in the far wall. They had the place surrounded. Dave ran for the corridor door, then yanked it open, took aim, and shot out the lamp on the corridor table. Now the lower story was half dark, and he stood back against the wall by the open door. Men were still pounding down the stairs, and he could hear them shouting outside. Above the racket was the voice of Wallace in the kitchen. "Try the office!" Dave stepped out into the dark corridor. Yes, there was one light left, and that was in the living room. He ran for it, saw a man at the open window facing outside, and then he shot the lamp out. Now the whole lower story was dark. Dave stood there at the foot of the stairs listening, beating his mind for some way out of this. He tiptoed to the front door and opened it. A squeak of the hinge gave it away, and a slug boomed into it the next second. Dave drew back and slowly loaded his guns, listening to the sounds. Someone was moving in the kitchen. A man tripped over the chair in the office. Above, the house was quiet. The man in the living room suddenly kicked the window out and leaped through, and Dave could hear him pounding for the cottonwoods, yelling, "Don't shoot!" A man in the back bawled, "Come give me a lift back here." And then it was quiet. Men were moving softly outside and in, hoping to avoid drawing fire. Suddenly a man whispered loudly, "Steve!" No answer. "Steve, where are you?" Dave whispered too. "Here. Who is it?" "Juke, where are you?" "Here. Listen, he's went upstairs," Dave said hoarsely. "Why didn't you cut down on him?" "I come off without a gun," Dave whispered savagely. "You got one?" There was a movement ahead of him in the dark, and Dave held his breath. Then the man said, "Here." Dave reached out and touched a man's shoulder. Quick as thought, he ducked around behind him and rammed his gun in the man's back. "Don't move. Don't yell." He felt the man shaking, and then the rider whispered, "Don't shoot Coyle," Dave said softly. "Open that front door and bawl out as loud as you can. Yell, 'Wallace, we got him. He's hanging out that south window.' You savvy that? Yell it." He shoved the man toward the door and yanked it open. A shot hammered out, and a slug whistled over their heads. Dave jammed his gun hard against the puncher's spine, and suddenly the puncher cut loose with a bawl that could be heard for a mile. "We got him, Wallace! He's hanging out the south window! We got him!" Dave kicked the man out into the night as a babble of voices from all sides of the house welled up. He turned and ran down under the gallery toward the north in the corral. He had almost achieved the corner of the house when he heard someone pounding toward him in the darkness. He tried to swerve out of the way, but he was too late. He rammed into the man with a force that sent them both sprawling and drove the wind from his lungs. And while he was lying there gagging, he heard Juke's voice lift up in a wild, cursing yell.
He's got away! He ain't dead! He's heading for the corral!"
Still fighting for breath, Dave heard in the gloom the puncher he had collided with moaning softly and stirring. Dave crawled over to him, raised his gun, and crashed it down on the man's head. It was too late to move now, for a half-dozen men were running under the gallery toward him. Dave put his face to the ground and sprawled out and lay there in the darkness, trusting to the night in their haste to miss him. They were running blindly now. The first man hurdled the two figures lying side by side on the ground, and the others split their ranks and pounded past. And then he heard Wallace approaching, cursing like a maniac. Wallace paused beside him, put his hands to his mouth, and yelled,
"He ain't got a horse! Surround the barn!"
And then Wallace ran forward again, so close this time that the toe of his boot touched Dave's gun. Dave lay immobile a moment, then came to his knees. He faded into the shadow of the house, moved on past it into the cottonwoods, and then turned and ran. Within a few hundred yards, he was brought up abruptly by a dry ditch. He dived into it, squatted down, and waited there, sucking great drags of breath into his lungs, hearing the ruckus over by the corrals. He knew he would have to hurry now, for there wasn't much time. He turned west then, heading for the horse pasture at a dog trot. He skirted the stand of cottonwoods, and when he finally reached the fence, he climbed it and walked in the darkness toward the middle of the pasture. He lay down there in the grass, and presently he heard a horse pounding across the small field, searching for the loose horses. The man found them bunched down toward the far end of the field where the grass was better. Now the herd started toward the corral. Dave saw someone had lighted a lantern and hung it over the corral. Wallace was smart. He knew, or guessed, that Dave didn't have a horse. Once his men were mounted, he could beat the country inch by inch and sooner or later pick up a man afoot. The herd pounded toward Dave, and he laid down again, watching the rider ride by him, hazing the horses into the open corral gates. 2 men were by the gate, holding it open, and 2 more were guiding the horses into the corral. Dave, clinging to the fence now and crawling up on hands and knees, moved toward the corral. When the last of the horses was inside, the gate shut and 2 more lanterns lighted to help in snaking out the mounts. Dave moved closer. He kept watching the man on the horse, holding his breath. The gate shut. The rider swung off, tied his horse, took off his rope from the saddle, swung over the gate bars, and dropped into the corral. Men were cursing now as the horses milled nervously. It was slow work, cutting out horses, and these men were in a panic of a hurry. Wallace's voice goaded them with orders. Dave, on his belly now, crawled along the ground next to the corral toward the lone horse. The milling horses inside cut off the light of the lantern so that he was in darkness. He inched forward until he came to the gate. That was open, barred, and he would have to wait until the horses circled again. He lay there, peering into the dusty corral, watching the horses. A puncher made a cast, got his loop on his pony, then the horses broke and started milling. When they came around to him, Dave, keeping them between himself and the lantern, raced across the length of the gate and dived in the shadow of the poles, right at the horse's feet. The pony snorted, but nobody paid any attention. Dave reached up, untied the reins, and slowly led the horse along the corral poles until they were outside the lantern light. Then he rose and walked the horse farther back into the darkness. When he was certain he was clear, he mounted him and rode out toward the end of the pasture. There was a gate there which he went through, and then he pointed off toward the Corazon. Isolated shouts drifted down the cold night to him from the house, and he could still see the lanterns. He put a hand to his shirt pocket, felt the deed and receipt there, and then lifted his horse into an easy lope. He was smiling a little into the night, and he did not take his hand from the deed. Here, over his heart, in the palm of his hand, he held the key to the man behind Wallace, the man who killed Sholto, the man who ruined McPhee. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 20. With McPhee's lunch on a tin tray, Ernie left the restaurant and headed for the sheriff's office, whistling cheerfully through his teeth. Each meal, Ernie went through the same curious rigmarole of cutting McPhee's food into small bits, slicing his bread thinly, and fishing around with a spoon in his cup of coffee just to make sure that no implements of escape were smuggled into him and his food. That was funny, come to think of it. McPhee, since his preliminary hearing, was too broken in spirit to even try to escape. He was too dumb, too, besides. And beyond that, Dave would have him free in quick order if everything went right last night at the Bib Inn. Ernie wondered about that and knew he was cheerfully expecting the impossible. But his new partner was a man who could do the impossible. He kicked open the door to the office and saw Lacey Thornton in a chair talking to Beale. Ernie said howdy and went on through the corridor to the cell block. McPhee's face was gray with worry and fright, and he didn't even look up at Ernie as he unlocked the door and put the tray in his cell. Coming back to the office, Ernie wondered about Lacey Thornton. He was one of their suspects in Sholto's death, perhaps the man behind Wallace, and now Ernie, keeping this in mind, had his first chance to observe him. He loafed into the office and said, "How's things, Lacey?" and sat down.
"So-so,"
Lacey said. The faint aura of bourbon whiskey surrounded him, and his monkey face was its usual brick color. He suddenly seemed a little uneasy to Ernie, but then Ernie figured that might be his imagination.
"How's that murdering coyote of a McPhee?"
Lacey growled.
"Holding up, sorta,"
Ernie answered, grinning. Lacey turned to Beale.
"You handed out that reward for his capture yet?"
Beale shook his head.
Nobody captured him. Me and Ernie was first out in the street, but when his horse throwed him, half a dozen other men was around too.
"What do you aim to do with the money?"
Thornton asked.
"I don't know,"
Bill said. Lacey Thornton cleared his throat and said,
"That's what I come to see you about. This party that put up half the reward money, he claims that he ought to get it back."
Ernie regarded Lacey Thornton closely, and he was suddenly certain of one thing. The reward money Lacey Thornton had brought over and said was sent anonymously was his own, and now that McPhee was jailed, he wanted it back. Ernie's lip curled in contempt. He said dryly,
"What's the matter, Lacey? Getting pinched for cash?"
Lacey Thornton squirmed in his chair to face him, his lips forming words that were soundless. Suddenly he exploded.
"Damn it, Ernie! You saying I'll keep that money instead of returning it?"
"Why return it? It's yours, ain't it?"
"Ernie,"
Bill said sharply.
"Why, look at him,"
Ernie said stubbornly.
"Hell's bells, his face give it away. What are you getting so red for, Lacey?"
"If I'm getting red, it's 'cause I got a prime notion to knock your head off,"
Thornton bawled. Bill got to his feet.
"Ernie, I want to talk to you,"
he said ominously.
"Go ahead."
"In your room."
Ernie shrugged and went ahead of Beale into his room. He heard Beale say,
"Stay here, Lacey. I won't take a minute."
Bill came in the room and shut the door and then regarded Ernie with pure bale in his eyes. He said with savage sarcasm,
"Nobody's ever told Mrs. C's son that Lacey Thornton owns one of the 2 newspapers in this county, have they?"
"Sure,"
Ernie said cheerfully.
"What of it?"
"Listen,"
Beale said, almost choking with rage.
"I'm sheriff here. I was elected."
"Elected, you hear?"
"Lacey Thornton backed me in the last election, and he's going to back me in the next, if I treat him right. And now my deputy comes along and calls him a liar."
"Well, he is one, ain't he?"
"What's that got to do with it?"
Beale bawled, his cherub's face looking as if it was ready to burst into tears.
"He could eat his kids for breakfast, but what's that got to do with telling him so?"
"All right,"
Ernie said.
"All right, what?"
Beale bawled.
"You already called him a liar. You can't call him one again."
Ernie's face got a little red with anger.
"Yes, I can. If you don't quit dripping off at the mouth, I will."
Beale almost choked. Then he bellowed,
"You're through, Ernie. Fired."
"What? Again?"
Ernie jibed.
"This time I mean it. By God, you and me are through. There's 4 more days to payday, and if you come back here on the 5th, I'll kick you across the street."
Ernie sobered at this. In the past, Beale had fired him in the morning, sulked through the day, and the next day, when Ernie showed up, it was forgotten. Ernie worked hard, and Bill knew it, and even if they argued and fought, it was usually ironed out in time. But this time, Beale meant what he had said. A kind of panic seized Ernie now. He couldn't be fired. Dave needed him here. He said soberly,
"Listen, Harv, maybe I shot off my mouth. I always do, I reckon. But I'm plumb sorry. I reckon I made a mistake."
"That won't work this time," Bill said grimly. "You put a noose around my neck for the last time. What I said goes. You're through come payday."
Ernie couldn't hide the dismay on his face. His bluntness, his impulsiveness, his outspokenness had finally done for him. He pushed Beale too far. And what would Dave say now? Beale said bitterly,
"Keep away from Lacey and give me time to smooth it over."
And he stalked out, his fat, slack body ramrod straight. Ernie sank down on his cot and stared at the floor. A faint suspicion began to form in his mind. Was Lacey Thornton really the man who had killed Sholto, and was Beale in with him? Ernie tried to put that out of his mind, but it wouldn't go. Suppose Lacey and Beale really were in cahoots to keep McPhee in jail. That would explain Beale's easy acceptance of the killing of Sholto. And if Lacey was the man who tried to kill Dave the other night, then he saw Dave and Ernie talking. And if he saw that and reported it to Beale, wasn't this Beale's way of getting rid of his deputy before he interfered with them? Ernie had a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. In spite of Harv Beale's bombast, his bluster, his timidness, his caution, his fence-straddling, and his bumbling bewilderment, Ernie liked him. No, Harv wasn't a crook. But how explain all this? Ernie didn't know. He only knew that for once he had goaded Beale too far, and now he was paying for it with his job. The job didn't matter so much, but he had failed Dave. The sound of angry voices, many of them in the front office, interrupted his thoughts. He rose and opened the corridor door. He could hear someone shouting, and he hurried into the office. There stood Tate Wallace, his riders crowded in behind him, facing Beale. Tate whirled at Ernie's entrance, and Ernie was appalled by what he saw on Wallace's face. Wallace looked berserk with rage.
Dave Coyle stole the deed to Bib-Im last night. He was hiding in the house.
Stole the deed? Ernie echoed blankly.
Stole it! Killed 4 of my men and escaped.
Ernie leaned back against the wall, relief flooding him. He didn't have to act as if he were surprised. He was, even if he knew it would happen beforehand. Dave had got away with it. Ernie said softly, "Well, I'm double damned." Wallace turned to Beale, who sat there with a look of stupefaction on his face.
And something else. He told me he'd taken the record of the deed out of the county clerk's files.
Beale gazed helplessly at Ernie.
So that's why the lock was broken the other day.
He looked up at Wallace and said,
What do you want me to do? Do? Wallace yelled. Find him. You're the law here, ain't you? Deputize every man in town, comb the country, take my crew and get all the men you can.
Beale just stared at the floor. Presently he said,
That makes your title to the Bib-Im no good, don't it? You haven't got a deed, and there's no record of it ever being filed.
Wallace nodded and then said in a thick, wicked voice,
That's it, Bill. But if anybody tries to take that place away from me, I'll kill him. I bought it. Nobody said you didn't, Bill said hastily. I was just figuring out why he stole the deed. I'm going to get that deed back if it takes 10 years, Wallace raged. Bill, I want you to send a man over to Sabinal with a telegram for the governor, asking for troops. I want you to put every man that can bear arms to hunting Coyle.
Lacey Thornton said, There's something better than that, Wallace. Wallace looked at him for the first time. Ernie watched them to see if anything passed between them. If there was, he couldn't see it. Wallace's eyes were hot with anger, his face stiff. Thornton just wore his usual whiskey flush, heightened a little now by the excitement. Thornton said, Bill has got $10,000 here on deposit. $10,000 reward money that was supposed to be put on McPhee. But it ain't been paid off 'cause McPhee walked into the jail almost. Why not take that $10,000 and put it on Dave Coyle's head, dead or alive because he killed 4 of your men? He's got $7,000 on it now. That would make $17,000 and...
I'll put 3 more to make it 20,
Wallace said.
Good. That's $20,000.
He looked around the room.
Why, hell, every man in the county will give up his job or close his store to hunt Coyle. That's more than a man earns in 3-4 years.
I'll do it, Bill said, coming to his feet. Ernie, get the word around town. $20,000 reward, and anybody can get it. And they don't have to capture him this time, they can kill him.
Ernie, a little sick when he thought what a man would do for $20,000, went out to spread the word around town. In an hour, all the stores except Beatty's, all the saloons except Tim King's Keno Parlor were closed. The town was sold out of ammunition, and horses were at a premium. In Yellow Jacket's main street, there was a milling mob of riders waiting to split up and start the biggest manhunt, and the longest, any of them could remember. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 21. From the hotel lobby window, Carol, Lily Sholto, and Senator Maitland saw the posse forming and watched it for an hour. Finally, when it split up and rode out of town in all 4 directions, Senator Maitland observed, I wouldn't like to be in Dave Coyle's boots. You think they'll get him? Carol asked anxiously. Maitland shrugged. If there's any justice left in this world, they will. But Uncle Dan, Carol objected, he's helped us. Maitland nodded somberly. His seamed face looked weary today and stern somehow. He was sitting between Lily and Carol. He looked at them both and said, I shouldn't be saying this, I know. I'm Bruce McPhee's lawyer and friend, so I should be grateful to Dave Coyle for stealing that deed. It puts Wallace in the position of a trespasser now. He has no right,
No title to the bib-im now. The disappearance of the deed and any record of it will defeat him in court. The bib-im is still the McPhee place."
He shook his head and made a wry face.
"Still, I'm a man of conscience. I hope I don't like to win my court fights in that manner."
Carol laughed uncertainly.
"Neither do I, Uncle Dan, but it's been given to us, it seems."
"Certainly."
Maitland looked gloomily out the window.
"Still, it doesn't change things much, does it, my dear? Your father is still coming up for trial on a murder charge," he said with sudden passion. "The ranch be damned. I want your father free."
He looked at Carol.
"Isn't that the way you feel?"
Carol nodded mutely.
Maitland looked at his watch. "It's visiting hour now. Shall we go over?"
The three of them crossed the street, but at the sheriff's office their way was barred by Beale.
"No visiting today,"
he said firmly.
"And why not?"
Maitland asked. Beale glared at him.
"Don't ask me, Maitland. Figure it out for yourself. Your little outlaw friends made you happy enough for one day. You can do without a visit,"
Maitland said angrily.
"Are you insinuating, Bill, that I had any connection with the theft of that deed?"
"I'm not insinuating anything, Senator,"
Beale said shortly, angrily.
"All I'm saying is that it looks as if you'd won your case out of court. I'm saying something else, too. I got too much to do today without herding relatives of the killer in to weep on his shoulder. Get out."
Maitland took the girls out, and since there was nowhere else to go, they went back to the hotel. A sudden weariness overwhelmed Carol in the lobby. She was sick of this, sick to death. She hated the town. She hated the hotel. She was without hope, bored to tears, and helpless as a baby. She envied Lily Sholto, who was so calm that nothing surprised her. Why, when the news came that Dave Coyle had hidden in the bib-im house and stole the deed, Lily only smiled. Carol said,
"I'm going to my room, Uncle Dan. I think I'll try and sleep. If any news comes in, wake me."
Lily looked at her and didn't ask what kind of news. It was in Lily's face that she knew what Carol meant by news. If Dave Coyle was caught or killed was what she meant. Carol flushed a little under that friendly stare of Lily's, then mounted the stairs and sought her room. She let herself in, closed the door, and walked slowly over to the bed. Halfway there she stopped, a small cry escaping her. There, sound asleep on her bed, one hand folded under the pillow, was Dave Coyle. Carol stood transfixed for a moment. Then she tiptoed swiftly to the door and locked it. Oh, the fool, she thought. The reckless, headstrong fool. She felt her knees go weak as she turned to look at him again. $20,000 on his head. The whole of the county hunting him. And he was peacefully asleep on a bed in the hotel across the street from the sheriff's office. And then Carol had a thought that warmed her and made her feel important again. He trusted her enough to come to her when he needed shelter and rest. Carol sat down then in the chair. She wasn't going to waken him. He was probably exhausted. She sat in the chair still as a mouse for 2 hours as the sun heeled over and the room grew dark. She was sitting there in a kind of dreamy trance when Dave's voice startled her. "How long you been here?" Carol started and then looked at him. He was propped up on his elbows, grinning at her.
"Hours," Carol said. "Dave, why do you take the risk?"
"I wanted to talk to you,"
Dave said. He got up, stretched, yawned, went over to the washstand, poured out a basin of water, washed his face, dried it, ran a hand through his unruly black hair, then came and sat on the edge of the bed, pulling out a sack of tobacco. Carol said, calmly as she could,
"Do you know there's a $20,000 reward on your head?"
Dave lighted the cigarette and said,
"Is that all? Wallace is a piker."
"Oh, Dave," Carol moaned. "You've done enough for us. Can't you get out of the country?"
Dave grinned around his cigarette. There was none of the insolence in his face now that Carol had seen before. He looked friendly. He reached in his shirt pocket, brought out a paper, and held it in his hand.
"Here's the deed."
"You shouldn't have done it, Dave,"
Carol said.
"Aren't you glad?"
Yes, of course."
"Sorry you cussed me out the other night?"
Carol flushed a little.
I am dreadfully sorry."
Dave grinned and looked at the deed.
"What are you going to do with it?"
"Destroy it, shouldn't I?"
Dave shook his head and laid the deed on the bed.
"I've been figuring,"
he said, slowly, and looked levelly at Carol.
"You think your dad will be acquitted?"
He had said casually, almost brutally, the thing that Carol had not even dared ask herself these past few days. But now that he had framed the question, Carol knew that she had already answered it in her mind. It was settled. She said softly, hopelessly,
"No, I don't."
"Neither do I," Dave said. "So maybe I better tell you what I've been thinking."
"You aren't going to try to break him out of jail?" Carol said swiftly, alarm in her voice. "Dave, it won't work again. Don't crowd your luck."
"Listen to me,"
Dave said. He picked up the deed and held it in front of him.
"That deed will get your dad out of jail," he said slowly.
Carol stared at him, not understanding.
But he's in for murder, Dave."
"Forget that," Dave said. "I know what I'm talking about. I found out some things. You haven't got $10,000 to your name, have you, Carol?"
10,000? No,
Carol said blankly.
"Has Senator Maitland?"
"No, he's poor."
$10,000 will get your dad out of jail," Dave said, watching her.
"How?"
"Ernie C. can be bought," Dave lied slowly. "For $10,000, Ernie C. will let your dad out of jail, give him a fast horse, and start him on his way to Mexico."
"Dave,"
Carol said softly. She looked searchingly at him, trying to get a clue to his thoughts. Then she said,
"How do you know?"
"Every man has his price," Dave said cynically. "I found out his. It's $10,000.
Carol looked wonderingly at him.
"But what would Dad do in Mexico, providing he could get there?"
"What'll he do dead?"
Dave asked brutally. Carol shuddered. Dave had put it bluntly enough. It was either Mexico or the hang noose. She said,
"That's true. He should go. But where will we get $10,000?
Dave, who had been holding the deed in front of him, simply waved it once and said nothing. Carol, understanding, said swiftly,
"You'll sell the deed back to the Three Rivers?"
"Not to Wallace himself. I don't trust him. I'm going to sell it back to the man behind Wallace for $10,000.
Carol felt an excitement pounding through her, and then it was dampened.
"But do you know who it is?"
Dave grinned.
"I don't, but I'll tell you how I can find out. You remember that night at your spread when you told me of the letter being stole?"
Yes.
"I'll send a letter to each of those men who could have stole the letter. I can't send one to Will Usher because he's dead. I won't send one to Ernie C. because I found out he can't be the one. But I'll send a note to Sheriff Beale and one to Lacey Thornton." He paused. "I'll also send one to Senator Maitland."
"But,"
Carol began and then smiled. What difference did it make if Uncle Dan got one? He'd just be bewildered and wouldn't understand.
"What will you say in the notes?"
"I'll say the same thing in all of them," Dave continued. "It will read like this. If you want the deed to the Bib M, follow these directions. Get $10,000 in banknotes. At 7 o'clock tonight, ride south out of Yellow Jacket 3 miles until you come to the big cottonwood by the ford. There'll be fire burning there. Dump out your banknotes by the fire so I can see them. Then walk 20 feet south, lift a flat rock, and the deed will be under it. If your banknotes are just paper, you will be shot by me. If they're really banknotes, you can ride off unharmed. I'll sign my own name."
Carol nodded, then said,
"But what if it's Sheriff Beale and he brings men with him?"
7 o'clock is just after dark. There's a butte behind the cottonwood. On top of it, I can see whether one man comes or a dozen. If it's more than one, I grab the deed and run. If it's one, I stay there." He grinned. "It can't fail."
Carol thought for a moment, then said bitterly,
"Whoever it is, they'll send a messenger. We'll never know who is behind Tate Wallace and the Three Rivers outfit."
Dave shrugged carelessly.
We got to give that up. We don't care who it is, just so your dad goes free."
"That's true. That's all that matters. Only, we'll never know."
It was almost dark in the room now. Dave said,
"You got any paper and a pen?"
"Are you going to write the letters?"
Dave nodded.
"You go downstairs. It's almost supper time. Leave me here. When you come back, there'll be 4 letters for you to mail. Take them out and mail them."
4?
Carol asked.
"Who's the 4th one to?"
Dave smiled faintly.
"It's a man. He's got nothing to do with this. His name is, let's see." He scratched his head. "George Bemis. He's coming to town soon. I'll mark his letter, hold till called for. You mail them all right after supper."
Carol nodded.
"And when will Dad make his escape?"
2 nights from now,"
Dave said. Carol stood up and got the paper and pen and envelopes. Dave pulled the curtain and she lighted the lamp. Then she stood by the desk and Dave pulled the chair over.
"Be careful, Dave,"
she said softly.
"Be awfully careful."
She hesitated, then said passionately,
"Oh, Dave, are you sure it will work?"
"Why won't it?" Dave asked absently. His very indifference encouraged Carol. She walked to the door and said,
"You'll be careful?"
Dave didn't look up. He had already started to write, and still writing, he said, "If you tell anyone about this, anyone, understand, your dad will hang."
"Who would I tell?"
Carol asked resentfully. Dave didn't even answer her. He was writing. She closed and locked the door and went downstairs, feeling a little angry that Dave thought she'd tell. She'd show him. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 22. By 6 o'clock the next evening, Dave's stolen horse was tied to a small cedar in the dry wash behind Alamo Butte. The road stretching across the sage flats to Yellow Jacket was empty. Dave, standing under the cottonwood, shivered a little in the chill air, for when the sun went down now, the nights were immediately cool. Soon winter would be on them, and he would drift down into Mexico again, aimless and footloose, following the sun. For some reason, that thought didn't cheer him up now. He set about gathering brush and stacking it under the big cottonwood. Fuel was scarce around here, and he worked fast to get a big pile. Finished, he hunted up a big flat rock, paced the 10 feet south of the fire, and put the rock down. He did not place the deed under it. He kept that in his pocket. Then he climbed the face of the butte. It was dusk now, but he could see for miles out on the flats on either side. Presently, riding the road from Yellow Jacket, he picked out a pinpoint of black that soon materialized into the shape of a horse and rider. Nothing moved anywhere else, except a scattering of cattle off toward the east. Satisfied, he climbed down again. It was getting dark fast. He lighted the fire, picked up his rifle standing against the tree, then crossed the dry gulch and bellied down amid the tall sage on its far bank. Darkness came suddenly, and the night breeze fanned the flames. Dave listened, keening the wind for any sound of more than a single rider. But there were only the night sounds about him, the scurrying of a mouse in the brush, the deep tearing sounds of the bull bats as they cruised and dived for their food overhead. And now there was the sound of a horse approaching. Dave lay there watching. He heard the horse stop, and he knew the man riding it was looking over the place before he ventured into the firelight. Then Tate Wallace rode up to the cottonwood and dismounted. Dave knew it would be Wallace and was not surprised. He saw Wallace carrying a canvas sack, step over to the fire, kneel, and dump out fat, tight-packed sheaves of banknotes. One bunch, picked at random, he untied and fanned out so that anyone watching from the darkness could see they were banknotes. He waited a moment, standing away from the fire and giving an observer time to look. Then he walked over to the stone and lifted it. Before he had time to curse, Dave called easily, "Wait a minute, Wallace. I'll bring it over to you." Dave came down the bank and crossed the arroyo. Wallace was standing with his hands in the air. "I haven't got a gun," he said quietly. "I didn't think you would have," Dave said. "Come on over to the fire." They walked into the circle of firelight, and Dave reached in his shirt pocket and brought out the deed and receipt. He handed it to Wallace, who hesitatingly accepted it, then opened it to make sure it was the deed. "I throwed in the sheet I tore from the country records, too," Dave said. Wallace folded the deed and put it in his pocket. "Thanks," Dave said. "Don't thank me, just write me a receipt for that deed." "Receipt?" Wallace asked curiously. "Why receipt?" Dave looked at the fire and said idly, "When you're in my business, Wallace, you learn to cover your back trail. I don't aim to get another reward plastered on me for stealing a deed I ain't got. Write me a receipt, I say, so I can show it to the next Tanktown sheriff that throws down on me for stealing the Bib M deed." Wallace regarded him with speculation, and then said, "You're getting pretty cagey, Dave." Dave looked up at him and answered simply, "Well, you know what I'm fighting, I got to be." He reached in his shirt pocket and brought out a slip of paper and a stub of pencil. "Write the date, the amount you paid, and the place. Here at Alamo Butte." Wallace took the pencil and paper and scribbled a receipt. Dave took it, looked at it, and nodded, and then pocketed it carelessly. Wallace said, "Don't you want to look at the money?" "Nah, I reckon the count's right," Dave said easily. "You're smarter than that." "Can I go now?" "Sure," Dave said. Wallace walked a few steps toward his horse, then paused and looked back at Dave. Dave was still staring absently at the fire.
Mind my talking? Wallace asked.
Dave glanced up at him and shook his head.
Go ahead.
Wallace's long, lean face almost broke into a smile.
You said something about Tank Town sheriffs. You drifting?
That's right. Dave almost grinned, too.
Mind telling me who's been backing you, Wallace?
Wallace only smiled and shook his head. Dave shrugged and yawned.
Well, I don't give a damn, he said quietly. It's a nice smooth job, Wallace. You're considerable slicker than when you tried to cold deck me in Dodge. I'm older, Wallace said. Nothing like practice, I reckon,
Dave said idly.
Wallace said, You sure raised hell with me for a while there. I had to have money. Might as well get it from the gent that's making it, hadn't I? Well, you got it, Wallace said dryly. And, mister, you sure earned it the hard way.
Dave chuckled.
But I got it. Well, so long.
So long, Wallace said. He and Dave faded out of the firelight at the same time, neither wholly trusting the other. Dave turned then and walked back toward his horse. He was whistling cheerfully, softly and off-key. It was all over now but the shouting. He knew the man behind Wallace, the man who had shot Sholto, the man who had framed McPhee, knew for dead certain. Tomorrow, the rest of the world would know. Into Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 23. Sheriff Harvey Beale always walked to work because his horse, which he seldom used, was stabled at the feed stable below the office. When he swung into the main street this morning, he was struck by the absence of activity in the town. For a moment it puzzled him, and then he remembered that most of the stores were closed, the men were out hunting quail. The street, usually busy at this early morning hour, held mostly women and children, and only a scattering of men. He could have counted on both hands the number of saddle horses, buckboards, and spring wagons at the tie rails. Ernie C. had drifted in with his crew at an early hour this morning. They had combed one slope of the Corazon fruitlessly and had come back for rest and grub before they started out again. Most of them, Beale guessed, were still in bed. He passed Tim King's Keno parlor and said good morning to the swamper, who had already swept out and was stacking empty beer barrels on the boardwalk in front of the saloon. This irritated Beale a little, as it did every morning, because he had warned Tim not to clutter the sidewalk with the barrels. But this morning it was only a minor irritation. He had lots more to think of. Approaching the office, he was fumbling in his pocket for the keys when he noticed the horse at the tie rail in front of the office. It stood there with its stirrup tied over the horn, the cinch loosened, and its bit slipped. Beale suddenly hauled up with an abruptness that was surprising. He stood there looking at the horse like a hunting dog pointing, as the significance of it came to him. Only one man left a horse like that. Dave Coyle. For a moment, Sheriff Beale was panicked. The last time this had happened was in Sabinal, and Sholto had been kidnapped. He looked uneasily around him, as if he expected to see Dave Coyle watching him. No, the street was almost deserted. Slowly then, Beale moved to the door of his office. He unlocked the door then, still looking up and down the street. He backed into the office and locked the door. He moved swiftly to the window and peered out again. The horse was standing there patiently, a symbol and a threat and a puzzle. Beale lifted his Stetson and scratched his head, then turned around. What he saw then almost stopped his heart. Dave Coyle was asleep on his desktop. A cold, clawing fear seized Beale, and he held his breath. Then he heard the deep, slow breathing of Dave as he slept. Ever so softly, Beale tiptoed over to the door, unlocked it, and stepped out, locking it after him. He went on tiptoe past the office, then ran. In the saloon, he bawled to Tim King and his bartender.
Tim, send a man to wake Ernie. Tell him to get all the men he can and come down to the office. Here, give me that greener from behind the bar.
He took the shotgun from the amazed bartender, yelled,
Get on with it, man!
And ran out of the saloon. He took up his position across the street on front of Beatty's store. Every man that passed, and there were half a dozen, Beale ordered into Beatty's to pick up a gun and ammunition. Slowly, minute by minute, a crowd congregated on the boardwalk in front of Beatty's. Bill hadn't told them what he was arming them for, but they too had seen the horse across the street and knew what it meant. In 10 minutes, Ernie, with a dozen more men, drifted up and said,
What the hell's the fuss?
His hair wasn't combed. His eyes were bleared with sleep, and his shirt was buttoned crooked. For answer, Beale pointed to the horse and said, "He's asleep on my desk in the office." Ernie cursed softly, levering a shell in his gun. Beale said quietly to the crowd, "Surround the place, back alley and all. Tell the women to get off the streets. Ernie, you and about 4 others, come in with me." Beale gave his posse, which was swelling by the moment, time enough to pick their vantage points, and then he and Ernie started across the street, walking slowly, carefully, rifles slacked just off their shoulders. Beale unlocked the door, pushed it open away, peered in, then waved the others in after him. Dave was still asleep. The odd townsman filed in on tiptoe and locked the door behind him. They stood in a half circle around Dave, watching him, while Beale signed Ernie to take Dave's gun. Ernie reached over and gently edged the 6 gun out of Dave's holster, and then Beale signed to the others to raise their rifles and cover him. Small beads of perspiration had formed on Beale's forehead. Gingerly, he reached over with his gun barrel and poked Dave in the ribs. Dave woke at once. He opened his eyes, glanced coolly at the men covering him, and then sat up slowly. He yawned, and when his mouth closed again, his face was insolent, his eyes jeering. His lip was lifted faintly in a sneer as he looked at Beale. "Took you long enough," Dave said to Beale.
"Don't you move,"
Beale said. Dave sneered and slipped to the floor and hitched up his pants. The men moved backward a step. Beale said,
"Ernie, unlock that corridor door."
Ernie did and stood aside. Dave looked at him and said, "I want 4 eggs for breakfast. No cream in the coffee." He turned and walked into the cell block. McPhee's guards, who waited each morning to be let out of the cell block by Beale, were standing by the door when Dave walked in. Dave marched past them, stopped, and looked at McPhee. Carol's father had lost 10 pounds during the time he had been in jail. All the fight had gone out of him, and now his face looked gentler, less like a bigot's. Dave said, "How they treat you here, General?"
"All right,"
McPhee said quietly.
"So they got you, eh?"
"For a while," Dave said, indifferent. He turned to Beale and said, "Don't stand there like a knothead, Beale. Give me a room. And hurry up with that breakfast. I'm hungry." Beale made an inarticulate noise, and Ernie laid a hand on him.
"Just get him in a cell before you blow up, Harv. What about that one across from McPhee?"
Dave was put in the cell opposite his partner, and then Beale relaxed. The others crowded around Dave's cell and looked at him. This was the man with the $20,000 reward on his head. The rest of the town, men, women, and children, were pouring into the cell block now, for the word had spread like a grass fire. Beale did his best to keep them out, but there were too many of them. They flocked into the narrow way between the cells, fighting for a chance to see and insult Dave Coyle, the famous outlaw. The kids jeered at him, and the women shouted angry insults, while the men mostly stared and then smiled in a superior way. While Dave Coyle was fighting them and licking them, he was some sort of god, but when he gave himself up, they concluded he was just a man like themselves. He was scared. Too much bounty had put the odds against him, and like a wise man, he had decided to face the music and trust his life to a jury instead of his guns. Ernie and Beale fought for half an hour to clear the crowd out, and while Beale didn't fight too hard since these people elected him, he finally succeeded in making his authority felt. The cell block was cleared, and a man was sent for the breakfasts. Dave sat on his bunk and yawned, partly out of sleepiness and partly out of boredom. He observed McPhee from time to time, but they did not talk. All the bluster and the truculence in McPhee was gone. He was just a patient, soft-spoken old man. Ernie and Beale brought in the breakfast and watched their 2 prisoners eat. Ernie kept watching Dave for some sign of success, and finally, when Beale had turned to say something to McPhee, Dave nodded imperceptibly. Ernie felt a vast relief flood him. It had worked. Dave finished, said, "Beale, come here." Beale and Ernie came up to the bars. Beale had a look of smug self-satisfaction on his cherub's face. Dave said, "You figure I done you a favor?"
"Favor?"
Beale echoed.
"How?"
"By giving up. By not shooting you. I was awake when you came into the office alone this morning. I could have gunned you." Beale flushed.
"All right, maybe you did. Only we'd have caught you anyway."
"But you admit I done you a favor." Beale nodded cautiously. "Then do me one."
"Depends,"
Beale said skeptically and added,
"I don't see why I should be doing you any favors, Coyle. You kept this damn county in the holy hell of an uproar for too long."
"I want my preliminary hearing today," Dave said. Beale just stared at him. Ernie said, "Why?" truculently. "I want to get it over with, that's all."
"Why, damn your gall,"
Ernie blurted out. He knew Beale well enough to know that Beale would invariably take the opposite side he took in any argument. His cue was to object, and Beale would be contrary enough to contradict him.
Why should we be doing favors for a coyote like you?
Ernie asked hotly.
Wait a minute,
Beale said pacifically.
Judge Warburton's here now, Ernie. Why not?
Why not?
Ernie glared at him.
Hell, just 'cause he asked us to, if for nothing else.
Beale said grimly.
The sooner it's over, the sooner he hangs.
Why, I wouldn't...
Ernie began. Beale laid a hand on his arm and took him over to a far corner. Beale said sternly,
Remember our talk the other day, Ernie. You're through tomorrow.
I remember,
Ernie said glumly.
Just so you do,
Beale said.
Now, since you're still deputy, I'll tell you why I agree with Coyle. The longer we keep him here, the more chance there is of him breaking out. Sooner I get him in Santa Fe for the trial, the happier I'll be. No, sir, I'm going to talk to Warburton.
He's your prisoner, Ernie said sulkily. I'd keep him here till he rots if I was doing it.
But you ain't,
Beale said emphatically. Beale walked over and said to Dave,
You'll get your hearing just as soon as I can arrange it.
At that moment, the corridor door opened and a man poked his head in.
What about Miss McPhee seeing her old man with Maitland?
Beale felt magnanimous now.
Bring them in.
Carol came in. Dave could tell by the dazed expression on her face that she had heard the news. Senator Maitland, beside her, looked with firm disapproval at Dave. Ernie, down at the far end of the corridor, out of earshot, smoked in silence. Carol spoke to her father, but she came to Dave's cell.
What happened?
Dave said,
It's so simple you wouldn't believe it.
Tell me.
Dave said bitterly,
I slept out last night. I got cold, and I got to thinking of all the other nights I'd have to sleep out, waiting for a shot in the back, hiding out, going without food and sleep, tired and hungry and broke. I just decided to give up.
Carol didn't say anything, and Dave thought she was going to cry.
I got the money,
he said softly.
It's hid. Your dad will get out, so don't worry.
Oh, I'm not worrying about him. What about you?
Carol cried out passionately. Dave only shrugged carelessly and said,
I'll break out when I'm rested up.
He rose and called,
Senator.
Maitland came over to the cell.
I'm having my preliminary hearing this morning. I want a lawyer or I'll get framed for a dozen things I didn't do. You figured you'd take the job?
Maitland's kindly face sagged in amazement. Then his mouth clamped shut and he said emphatically,
I would not.
Oh, Uncle Dan, why not?
Carol cried.
Here's one reason,
Maitland said bluntly. He pulled out the letter from Dave offering the deed for sale.
This shabby little piece of blackmail is mainly my reason for objecting.
He ripped the letter in small pieces.
On behalf of my client, I wouldn't consider paying $10,000 for a deed that was never legal. It's cheap and ugly blackmail. I suppose you sold it? To Wallace, Dave said. If you'd been smart, you'd have bought it for McPhee. Quite right, Maitland said coldly. If McPhee had had the money, if I had had the money, if I could have raised the money, I would have bought it back from you. But you see, Mr. Coyle, he added with elaborate sarcasm, McPhee is broke and I am poor, so the deed goes back to that band of robbers.
Carol was about to say something to Maitland, but the warning light in Dave's eyes stopped her. She said instead,
Uncle Dan, Dave helped us once, or tried to. This isn't much I'm asking you, but please, won't you be Dave's lawyer? Don't let them frame him with every crime that's been committed in the county for the past 3 years.
Maitland looked undecided.
Please,
Carol said. Maitland's face softened.
I suppose I could. It's just a formality. I'll pay you, Dave said. I won't take it, Maitland said coldly. It doesn't change my opinion of you. You're still an outlaw, a bad one, and I won't represent you after today. Bueno, Dave said softly, and in a way that made Carol look sharply at him.
When they had gone out, Ernie strolled down from his end of the corridor.
Well,
he asked softly.
It'll be easy,
Dave said. He was smiling in anticipation. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 24. When the 11 o'clock stage from Sabinal rolled in, the crowds were milling in the street. Sheriff Beale and Ernie C. were forming a double line of heavily armed men that stretched between the sheriff's office and the stairway to the courtroom above Beatty's store. Lacey Thornton got out of the stage and asked the first man he saw what was happening. Hell, they got Dave Coyle, the man said. He's having his hearing now. Lacey Thornton's bloodshot eyes gleamed with anticipation, but there was something he wanted to find out. He found Beale bawling orders to the men and asked him to step aside. Beale, always courteous to the editor of the Sabinal Clarion, came over out of earshot of the crowd. First, Lacey asked how they had captured Coyle, and Beale explained it. Then Thornton reached in his coat and brought out a paper. "Read that," he said. Beale did, and then grinned.
Hell, I got one too.
"He was trying to sell you the deed too, was he?" Thornton asked. Beale nodded, and they looked at each other, faint suspicion in their eyes. Beale put the letter in his pocket.
I went out with a bunch of men, but he didn't show up.
"I didn't do anything," Thornton said. "He probably wouldn't have showed up if I did."
Well, we got him now, anyways, Beale said. Come on up to the courtroom and see how he takes it.
After much more shouting, the lines stiffened and Beale went into the jail. As he was going in, Tate Wallace, standing by the door, said,
Be damn careful, Sheriff. He's dynamite.
Beale nodded and went inside. 3 minutes later, he and Dave Coyle, handcuffed together, stepped out between the waiting lines. Dave walked with an arrogant, cocky tread. His lean face was shaded by a dark beard stubble, which turned his eyes an even paler gray. The old sneer was on his face, and he looked at the crowd contemptuously. He carried his jeering arrogance like a banner. To an uninformed onlooker, it would have appeared that Dave was the confident lawman leading Beale, the prisoner, to trial. The crowd shouted and hissed, but Dave paid no attention. They mounted the steps, and the crowd steamed in after them. The courtroom was small, containing benches for seats. In a cleared space at the rear of the room, there were 2 tables and some chairs in front of a raised stand, on which the judge's bench sat. The prosecuting attorney, a mild-appearing, studious man, was seated at the table talking to the judge when Dave entered. Afterward, there was a fight to get seats. Ernie and Beale sat on either side of Dave, and now his handcuffs were removed. Presently, Senator Maitland took a chair at the table behind him. The crowd was seated, and the hearing was about to start. Dave looked at the crowd. He picked out Wallace in the front row near the window, and Lacey Thornton and Carol back in the mob. The judge rapped the desk and called the court to order. He was an old man, kindly and frail-looking, and Dave liked his looks. When the courtroom quieted, the judge cleared his throat and picked up a paper. Beale came to his feet, as did Ernie, and pulled his gun. Dave turned his back to them and said, Judge, I want to ask some questions.
All in good time,
Judge Warburton said gravely. No, now. He turned to face the courtroom, which was hushed now. He said to the prosecuting attorney, What'll I be tried for?
If you'll sit down,
the attorney began,
we'll conduct. What am I? Dave rapped out. For the killing of Jim Sholto, if you want to know.
Dave turned to Judge Warburton.
You know who killed Sholto?
Judge Warburton said patiently.
My good man, see it. I didn't kill Sholto, but the man who did it's in this room, and I can prove it.
There was utter silence. Beale came up and said quickly,
Let him talk, Judge. We'll get it straightened out later.
Do you want to know who he is, with proof? Dave asked Beale.
Beale said swiftly, I do.
Do you want me to prove to you that McPhee's been swindled, that Wallace is a crook, that the man backing Wallace is a killer? There was uproar in the courtroom. Dave raised his voice and called, Ernie, go guard that back door. Ernie lunged for the aisle and hurried down it to the back door. Judge Warburton whacked his gavel on the bench, and slowly the room settled into silence. Someone in the crowd called,
Pin him down, Harv.
When there was silence once more, Beale said,
If the court will let him talk, we may find out something of value.
Warburton nodded. Beale said,
Go ahead.
Dave said, Sheriff, this whole thing hinges on one letter. That letter's in the post office below. It's addressed to George Bemis. There ain't any George Bemis. I wrote the letter. If you go get it, you'll learn something. Beale looked perplexedly at Warburton, who said,
This whole thing's against any known rules, so we might as well break another one. Go get the letter, Sheriff.
Get McPhee, too, Dave said. I need him. The judge nodded at Beale again, and Beale went out with 2 men. Dave stood in front of the judge's bench, hands on hips, arrogantly facing the crowd. Soon Beale returned with McPhee and the letter, which he gave to Judge Warburton.
And now what?
George Warburton asked. The crowd was utterly quiet. I'll start out with the night me and McPhee broke jail, Dave began, talking to the crowd. We was being held for killing Sholto, me for shooting him, McPhee for paying me to do it. Sholto wasn't dead. You know that now, 'cause we brought him back to town." He looked at Warburton, and Warburton nodded. "The night after we broke loose, we stopped at the Bib Inn. We gave Mrs. Sholto a note to give Miss McPhee. Is Mrs. Sholto here?" Lily, sitting next to Carol, stood up. Dave said, "Did McPhee give you a note?"
"He did."
"Do you know what was in it?"
"No."
Dave waved her down and said, "Sheriff, you followed Miss McPhee out to the Bib Inn with Lacey Thornton and your deputy. When you went into the house, did Miss McPhee have a letter in her hand?" Bill looked blankly at him, then pursed his lips. "She did, I remember." Dave saw Thornton. "Did she, Thornton?" he asked. Thornton said,
"Yes, I think so."
"Did she, Ernie?" Dave called.
"I never saw it,"
Ernie said truthfully. Dave turned to Maitland. "Did she, Senator?" "She did," Maitland said. "All right." Dave went on. "Bill wanted to search the house. Miss McPhee put the letter she hadn't had time to read on the hall table and helped the sheriff search the house for us. When you came back downstairs, what had happened to the letter, Miss McPhee?" Carol said faintly,
"It was gone. Stolen."
"Now, remember," Dave said, "only 5 people could have stolen it. Only 4, really. Lily Sholto didn't steal it, or she never would have given it to Miss McPhee. That leaves Sheriff Beale, Lacey Thornton, Ernie C., and Senator Maitland." He turned to the judge and said, "Is my count right, Judge?" Warburton nodded. He was leaning forward now, listening closely. Beale only looked puzzled. "Now," Dave went on, "I want McPhee to tell what was in that letter he'd written to his daughter." McPhee was puzzled too, but he stood up.
"Why, I told her I was safe. I told her I'd see her the next night, because Dave Coyle and myself were bringing Sholto back to the sheriff's office the next night. Sheriff Beale would naturally free me because I was being held on the charge of helping to kill Sholto."
Dave nodded, and McPhee sat down. Dave said, "Then whoever stole that note, one of those 4 men, knew Sholto would be brought back to town the next night." He looked at the judge again. "Am I right?"
"Yes, obviously."
Dave turned to the crowd again. He said flatly, "Bill said McPhee killed Sholto there in the street. But when he caught me, he claimed I killed him. So he's not sure who did. But he's got to admit that 4 other men could have killed Sholto because they knew he'd be brought into town." He looked at Bill. "That right, Sheriff?"
"It could be, except you did,"
Bill said. Dave shrugged and turned to the crowd. "Wallace, you feel like answering questions?" he asked.
"No,"
Wallace said meagerly. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, which was next to the window. Dave smiled. "I don't blame you. So I'll answer my own questions. I knew Wallace 3 years ago. He was a tin-horn gambler that couldn't pay his debts back in Dodge City. That right, Wallace?" Wallace didn't answer. "And now, 2 years later, he had $50,000 to buy the Three Rivers outfit. Where'd the money come from, Wallace?" Wallace didn't answer. People were looking at him now, and he was squirming under their curious gaze. Dave said jeeringly, "He doesn't want to answer. All right, it's his own business, he thinks. But since he won't answer, let's suppose somebody loaned him the money to buy the place. Somebody backed him."
"You're guessing now,"
Warburton said sharply. "I'll prove my guess," Dave said.
"Go ahead, then. Only stick to facts. You have so far."
"This is a guess, then," Dave said flatly. "Somebody backed Wallace. McPhee is bringing a suit against Wallace because McPhee claims he never signed a paper deeding his place over to Tate Wallace. He claims it was forged. You all know that. Wallace claims it wasn't forged, and he had a witness to prove it. But this witness was kidnapped. McPhee was jailed for helping in it." He paused for effect, then said, "Now listen careful, you people. You're the judge." There was a murmur of interest. The crowd really was listening, some against their will and their better judgment, but nevertheless, they were listening. "If that deed was forged, as McPhee claims, then it proves that Wallace wanted McPhee's range and his place." He turned to the judge. "Don't it, Judge?"
"It would seem so, if the deed was forged."
"All right," Dave said flatly. "If it could be proved that Bruce McPhee killed Wallace's witness, Jim Sholto, then McPhee would hang. If he was dead, he couldn't contest the deed, could he? And Wallace would get the bib in, wouldn't he?" There was a ripple of laughing assent through the crowd. "So," Dave said, spreading his palms, "Sholto was killed and it was hung on McPhee." Wallace came to his feet. "Hung on him? Hell no, he did it or you did it. I didn't do it. Me and my crew was drinking in the saloon when it happened."
Hear that? Dave asked ironically. He didn't kill Sholto. That's a fact. Either I did it, nobody knows why, or McPhee did it because he wanted to hang.
Here the laughter interrupted him, and he waited for it to die, and then went on.
Or, and this is a big or, one of those four did it. Bill, C., Thornton, or Maitland, because they knew Sholto would be in town.
He ceased talking and looked around at the judge.
How about it, Judge? I follow you, Warburton said, but I still don't see what you're driving at. You've got it, Dave said calmly. Who stood to gain most by Sholto's death, Judge? Why, Wallace, if it could be proved McPhee killed Sholto. McPhee dead couldn't contest the deed.
Dave said,
Let it ride there. Wallace stood to gain by McPhee being hung. Wallace or the man behind him. And since Wallace didn't kill Sholto, would you say the man behind him did?
Warburton said,
If there's a man behind him. There is, Dave said. He's in this room with me, with all of us.
There was a stirring of interest in the crowd, some cries of doubt, some of get on with it and let's hear him out. When it was quieted, Warburton said,
You've got a lot to prove. This is just guessing. Set about giving proof now.
Dave nodded and placed his hands on his hips.
I stole the deed from Wallace's place. You all know that. I left Wallace without any legal claim to the BIB-M.
There were nods of assent.
I knew Wallace had to have the deed back if he wanted to keep the BIB-M. I wanted to sell the deed, but I also wanted to prove there was a man behind Wallace.
There was utter silence now. Finally, Warburton asked skeptically,
Did you prove it?
I did, Dave said. There's a letter in your hand, Judge. What day was it mailed? Warburton picked up the letter.
The 14th. 2 days ago, Dave said. Remember that, 2 days ago. Now, open the letter, Judge, and read it out loud.
Judge Warburton did. When he had unfolded it, Dave held up his hand.
Listen careful. This is it.
Judge Warburton read in a firm voice.
I didn't kill Sholto, I know that. McPhee didn't kill him either because he wouldn't hang himself. Who did? One of 4 men. Bill, C., Thornton, or Maitland, because they knew Sholto would be in town that night. Because Wallace is the man who stood to gain by Sholto's death. I think one of those men is backing Wallace. So I'm doing this. I'm writing notes to all 4 of these men. I'm offering them the deed for the sum of $10,000. They won't show up in person to buy the deed back because they don't want to be connected with Wallace. Instead, they'll send Wallace to get the deed. So I'm sending notes to all 4, but each note names a different meeting place. Bill's note told him to meet me at 12 o'clock at the Wagon Mound post office on Tuesday night. Thornton's note tells him to meet me at the Mentor Stage Station at 10 o'clock Tuesday night. Maitland's note tells him to meet me by Alamo Butte at 7 o'clock Tuesday night. First, I will go to Alamo Butte. If nobody shows up with the money, I'll ride to Mentor Station. If nobody shows up there, I'll ride into Wagon Mound. But one thing I will know. Wherever Wallace shows up to buy back the deed, I can tell by the time and the place he turns up who sent him. Dave Coyle.
Warburton looked up, excitement in his eyes.
And did Wallace turn up?
Dave nodded. Wallace lunged to his feet.
I never bought it back, he shouted.
At which place?
Warburton asked swiftly. Dave drew out a piece of paper from his shirt pocket and handed it to Warburton.
Read it out loud, Judge,
Dave said dryly. Warburton read,
I, the undersigned, received the deed to BIB-M in return for payment of $10,000 on the night of September 15th at the Big Cottonwood by Alamo Butte. Signed, Tate Wallace.
Warburton raised his eyes from the note and looked down at a man and said,
Senator Maitland, you were the purchaser.
End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Hardcase by Luke Short. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 25. For a moment there wasn't a sound in the room, as everybody looked at Maitland. He was sitting behind the table, his kindly face suddenly gone very unkindly, and gray and drawn-looking. It was Wallace who acted first. He lunged out of his chair, a gun in each hand, and faced the courtroom and the sheriff.
"Maitland," he drawled, "it's time we left this party, I reckon."
Maitland suddenly got a hold on himself. He stood up, not looking at Bruce McPhee, and bowed ironically to Dave, and then said grimly,
"Not before I finish a little business, Tate. Give me a gun."
"Get back of me and open the window," Wallace said harshly. "I'm going to take care of him myself."
Maitland stepped swiftly behind Wallace and threw open the window. It looked out on a sloping roof of a store that adjoined the courthouse.
"Jump," Wallace said.
"Not till I see you kill him,"
Maitland said harshly. At that moment Dave moved, or rather he exploded. He dived for the shelter of the judge's bench, and at the same moment a gun roared out. The bench boomed with the slap of a slug. A woman screamed and Bill dropped on his face. Warburton cringed away and the prosecutor dived under a table. Maitland said savagely,
"Go over and get him."
Wallace started for the judge's bench, and then Ernie's voice bawled out,
"Catch, Dave!"
His gun went lobbing over the heads of the standing crowd the whole length of the room. It hit the front wall and caromed down behind the bench. It didn't strike the board floor, and Wallace, as well as every man in that room, knew that Dave had caught it. Wallace didn't hesitate. He turned and ran for the window. Maitland jumped. Ernie ducked out the back door. Wallace achieved the sill, and then Dave's voice rapped out,
"Turn around and take it, Wallace."
Wallace wheeled, standing in the window, to send one snapshot at Dave before he jumped. And then Dave's gun opened with one sustained roar. Wallace screamed and tried to grab for the window frame, but the bullets from Dave's gun, all 5 of them, had broken his arm and smashed into his body. He toppled slowly over, blood already gushing from his mouth, and then he fell. They heard the heavy, lifeless thud of his body on the roof, heard it slide, then heard it drop dully to the ground like a sack of dropped oats. Ernie piled out onto the stair landing just as Maitland left the window for the roof. Ernie vaulted the railing and hit the roof 30 feet from Maitland just 1 second later. Maitland rolled, fell, landed on his feet in the passageway between the 2 buildings, then ran for the alley. Ernie raced along the roof. When Maitland broke out into the alley, he turned left, coming in behind the building Ernie was on. Ernie, hauling up at the edge of the roof, saw Maitland below. Scarcely pausing in his stride, he jumped. 5 shots racketed out from the courtroom in quick succession. Maitland took 4 full steps, and then Ernie landed astride his shoulders with the impact of a ton of rock. Maitland didn't even cry out. He simply caved in under Ernie's weight, and Ernie just sat on him and bawled, "Come and get him!" They found Ernie that way, sitting on Maitland's head, yelling at the top of his lungs. Maitland was carried to the jail, and Beale, with Dave and McPhee on either side of him, Judge Warburton behind him, and Carol and Lily lost in the howling mob somewhere behind, followed. Ernie had Maitland slung over his shoulder, and he marched through the office into the cell block and deposited Maitland on a cot. This time, Beale and Ernie really had a fight to keep the townspeople out. But this time, Beale was serious, and it didn't take long. When the howling mob was on the other side of the steel door, Beale came back to the cell where Ernie was working over Maitland, throwing the water from the drinking pail in Maitland's face in measured slops. McPhee, Dave, and Beale stood over him, and Ernie slapped Maitland's face. Maitland's eyes opened, and he looked gravely at the 4 of them. Then his eyes rested on McPhee a long moment and then slid away.
"I'm sorry, Bruce," he murmured. "I almost had you." "But why?" McPhee cried. "Why did you do it?"
Maitland shut his eyes and said softly,
"Oh, money, money, more money, power, everything. Why does a man want what he wants?"
He opened his eyes now, and they settled on Dave.
I misjudged you, too. I should have killed you. I almost did when you were talking with Ernie. I should have known."
Beale said tonelessly,
"What a doctor."
Maitland made a wry face and whispered,
"It's too late for everything."
He suddenly sighed, and his head rolled over, and he looked as if he were asleep, at peace with all the world. He was dead. Ernie shuddered and turned and went out. Bill, Dave, and McPhee followed. Once in the corridor, the 4 of them looked at each other.
"Who starts first?"
Bill asked, and his cherubic face broke into a smile. He said to Dave,
"If you looked at me just once without sneering, I'd ask you to shake your hand."
Dave grinned then, and Bill put out his hand.
"Hell, I've been wrong. Been wrong most of my life, I reckon. But I'd promise you one thing, Coyle. I'll get that reward lifted from you if I have to hold the governor up to do it."
They shook hands on that. McPhee said quietly,
this last reward is lifted automatically. As for the 7,000, I put 3 of it on him myself."
He smiled at Dave.
"That's off now. And if I know my politics, the rest will come off."
"Politics?" Ernie echoed. McPhee nodded and smiled gently.
"Governor Johns and Maitland hated each other like poison. I know that because I'm a friend of both. And now that Maitland is gone, well, Johns steps in to take over the territory. I think Johns will be properly thankful for the man who turned up Maitland's crooked work."
Ernie looked at Dave and grinned.
"How does it sound?"
Before Dave could answer, there was a hammering on the door, a persistent hammering. Ernie broke away and went to the corridor door and opened it. Carol and Lily Sholto, the crowd in the corridor shoving them, came in. Their dresses were ruffled, and Carol's cheeks were flushed with excitement.
"Dad!"
she cried. She ran into McPhee's arms and hugged him, and he hugged her, close to tears. Carol broke away from him and looked at Dave. McPhee said,
"Don't think him yet, girl. I haven't had my say."
He looked over at Dave and smiled wryly.
"Well, youngster, you've called me a jughead, a knothead, grandpa, thick-headed, bull-headed, stubborn, hard-hearted, a miser, a bully, and a fraud. I'd like to shake your hand."
He extended his hand. Dave looked at it and then at him, and he said suspiciously,
"You would? Why?" "'Cause I was all of that and considerably more, too. I'm going to spend the rest of my life making up for what I spent most of it doing. I'm going to hunt up Lacey Thornton first and offer to throw in with him again. Then I'm going to hunt me a new foreman."
He looked steadily at Dave.
"You looking for work?"
Beale said quickly.
"Just a warning, Dave. You can't leave the county until this reward business is settled."
"But—"
"I know,"
Lily said, a faint teasing malice in her eyes.
"You can't just drift now, can you, Dave?"
Dave glared at her.
"Better take it," Ernie said. "We mean business when we say that, don't we, Harv?"
Beale looked at him and laughed.
"Did you say we?"
Ernie's face fell. He remembered that tonight he was through, fired.
"Well, I can say it up till midnight,"
he said truculently.
Beale laughed. "Ernie, you can say it till next year and the year after, so far as I'm concerned."
Ernie, grinning, looked at Lily and nodded his head to Dave and Carol, and Lily said,
"I feel very faint,"
with astonishing abruptness.
"Why, lady,"
Ernie said,
"it's hot in here. Let's get out of this jail before you faint."
He took Lily's arm and McPhee's arm and started out with them, saying to McPhee,
"You look faint too, Mac. How'd the drink go?"
And that was the way Lily and Ernie, more observant and considerably more understanding than Beale and McPhee, at last left Carol and Dave some privacy. Beale at the door turned and had his mouth open to call Dave, when Ernie yanked him through the door and slammed it.
"This is my night to howl," Ernie said pointedly. "I'm doing it. Man, I don't see why I work for such a dumb man."
And he grinned, and Beale did too. In the cell block, Carol said,
"Well, we'd better go too."
Dave said nothing, only looked at her. Then he said abruptly,
"You reckon all women are alike, Carol?"
Carol looked at him strangely.
"What a queer question. I don't know. Why?"
"Lily claims they are,"
Dave said. It was hard for him to talk, but he was slogging away at it.
"Does she?"
Carol said blankly.
"You take her," Dave said. "She married a murderer. She knew it. You think she's crazy?"
"Why, not if she loved him. No."
Dave gulped, and his hands were fisted until the knuckles were white.
"You think Jim Sholto had a right to ask her to marry him?"
"What are you talking about?"
Carol said impatiently.
"Oh, hell," Dave said miserably. "I don't know myself."
"But what were you trying to say, Dave?"
Dave took a deep breath. He said swiftly, agonizingly,
"Lily married a murderer. Do you think the woman, well, does a girl—"
"You mean," Carol said quietly, "if Lily would marry a murderer, do I think I could marry an outlaw?"
"How'd you know?"
Dave blurted out.
"Oh, Dave,"
Carol said impatiently.
"You've shied all around it for 10 minutes. Can't you speak plain?"
"Sure. Will you marry me?"
"Of course. Why didn't—"
Dave didn't wait for the rest. He had done a lot of unorthodox things in a jail, but this was the first time in one he had ever asked a woman to marry him, and been accepted. End of chapter 25, and end of Hard Case by Luke Short. Read by Ben Tucker.